I thank you for the follow. I didn't see that earlier. So yeah, let's see. Yeah, I think he added a spring arm and set the extent to stick out to where like it's supposed to go. Oh, it's interesting. Oh, like that also gives the like sway because there's additional settings, so it kind of like bounces around. Honestly, let's try adding that to our hands. This could be interesting, especially considering the way the root is set up for the hands. Herm. Let's open up the. Oh, wait, I have nothing open anymore. Okay.
It'll come with the hammer with that as well.
Door components. I need to rearrange my assets. So actually, my arm is never going to touch anything because it doesn't stick out far enough. But we can still do this. Spring arm. So I'm going to attach it to the arm point. I'm going to put the body on the end of it. Whoa. Hey, now. Let's undo that. Oh, spring arm snap. I forgot. Spring arm. Sticking out this direction. So we're going to do a few things. We're going to say spring arm, you have 0 offset right now. Or, actually no, let's leave his offset. Let's change his rotation. Immutable lambda. I hardly ever see the spring arm used for something other than cameras. Yeah, for sure. Actually, with mesh arms, you want to do bone IK. Yeah, that's what I was saying. I should do that, and I would like to do that. I just don't have any IK experience. But what this also adds for us is like a little bit of waggle. Alright, phase body is down there. So if I attach it over here. So now, instead of a target arm offset, I'm going to say 5. So it's back to where it was. It's just 5 units further out than it used to be. And that is what's going to stick back. Although, actually, I needed to extend past the, let's say 10, 20. So now it's actually sticking out.
Let's open that game again.
However, probe channel. Oh, visibility. Probe size. Oh. I don't. It probably won't have any of that the lag. Oh, enable camera lag. Well, let's see what it looks like first without that. You can use the spring arm to define the target location, though. Oh, you know what? I don't know why I haven't done that before. Whoa. That's weird. It must think it's something is blocking it right now. That looks kind of cool. Why does it? It's fully retracted right now. Is it because of the collision?
Then we're going in.
This should not be blocking. Our pawn should not be blocking visibility. Yeah, and it's not. Oh, but we're on the ground. Hold on. This whole spring is on the floor. Let's detach that. Let's move the spring arm way up here to like where it's actually. And then let's reattach phase and hope the offset stays. It did. Okay, good. It's a little important. All praise the hexagonal magic. Why was it sticking forward there? There we go. No, come on. Completely not working now. Spring arm, the mesh. Wait, phase body.
Okay. Hello, everyone. I'm back. I apologize for not streaming the other day. Unfortunately, yesterday I wanted to do a little bit of baby cleaning for my new house. My wife and I, we actually expecting it in the April timeframe. Yay, exciting. But sometimes you get in those moods where you just want to start working on, around the house stuff, and before you know it, a couple hours later, you're still working on the same projects. But that's okay. So I wanted to jump into some Unreal Engine 4 today, and with jumping into this stuff today, I wanted to actually maybe jump into a little bit more of hit, not the endless runner anymore, because we've built that now. And I did get that working on my phone shortly after, yeah, the other day. I wanted to really push that out and get that done before my brother came over, just because I thought it'd be kind of cool to show him out. But it does work. Actually, I could show you guys if you want to see it. I mean, this to me made me very happy. And it's the little things, endless runner. There it is. So hopefully it actually works because I have noticed it doesn't always launch. It's like a 50-50 if it launches or not. Didn't that time. Which again, there's probably a reason for that. I don't know the reason. Maybe it's because I had Pokemon Go running in the background, and that was just another game I can't handle too. So yay! Here we go. So it does work, and you can jump. Oop. You can jump up, jump down. You can swipe left and right. I mean, it's not the best, but you guys get the idea. So let's see if I can do it this way. Wait, ready? Right around there. Oop. I'm pretty sure I could do this. You get your up, down, left, right, back, forth, collection. Everything works. So that was kind of nice to be able to see just the finished product. I'm not going to keep trying to do that because that's just going to get annoying anyways. Um, get back on the Twitch stream over here. So today I think either Blender was one I wanted to work with today. I wanted to actually kind of look into that and start to use that program. But before I did that, I think I wanted to get a real better understanding of the UI and how UI works. Like I have a basic understanding, but I want to be able to build a much more advanced AI when it comes to, or not AI, sorry, interface when it comes to building the game. So I did like this guy's teachable style a lot. He definitely slowed it down just enough that was easy to follow. And so I'm probably going to stick with his next one out of the video or his next set. I want to eventually do the RPG one, but that's 50 long, and I don't know if I'm ready just for that yet. He has a cool survival one too, which that would be nice for like pickups and things like that. If you want to do that, I did notice the 3D model on one for and that'd be for Blender. That's actually the Blender symbol right there, that little orange thing. Um, so let's see here, another thing I did want to do this week is go through my stream and kind of fancy it up a little bit. I made a YouTube video or YouTube channel. I don't know if it's possible to be found yet or not. But what I'm going to be doing is uploading my Twitch streams to YouTube. So if you missed one of them and you want to get in, you want to kind of catch yourself up, because like I said, I'm not going to do anything on a program that I don't show you guys, because there's gonna be a lot of little things that you're gonna learn over time. And even when we go from like old to the next step, if you wanted to figure out what points I fix certain things in those games, it's gonna help allow you to see that progress. What I should do, and what I probably will do in the future, is change the title just a little bit so we know what, maybe say the Unreal Engine that I'm in. Unreal Engine, what is it right now? I don't even know what version this is at the top of my head. Whatever version it is, say that, and then maybe with the game that is that I'm making. What that will do is that'll help when it comes to going back to figure out where things need to be done differently for future iterations of Unreal Engine, because it does change. Every Unreal Engine itself, you'll find a lot of the times that they're not, unfortunately, um, working the best together. So, anyways, without further ado, I do want to jump into this. I wanted to do the UI one. I thought that was a good one to start with. Good side scroller game. No. And I'm pretty sure he has a UI one, I thought. Legend of Zelda, that'd be a cool one to play with. It's only 7 long, really? Huh. That's actually... Oh, user interface development. There we go. So I figured this would be a fun one to jump into next.
I can't believe I've been binging for 6 hours straight.
I know that feeling. Been there, done that some days. Alright, let's bring this down just a little bit.
Hey there, Dev Squad, Vertus
So-
here, and welcome to my Unreal Engine 4 user interface development series.
Nice.
This series will be teaching you how to make popular game UI elements such as heads-up displays, menus, and other interactive content which will allow the player to interact with your game. We'll start off with explaining widgets and introducing you to UMG,
Good,
which
good.
is Unreal Engine 4's UI editor, and using this we'll be able to easily create and display buttons.
So we actually did something
images, text,
similar to
and
that
even
in the
type
other one.
to them, forming our interactive elements. We'll also be diving into UI best practices to ensure that your UI is being displayed on the screen correctly, beautifully, and efficiently for the player to enjoy. If you guys are looking forward to this series, let me know by hitting that like button, subscribe.
I'll
and
probably
move
have
on
to
the
hit a
next video to
Photoshop
get
one
started
eventually down the
creating
road, so that way I
some
can actually
game
do
UI.
Photoshop
Also, if you haven't
the
already seen my
new
Blueprint
things I'm
Essentials
going to need
series,
assets for my
I
game.
do advise you check it out, as it will allow you to take your user
Oh,
interface
I didn't actually even do
functionality
anything
to
in this
the
one.
next level.
So he's just telling us
Anyway,
what
guys,
he's actually doing. Could have skipped that one. Oh well, that's okay.
Hey there, Dev Squad.
I
Vertus here,
imagine-
and welcome to my user.
Probably like his last one, he probably has a thing I need to download. Let's see here. Oh, I mean, I have all that. That's not a problem. Huh. Guess not this time. Oh, I gotta sneeze.
User interface development series within Unreal Engine 4. Now in today's video we're going to be going over an introduction to widget blueprints
So first
and
person
taking a
template
moment
is
to talk
on.
about what they're
What's this
used for and a little bit about the interface within a widget blueprint, allowing us to create all the different kinds of assets within there. Now, for those of you that don't know what a widget blueprint is, it is essentially a type of user interface widget. And what I mean by that is, it is essentially a type of blueprint which is going to contain all the different graphics.
So I just went out
and
for a little bit
code
of a walk, so I'm a little
related
stuffy
to your
from the
user
outside pollen
interface.
and all that.
Now, creating one of
Bear
these
with me,
is
I should
really
go away
simple, and you
within
can
about an
do
hour
it
or so.
from the content
It just
browser.
takes a little bit to
Just
switch
find
commandos
yourself
back to
a
normal.
bit of empty space and right click, go to user.
Okay, so he's doing a first person template. First person template. Create project. I'm just gonna do the normal. So UI training. I don't really want to capitalize all that. Okay, so I gotta blow my nose. Bear with me 1 second. I'll turn off the volume. Oh, sorry, Pumpkin. I have these armrests on both sides of my arm just to keep it elevated with my everything else rest. And my cat's sitting on my lap, and the one thing fell down. It was kind of funny. It was sitting on top of him. He did not look too happy with that. Sorry, bud. Okay. Sorry about that. Okay, so back to what we were doing.
User interface and create a widget blueprint. Now, for the purposes of this tutorial series, I am going to give this the name HUD. And HUD just stands for Heads Up Display, which is essentially just going to be us putting a little bit of information on the player's screen. Now I'm going to open this up and we're going to take a moment to explain the interface and hopefully give you guys a better understanding of just how widget blueprints work. So first things first, your main area that you're going to have is your viewport.
Okay.
And your viewport is this big section in the middle, and this is where you're going to
So
be
anything within that area,
manipulating
that's
and
what they're going to see
creating
on the
your
screen.
different art assets. So what I mean by that is from here, within your viewport, you'll be dragging in things like buttons, making them bigger and smaller, and all of that good stuff. Now, don't worry about the collation side of things for now, just focus more so on sort of familiarizing yourself with the user interface. But essentially, the viewport is going to be your view into seeing what is going to be on the player's screen, essentially. So moving on from here, we've got our toolbar at the top, and we've got some popular functions up here, such as compile, save, play, browse. The main ones that you're really going to be using are just compile and save within here. Moving on from there, just below that, you have got your palette, and your palette is where you're going to get the different objects which
Excuse
you're
me.
going to be
Apologize
displaying
about
on
that.
the player's screen. So for example, within the palette, we've got things like borders, buttons, images, checkmarks, progress bars, and all of these other interactive elements that we can display on here. And creating one of these is as simple as just clicking, dragging, and dropping, and then just putting it into the viewport. And then in the viewport, we can move these, making them bigger, smaller, and so on. But a little bit more detail on that a little bit later on. We have got all sorts in here, everything from inputs to primitives, panels, and over the series we are going to familiarize ourselves with.
I don't think he's going to do anything in this one either, is he?
Using
Oh,
some of the
make the
different
quick
types
HUD.
of things to make other menus, heads-up displays, and other interactive elements. Moving on from here, just beneath the palette panel, we have also got the hierarchy panel.
Okay.
The hierarchy panel is going to list all of your objects.
The
and it's
Z
gonna
value
show
being the
you
important thing.
pretty much where they are
Where
in
is it?
terms of hierarchy. So if you've got an object parented to another, you are going to be able to see that.
Somewhere's in there.
Now, this is going to be something that we're going to be dedicating an episode to, so you'll understand how that works a little bit later on. But essentially, the way hierarchy works is, for example, you've got something like a container, and then within that container, you've got a couple of different objects. The way you'll see that in hierarchy is that you're going to have the container at the top, and then within that you're going to have your other elements. But like I said, a little bit more detail on that later on. Moving on from here, we've also got our animation tab at the bottom. So in the bottom left hand corner, we've got this little square box here, and this is going to list our animations. From here we can create a new animation and just give it a name. It's as simple as that. If we was to click on that, we are able to access the
That's
timeline.
kind of annoying.
And from here we can add tracks to animate our different elements. So if we wanted to, we could change things like the opacity, the size of the text, the color, and all of that good stuff to get things moving on our screen. And animation is going to be something that we are going to dedicate a whole video to inside of this series.
So that's
And it's
something I'm
really
excited
looking
for,
forward
because
to
I think
teaching as
you're going to be
well.
able to
So if you
learn.
want to, you can have animated pop-ups on the screen if your player levels up, or even if it's just like a little notifier or something, you can get that animated
Final
and we can
Fantasy.
get it looking really good. And then last but not least, we've also got the details panel on the right hand side. From here you can change the various details or settings of a specific object. Now, as of right now, it's just showing us the details of the canvas panel. If, for example, I was to drag in an image from the palette, and then select that, you can see I've got all the various settings, such as position, X, Y, the size. I could change the image, the
So
opacity,
where the location
and
versus the
all
size of
that
it.
good stuff.
Z-order again is the
So
layer
lastly,
system that
for
they
the
build in.
interface for a widget blueprint, the last thing that you need to know is you've also got a graph tab. Now you've got two tabs, design view and graph view. So design view is going to be focusing on the design side of your user interface, and this is where you're going to be taking a
layout
look
per
at
se.
what it's going to look like, focusing on the appearance. Whereas the graph side of things are going to be focusing more so on the functionality. So for example, you have a button which you've created in your design view. What you're going to have to do is use blueprints to control what happens when you click that button, and from there you can link it into your gameplay. And this is where or the reason why I actually recommended watching my blueprint tutorial series before this one is so that you can add that extra level of functionality to your
There's a
user
blueprint
interface.
one?
Although I will be covering
I almost
the
feel like
basics within
that
this
I
series,
should watch,
everything
but
you're going to need to know to create
I'll
heads-up
watch that
displays,
next maybe.
menus, and
That'd be a
all
good
of
one to
that
watch
good
too as
stuff.
well.
So hopefully you guys have a better understanding of what a widget blueprint is.
No, 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 no. Are those my favorite jeans? Why, Lucy? Why?
Why would you do that, Lucy? Why to the
Hey there, Dev
jeans?
Squad, Virtus here, and welcome back to my Unreal Engine 4 user interface development series. In today's video, we're going to be taking a look at how we can place objects within our widget. Now, what we're going to be
just
doing is
click and
taking some
drag.
of the most basic types of object, such as text and images, and taking a look at some of the settings that we need to keep in mind to make sure that our objects are going to be displayed on the screen the way that we want to. So that's going to be everything from anchoring, position, size, Z order, and don't worry if you don't know what that means just yet, as we will be explaining it.
I actually know what some
but
of
all
those
this
mean.
stuff is going to apply to
That's
any
good.
object that you sort of dump in here.
So,
So for those of you that don't know
I
what
mean-
an object is when it comes to widgets, it's
I
essentially
guess
just
I kinda-
anything
that's
that you're gonna
redundant a
pull
little
out
bit.
of your palette.
but it's
So
good
things like
review.
buttons, images,
For,
text,
I mean,
progress
if we just
bars,
went through
and
the
so on.
last one, some of the
Now,
stuff was
there
already
is
brought up.
loads and loads of different types of objects. What I'm not going to do is go over each and every single one of these and explain what they are.
That's good.
If you just hover over these, you can see exactly what they are. Now, most of these we will be using throughout the series, but for now, in today's video, we're just going to be taking a look at the simple ones and some of the settings that are going to apply to any kind of object. So, let's start off by taking an image and dragging it into our scene. So, just go to your palette, grab an image, drag, and then drop anywhere that you want to place it. Now, once we've got this in here,
Yay.
probably the first thing that you're going to do is resize it. And there is two ways you can do it. You've got these little points around your image, and you can just drag these to scale it up, down, left, right, and all of that good stuff. Or you can also do it in the details panel on the right hand side. And you can see here, we've got size X, and we've also got size Y. So size X is your width. So if I wanted to, I could
wonder what
set
the
my width
keyframes
to
do.
600. And then I could also set my Y to 600 as well. So if my width and my height are both 600, it's going to be a perfect square. And what I can also do is move this just by clicking and dragging it. And what you can see is happening as I do that, my position is also changing. And if I wanted
it's not.
to, I could define a position in here, such as 0 and 0. And what it's going to do now
I wonder if he
is
goes
move
over
it
why that does that with the whole
to the
upper right
anchor
thing. Like, you
point,
see how it just
to
keeps
the
adding, like,
0
I don't
point
understand
for
that.
the anchor.
I feel like
Now, for those
that
of you
should
that don't
be...
know what the anchor is, it is essentially
'Cause his does
sort
too.
of where it's trying to stick that object to. So in this case, it's trying to stick it into the top left-hand corner. So you can see here, we've got this little icon here, the little flower-looking thing. That is our anchor point.
Yes.
So your position is essentially relative to your anchor point. you
So,
can see right now, it is
if you
offset
wanted
by
to get something that was
684
dead center,
on
you'd
the
put it dead
width,
center on that
and
screen, and
offset
then
by
put it dead center on
232 on the height.
the anchor point.
Now,
And then that'll give the object, no matter what
ideally,
screen.
you are going to be
it's always gonna be
trying
dead
to
center.
group some of your elements together and keep them within the same anchor points. So for example, if you've got a health bar in the bottom middle of the screen, you are going to want to anchor that to the bottom middle of the screen so it stays there. And anything that you have around that health bar that you want to have its position stay relative to that,
You're gonna anchor
then
the same spot.
you need to make sure you anchor it all in the same place. Now, you'll see this come to life a little bit later on in the series, but what I'm going to do for now is to show you how to change your anchor point. So, changing your anchor point, you could either drag it,
Oh, see, that's cool. I
and
didn't know
then
that.
just place it somewhere else.
You
just
can
by
make
grabbing a
custom
little-
anchor
little
points.
bit, or you can use one of the presets in the details panel. So at the top here, we've got our anchors. So if you click anchors, we've got some presets. So we can anchor something to the middle of the screen, the bottom center, the full screen, left-hand side, right-hand side, and so on. And really, like I said, you want to anchor it depending on what you're trying to
Whoa.
put on your widget. So if you've
Wonder
got
if
a
I can
hellfire at the
split that.
bottom, anchor it to the bottom.
What does that
If
mean?
you're trying to do a crosshair, which needs to be perfectly in the
Oh,
center,
jeez.
anchor it to the
What
center.
the heck is all
So
that?
like I said, if you are trying to do a crosshair, for example, then you are going to need to anchor it into the center of your screen.
Google, you
can
scared
do this
me.
just by choosing one of the anchors and then just choosing the center, for example.
When here, is
And
it?
notice there, position X
Okay.
and position Y has now changed, so it's relative to this.
Oh, Google, you
Now,
scare
the
me.
reason why, even though this is sort of perfectly centered in your screen, and the reason why it's saying -300 and -300 is because the root point of this image is in the top left. If
Yes.
I was to set my position X and Y to 0 and 0, you can see it has moved over here. But anyway, guys, that's pretty much everything for anchors. I don't want to go too into
No, it's not.
detail in that.
Why
for
can't it
just now,
split?
but it's essentially what your object is going to be attached to.
Right, he
Because
never
the
did, did he?
Your screen.
Nope.
Is now here. This widget I see.
Aw.
What the order priority this widget is rendered in.
Why
Higher
can't it
values are
split?
rendered
That's
last,
weird.
and so they will
Maybe
appear
they're
on top. So essentially,
Screen.
What
That
this
like
is
everything
going
has
to
to be
do
within that
is
area.
allow you to control
I don't know.
which objects should be on top of or below each other. So let's say I go ahead and grab a text object and drag it into my scene. Now with this text, what I'm going to do is just quickly select it, go to my color and opacity and just change it to a different color and press OK. If I put this over my square here, you can see it is currently rendered on top. But what if I wanted the square to be
Oh,
on
you know
top?
what I'm not doing right now?
That is where
My
your
music.
Z order is going to come in. So, at the moment, my text block
There we go.
has a Z order
Get a little
value
music
of
rock and
0.
rolling.
If I select my image, and then higher values are rendered last, and they'll appear on top. So if I set my image to 1, you can see it's now come on top. And it's almost like layering, just defining and telling the engine which objects should be at which height level, essentially. So what should be rendered on top. So that is pretty much everything for the main settings, and pretty much any object you bring within your scene is going to have a size, a position, an anchor point.
I don't
and a
know how I
order.
feel about this song
And you
just
guys
yet.
have got to make sure you use these carefully to make sure everything goes in the way that you want.
Yep.
All of the settings
wait.
beneath this are going to be
Oh.
related to the type of object.
I still
you're
wonder why you
working
can
with.
pull it apart.
So
Oh, that's
for
kind of
the
weird.
text, you've got your color and opacity. You've got the size of
I
your
actually
text,
don't know what
you've
that
got
means.
the font family, your shadow, and a
Can I
bunch of
hover
other
over it?
stuff. And if you guys want to, you can experiment with that. You can change the color of your text, the font, the size, and all of that good stuff. With the image, inside of here,
see,
you have got
everything.
the appearance of the image. Now, in here, we've got a little image panel. If you haven't already expanded your brush, go
Anything
and
on
do that. And then in here,
Left
what we can
side
do is
stays left
choose a
side. I wonder if
texture
that's
to
how
apply
it's.
to this. So if I click the little drop down and type in crosshair, and what we have as part of the first person template is a crosshair. And you can see after choosing this, it's now gone from white to this texture. Now, if you guys want to use your own images that you've made inside of like Photoshop for your heads-up display or main menu or whatever, I'm going to be showing you how you can import these into the engine as a texture later on, so that
Appearance, brush, image, crosshair. Ta-da! We got a
you
crosshair.
can do this. But for now, hopefully you guys can see just how you
Excuse
go
me for
about
sniffling. I
placing
apologize.
an image in your scene. Within here, you can also change the size X and Y, like I showed you earlier. The image size over here is the size of the actual texture, and what I wouldn't advise doing is going and changing that, because it's not really going to do anything, because the size X and Y up at the top is going to override that. So hopefully you guys are starting to see how all of this is coming together.
I think I had to
and
pause
are
real quick. I
starting
think
to
my
work
washer's
with the
unbalanced.
widget a little bit better.
When you meant to
Anyway,
1
guys,
second.
that's pretty much everything in
And we-
for today's.
You're back. Sorry about that. I just don't. When my washer's going off balance, that's not gonna end well. And you'll start to hear that on stream anyway, so I gotta fix that. All right. So let's get back comfortable. Pumpkin, he can do whatever he wants. Let's do that since Pumpkin's not up here. Okay, so we're back. I do apologize on that. Okay. Yeah, we had finished this one. We're on to the next one. I don't think there's many on this one. 18, yeah. That's not too bad. That's something we can finish up today. Oh, wait there. Average in 7 minutes. Oh, we'll have this done within the hour. And we're moving on to... I don't know what should be next. Maybe the blueprint one? I should look to see how long that blueprint one is.
Makeup videos.
Which one's better? So my
favorite
favorite
picture
of the iPhone is. What's so funny? No more treats for you. Why? Because I said so. Why? Whoa, your video's going viral.
I mean, it's loud, unfortunately. The way I don't want to play this. Stop that. Skip that. And then I want to go back over here, and I want to go down to the actual hub. I want to see the blueprint
Hey there,
while
Dev
he's
Squad
talking.
Vertus here, and welcome back to my Unreal Engine
Playlist.
4 user interface
Where's
development
Rufus?
series. In today's video, we're going to be showing you how you can import in your own
29.
images
That's
from
a-
your computer
that's a lot more than
into
I thought it was
Unreal
gonna be.
Engine
That's good.
to be displayed
That'll be
on your
next.
screen. So having said that, what I need you guys to do is go ahead and download this
Yeah, that'll be a good
UI
one. That'll be a-
resources folder. Within here, you've got a Photoshop.
Okay, so resources folder. Okay, so this is what I was expecting from the last one. Nope. UI resources. Google Drive. How did I do this last time? Didn't I just save it to my computer? Alright, I'm gonna go be right back, get this on my computer. Give me 2 seconds here. Okay, so I can put that back. It's a little off balance, so that's okay. It's not too bad this time around. So, I did get it uploaded onto my computer now. We should be rock and rolling. I mean, I hope it's not too loud for you guys. Yeah, it's not too bad.
Document for a basic main menu, and you've also got some images.
So I'm
for
gonna
a
pull this
logo
off to the left over
and
here.
also for some
So as we go
buttons
through
which are
things, I can
enabled.
just kind of export
What
it
I'm going to be
into
doing
the
in
full-
today's video is talking about the import process and
Save.
the best practices you need to do, and also
Oh,
showing
yeah, that's not
you
too
how
bad.
to simply bring them into Unreal Engine. Now, these images I have
Let's see
already set
here.
up, and in
Buttons
terms of importing things,
I've done start
importing
buttons,
these
done
images
all
is
that.
going
Yep,
to be
good.
really straightforward. So what I'm going to do is grab this Vertus logo here within my UI resources folder, click, drag, and drop it into my content browser to import it. It is simple as that.
Alright, so he is on the main example here, and then he goes and drops the logo image. Bam.
So what I could do now then is right click and then just create a user interface widget. I'm going to give this the name menu
Right from it.
and open this up, and then from here I could drag in an image and just go to appearance, brush, and then just set this to
You
my
right-clicked
logo
it?
image. And you can now
Why is it not working for me? Didn't he right click that?
then is right click and then simple as that.
And then he
So
goes
what I
over
could
to
do
it.
now then is
Oh,
right click and then just create a user
He's not actually right
interface
clicking
widget.
the actual
I'm
thing.
going to give this the name menu and open this up.
So he's
and
making
then
another
from here,
widget.
I could drag in an image and just go to appearance, brush, and then just set this to my logo image. And you can now see that I've got
appearance,
my
brush.
Vertex logo in here.
Oop.
Now what I want you guys to keep in mind is I can make this bigger, smaller, and so on. But what I have done is I have already scaled my image here. The proportions are right. This is exactly how I want it to look. If I double click it, you can see it is a logo. It's not stretched or anything like that. To make sure that your image isn't stretched in any way, so for example, let's say you've stretched it too far to the right and you just want it to look perfect. The way that you're
So
gonna do
again,
this
this
is by
channel, just
taking
kind of
the
reiterating,
original image size,
it's
which
really
you can
more
find
about
under the-
learning to
underneath the
use Unreal.
appearance, and then
I
just set
will be
this to
watching
the
again a lot of
actual
YouTube
size
videos.
up at the top here.
What I'm kind of hoping will be
So, for example,
after I get
image
past
size
this learning part here, I'm kind of hoping that you get to see more of a creative flow and how, as a developer, I started, and then maybe a year from now we look back and we say, "Wow, see, this is stuff I didn't even know I could do," and now here I am making some full-fledged games that are pretty impressive. So that's kind of what I'm hoping to do. Whether it happens or not, we'll see.
beneath the appearance, and then just set this to the actual size up at the top.
So whatever the XYs
So,
are,
for
you want to tend to
example,
copy those up
image
here
size
so
here
it'll
is
keep it true to the
343
size of the
by
image.
251.
And if
So
it,
set this at the top to 4,
Yeah.
3, 2, and then the bottom one,
4 through 2.
you want to set this to 251. And you can now see it
which
has
matches up
scaled
to
to
see
the
right
size
here.
that I want it
That's
to
that.
be.
That's your Y.
What I'm also
Y,
going to do
X,
is quickly show you
X.
inside of Photoshop how I've set this up to be the exact size that I want it to be.
Boom.
Now if you take a look at this image here, this is the main menu that we're going to be creating over the duration
But I don't
of
have
this
Photoshop.
series. I've got a logo here, and it
I should
is
just buy it
exactly
today.
the size that I've got it here, which is perfect. And the
Maybe
way
I'll
that
buy
I've
it
done
later on
this
today.
is
I'm not gonna bother
really
getting that all set up on
straightforward.
stream though
I've
for you guys.
I've exported it out in the exact size that I want it to be displayed in on the screen inside of Unreal Engine. And the way I've done this is quite simple. Now, one thing that I do want to mention is that all of my UI graphics are designed inside of Adobe Photoshop, with Adobe Photoshop being the industry standard for UI design
Really?
and creation. So having
Well, that's
said
good. I
that,
have a
you're
leg
gonna
up
be making
having used
the assets
Photoshop back in
inside
college.
of a program like Photoshop, GIMP, or so
Cool.
on, and then bringing it into Unreal Engine to be displayed and to add that functionality and bring it all together within your game. But for those of you that do want to see how I've exported this image out of Photoshop,
I am
in a
actually
way
very
that it
curious
is
about
ready
that.
to bring into Unreal Engine, it is pretty straightforward. So, like I said before,
Alright, so
when you're bringing in an image into Unreal Engine, it does need to be a PNG file. And the reason
PNG.
for that is because it is Unreal Engine's sort of preferred file format for
Itchy.
images, especially those that
Tried
have
a new shampoo the other day
transparency. So you can see here
from Dove.
with
But
this
sometimes
image
when you
that I've drawn
switch, I don't
here,
know. I feel like I just
there
get
is no white
like those first couple
background
times
on
you
the
shower, it
logo,
just
it's
gets kind of
completely
itchy.
transparent. So something like a bitmap image, like a Targa file or something like that, it's not going to allow you to have that transparency, whereas a PNG is going to do that. And we need to keep that in
Yep,
mind
fidget spinner.
when we're exporting it out inside of Photoshop. Now, the quickest and the easiest way to export an image in the size that it is within your scene right now is to simply select it, like this logo, got the layer in the bottom right here, right click and quick export as PNG, and if you hit save, it's going to save it out in the size that it is displayed on the screen.
So
at the
this
moment,
will be
and that is
useful
how I generated
for
that
Photoshop.
logo image. And I can do the same thing with the start
I should be
button.
able to remember that.
For this, what I'm going to need to do is just group all of the button images together, merge them so that it comes out as one file.
Ah,
So it's
okay.
good to merge layers,
And then they'd be all in the
simply
same.
quick export as PNG, and then we could save this as button 1, and we have now got our button 1 image, and we can just bring it into Unreal Engine 4. So hopefully you guys have learned quite a lot in today's video.
Not sure how he.
You hopefully
Oh,
you guys
but I
have
thought he
figured
did
out
the
how to
whole thing. Maybe it
import
was grouping.
images into Unreal Engine 4,
Yeah, I'm not sure.
whether that's
But I don't
ones
have
that you've made
Photoshop, so I'm not
yourself,
too worried about
or have
this
simply
right now.
just
I'll come back
downloaded
to
off
this.
the internet
I should write
from
this one down,
something.
actually.
And for those of you that are
Oh,
Photoshop
wait, I have to come back
users,
to this one.
you should now know the quickest and the easiest way to take a UI asset that you've made already, export it out, and bring it into
Oh, I had to
Unreal
work at
Engine.
pen.
Anyway guys, that is pretty much everything
Photoshop.
for today's video. Once again, thanks for watching, stay awesome, keep creating. Your boy
UI
Veritas,
help.
signing out.
And it was
This
number
video
4.
was made possible by my supporters on Patreon. If you want more videos like this, check out my
Virtus.
Patreon pages in the link in the description. To stay up to date on new releases, make sure you follow us on social media.
Virtus. UI help. Virtus. Or UI tutorial.
Come seek the Royal Caribbean.
There we go. That'll be useful, definitely in the future. To come back to once I get Photoshop up and running.
Hey there, Dev Squad,
Right now, it's
Virtus
not
here,
so
and welcome
important
back
today.
To my Unreal Engine 4
Oh, hello.
user interface development series.
Welcome.
In today's video, we're
so,
gonna be showing you how you can actually get
what
one
I
of
do
your
here,
UI
it
widgets
doesn't. Here
to
you go.
display on your screen. As of right
Well,
now,
I'll
when we
continue
do
on as
press
if no one
play,
else is
there is
watching that.
absolutely nothing on the player's screen in terms of user interface.
Right.
And over
Of course
the last
not.
few videos, we've been building a couple of
I can't imagine this
widgets
being a very fun
which do have a
Twitch
little bit
to
of
watch
stuff
right at the
inside
moment,
them.
but you know,
For example,
in the
right
future,
now,
I look
my
at it like
HUD, my
someone will come
heads-up
back.
display widget,
They'll say,
currently
"Hey,
has a
10,
blank image
10
in
months
it
from
and a
now,
piece
7
of
months, 4
text.
months from now, whatever."
And what we're
When I'm
gonna
starting
be
to do
doing
all
in
this on my
today's
own,
video is showing
they'll be like,
you
"Well, how did he
how
start?
you
Where
can
did he
get
come
that
from?
displayed on the screen.
What did he learn?
And
How
there
did he
is
learn?"
a
You know?
couple of different ways
And
that
I just
want
want to show people the learning process. You know, I think it's
one way to have it displayed on the
important to
screen,
know
but you
that
can do it
you
from a
can't just
couple of
do
different
this
places. What we're going to be doing is
on
showing
the fly.
you how
You
to
can't just
display
pick it
it
up
on the
and go with it.
screen,
You could,
and then the different places
but it's best to get a
of
little bit of
where
knowledge
you do
before
that
jumping
and
into
why you do
projects.
that. So without further ado, let's go ahead and dive straight into it. So essentially, getting a widget displayed on the screen is really just 2 blueprint nodes. What I'm going to do to show you those is to quickly open up the level blueprint. So
Yep.
just go to blueprints at the top just above your viewport, go to open level blueprint, and then what we're going to do is as soon as the player loads up the level, so
Begin
once they
play.
load up the level, and the way we're going to do this is by using event begin play, what we're going to do is simply drag out from there and create a widget. And then with this, we are going to add it to the viewport, and that is absolutely all you need to do. Now for the widget class, we need to set this to the heads up display, the HUD
The
widget
HUD.
we've already created.
Yeah.
And if we compile this now, what it's going to do is as soon as the player begins to work with that level, it's going to create the widget, load it onto the memory, and then add it onto the viewport. So if I compile, press play, you can see we've now got that text being displayed on our screen. and
So
we can
anything
also
that's
see
here
that blank
should pop
image
up on my
is also
screen.
being displayed on our screen, and it's all coming from our heads-up display blueprint widget, which is perfect.
Really?
Now, this isn't necessarily always going to be the best way of doing it, and the reason why I'm saying this is because you're not necessarily only going to have one level. Most games might have 10 levels, 20 levels, or even more. What you don't want to be doing is having to add
That's
that
loud.
into the blueprint every single time that
Oh,
you
that
create
scared
a
me.
new level. So what you can do instead is use something called a
I'm
HUD
gonna
class.
turn that down just a
HUD
little bit.
class
Oof.
is a type of blueprint that is going to be loaded up at the start of each and every level that uses that particular game mode. and then any code in there,
might have to
like
rebalance
creating a
that
widget,
again.
is going to be fired off. So let me show you exactly what I'm talking about.
Yep.
So if you go to Windows,
Give me one
and then
moment
go to
here.
World settings, and then if you go down to Game Mode,
Otherwise, it's just gonna keep
within
banging. Alright, I guess my water dryer's not gonna, or washer's not gonna outspin itself out of balance, so that's okay. Sorry about that. So, it's almost done though. That shouldn't be an interruption. I like to try to keep the place a little bit tidy, you know? That's kind of important stuff to do there. Alright,
in
so,
our current first-person game mode,
adding in the
we've
widget.
got something called a HUD class.
Oh, hello. How are you doing?
And like I said, this
Welcome
is
to the stream.
essentially just a blueprint.
I'll
which is
be
gonna be
going through some developer
containing
stuff.
all of the information
Trying to just
for
learn
our
how to
heads-up
do
display.
what I'm doing
and what
here.
I mean by that, the user interface
'Cause I'm
stuff,
really
such as
not
health
that
and ammo
good
and
yet,
so on,
unfortunately. I've
that
made a
is
couple
going
small
to be
projects.
displayed within every level.
But
so let's go ahead and find this
my
and
main
take a
menu
look.
system and stuff like
So
that could use a
what we're
lot
gonna
of
do
improvement.
is browse
So that's
to
what I'm
the
hoping
asset in the
that I
content
can learn a little
browser,
bit through these
and then we're
videos.
just gonna open it up.
It's 19
From
of them
here,
in all,
you can see we've
so
got
about
some basic
another
code for drawing on
13
a
more.
crosshair.
Yeah, it's not too bad.
Instead of this, what we're
Or
going
less
to
than
do
13.
is simply type in begin play and just do the same.
He's in the first person HUD. First person overview? No, I don't want the view. Did he rename it?
ammo and so on that is going to be displayed within every level. So let's go ahead and find this and take a look. So what we're going to do
Yeah, it's not
is
the
browse to the asset in the
funnest one,
content
unfortunately.
browser, and then we're just going to open.
Wait, where's he getting that from? Blueprints. Oh, okay. First person HUD. Boom, boom.
the asset in the content browser, and then we're just going to open it up. From here, you can see we've got some basic code for drawing on a crosshair. Instead of this, what we're going to do is
You delete
simply type in begin play and just do the same code as before. And we are just going to create the widget and add it to the viewport. And then for the class, just set your heads up display. If we compile this now, it's going to be displayed on the screen. Now you're also going to have a version from the level blueprint, so delete that as well and compile it. But if we press play, we're going to have a version from the level blueprint, so delete that as well and compile it. But if we press play, no matter what level they load up, even if we create a new level now, as long as it's using this first person game mode from the world settings, it is going to have that heads up display that we created before.
Okay.
So hopefully you guys are starting to see just how easy it is to display your user interfaces.
So, let me make sure I did this right and what he's got going on here. First person HUD, first person. I can just delete this. Don't need that. And he got rid of. Did he delete that? I'm just gonna break it just to be on the safe side. I don't know. He deleted it or what he did. There, that way I know that goes to the bottom, and not that I don't. I would be able to probably figure that out, but that's okay. Compile, save, save. Okay. So then he went into here, first person game mode, no, world settings, which is up here, bam. And then from here, went to world, nope, in here was it? Game mode, first person game mode, so in that game mode, no matter what. And then the HUD class, first person HUD, which is this one, which does effectively what it needs to, calls the HUD. So if I hit play, yeah, I've got a big, super loud game. It is really loud. That is bad though. I guess I could turn it down just more over here. Oh, wrong one again. I keep doing that wrong one. That's the one I want. Let's turn that down to like a 10. That's not as bad. That doesn't scare the living crap out of you, at least. At least I hope it doesn't see you guys. Oh no, it's probably not even captured right. Alright, so
On the screen.
we're all set there.
Now,
We've got our game mode
places
set up.
where you don't want that kind of stuff to be displayed on the screen, for example your main menu, you would simply just use a different game mode with a different HUD class. So what I'm going to do for now is for game mode override, I'm going to set this to none. If I press play, it shouldn't have anything in there.
But
Or
it
if
did.
I just set this to first person game mode, get rid of the pawn class, get rid of the HUD class, and also, and then just press play now, we should have a blank screen. What we can do from in here is open up the level blueprint, and then we can tell it to create the widget, so create widget, and then we can add in our menu, and simply just add this to the viewport. So if we press play, you can see we've got the logo from our main menu. in
Okay.
there. So hopefully you guys are starting to see the reasons why you'd use a level blueprint to create the widget, and then why you'd use a heads-up display class to create the widget. So a level blueprint is perfect for something like a main menu, where you only want it to be opened within that specific level. A HUD
Okay.
class, however, is going to
So-
apply to any level
Maybe not the
that
layer
is
element at all.
using that game mode. So if you want to show ammo, health, and that kind of
Would it
stuff,
do
you
a
are going to
layer?
do it in a HUD class. If you're trying to show a one-off thing like a main menu, do it within your level blueprint.
What if you want to
So
hit
what I'm gonna
something
do
and
is
have something
quickly
pop up?
save this level.
Do you have to go to
So
a new
go to
level
File,
for that?
Save current, and just give it the name
That's what I wonder.
menu level. So I'm just going to override this.
Might as well build this. Alright, so he's gonna make this important. It was. Where did he build it? Was it all the way back here?
To see just how easy it is to display your user interfaces
Yep.
on. Simply just use a different game mode with a different. If I press play, get rid of the pawn class, we should have a blank screen. What we can do from in here.
So he went into first person game mode. Oh wait, no. File. New level. Simple. Game mode. First person game mode. None. None? Didn't have that. I wasn't sure. Did you get rid of that one? None. Player controller. Which one did you set that to?
Here is open up the level blueprint.
Player controller. It is player. Okay. Because if I hit play, nothing should pop. And then from there, I can go to level blueprint. We're gonna go from event begin play. Level blueprint, then begin play, and then was this the HUD? Add the HUD thing. I think that's what it was. Add widget component. Nah, not component. Create HUD widget. That's what it was. Create widget, and then we're going to add that to viewport. And from viewport add, then select the HUD class menu. So this level should just load just the menu. I think he might have deleted. He might didn't have to. Menu, so it's separate from the first person get example. So now we have 2 levels. We have the initial level, which is just looks like a area you walk around and shoot things, and then you have the menu screen right now like this. I don't see a reason to have this big block there. He might have deleted it. I just didn't see it.
And then we can add in our create the widget. So create widget in our
menu class.
So if we press play, you can see
I don't
we've
think
got the
he
logo
deleted it.
from our
I think he's just in position.
the widget.
Yeah.
So a level blueprint is perfect for something like a.
So if I go back in, hit play, I should see the same thing though. Virtus. Yep. Bam. Which is what I set right there. The location. I could actually bump this up just to see if it actually works properly. Save. Let's go with menu and then just kind of bump it up here real quick. Pile, save, play, and pops up there. Nice. So that'll give you the ability to kind of make sure your items and HUDs and things. But I just want you to notice, so the location where you end up when you have no world settings clicked. So like you're in game mode right now. I have the first person game mode because that's the game that triggers the start of anything. You need the game mode in there no matter what. You could do game mode 1 and 2, different game modes there. I did that in the other series I was working on there. But the default pawn class and the HUD class with nothing there, so that has no pawn to select, and also has no HUD heads-up display just to show. So, wait, how does it? No, to show the. Oh, because I did it in the blueprints of the actual level. Okay, that's why. So I could have probably set it here instead of there, but that's okay. That's not a big deal. Neither here nor there. Let's continue on.
Main menu where you only want it to be opened within that specific
Scene.
level.
Yep.
A HUD class, however, is going to apply to any level that is using that game mode. So if you want to show
this is
ammo,
consistent
health,
through all
and
of
that
them.
kind of stuff,
That's what
you
it
are
was.
going to do it in
That
a
makes
HUD
more
class.
sense.
If you're trying to show a one-off thing like a main menu, do it within your level blueprint.
Yep.
So what I'm going to
That
do
makes
is
sense.
quickly save this level. So go to File, Save Current, and just give it the name Menu Level. So I'm just going to override
I
this
called
one
it
I've got
menu.
here already.
It doesn't really matter for this particular tutorial.
Anyway, guys, that is pretty much everything that I wanted to show you
Oh,
in
yay.
today's
So,
video. Over the next few videos, we're
now we
gonna
know
be going
why.
deeper into
I mean,
creating our
it makes
heads-up
sense.
display,
If you
deeper
wanted
into
to do a
creating our
blueprint
menu
that
with
was only
buttons to start the
be
game.
eligible to
Our
be
heads-up
popped up.
display is going to have health, ammo, and all of that good stuff.
Yep,
But
popped
for
up
now,
once,
guys,
you would do a menu
once
system,
again,
which do it in
thanks
the
for
blueprint, the
watching,
actual,
Stay awesome, keep creating.
into this part right here.
If you shop on Amazon, you should use
Gotta love ads.
It's
But you gotta do it
something
into the
that
actual world
automatically
settings,
compares
blueprints,
Amazon's prices with
open
other
level
sellers to
blueprint.
see if
And that's where
there's
you'd
a
want to
better
do
price
the
out
add to
there.
viewport.
It includes tax and shipping
For
on that price.
this should
So
be
you guys are
scene
really
specific,
getting a
so
good
if you
deal.
were to build a
Plus,
menu
it's
system
totally free.
that you
So
don't
do
want to
yourself
access
one
anytime,
of
not
our
like a
favorite
pause screen
entirely
menu
fine.
system, more like one that's like your load screen. This is the start of the game. Welcome to my game, and that's why you would do this. Versus if you want something that's going to be consistent, character sees it all the time, like an actual HUD for versus shooter, you'd want to lock that into the actual over here to the HUD class.
In today's video, we're going to be showing you how
because
you can
that will
set up
then
buttons
allow it
and
to
the different
cast that to
states
the
within
screen and allow your
Unreal
character.
Engine.
I wonder if this
Now,
actually
as
works.
part of the Photoshop document that you've got for the main menu that
Wait.
you're going to be creating over this
Yeah, it does
series,
show both.
we have got a couple
So it
of
shows the
buttons.
first person
And with
HUD
these
and
buttons,
the
they're gonna
menu,
have
which is always going to be
different
locked on there
states
because it's on
depending
this
on what you're doing.
particular screen.
So what I mean by that, so normally they're going to look like this, and they're going to have the white text. When you hover over it, it is going to have the yellow text, and that is exactly what we're going to be recreating inside of Unreal Engine as part of our menu widget blueprint. So go ahead and open this up and we can start working
like this
on
song.
this. So what we're going to need to do, first of all, is to import the images for the buttons. And just like I showed you in one of the previous videos, it's really
Buttons 1 and
straightforward.
2.
So within your UI resources folder, grab the start button and the start button pressed, click, drag, and just drop it into your content browser just like that.
And where am
now
I dropping
if
it
we
in?
open up that menu widget,
Starter content. That's where he's popping it in. Starter content. Just right in there. Alright. I mean, you would normally do this. Normally you'd put it into like its own folder and things like that. But I guess for reasons of just testing, that may make sense. You just want to get it done, get it over with, and teach.
again. What we're going to do inside of here is
Which
we'll
one did you open
that
up?
menu widget again.
The menu widget,
What we're
which I
going
already
to do
have that
inside
open.
of here is
I didn't
within
do
the
that.
palette in the top left,
That's just
we
what
are
I do.
going to use a button.
So now we're
And
gonna
then
make
we just
ourselves a nice
simply
little start
drag and
button.
drop it into our
Yay!
scene here. Now with
Style.
our button, what I'm going to do is make sure this is
Or no.
anchored into the middle of the screen. And I'm also going to do the same thing for the logo as well, just so that they both stay in line, as they're going to be anchored to the same point. And that's
Normal.
one thing that you've got to keep in mind when you're doing your
Cancel.
UI.
If you just
Now,
click it
with
real
this
quick,
button,
it
you
does
can
that.
shape
I don't know,
it,
maybe
you
not
can
for
make
you
it
guys.
bigger, you can make it longer,
For me, it
and all
does do
that
that,
good stuff.
unfortunately.
But what I want to do is set an image for this. And the image
You're
we're
gonna
going to use
normal.
for this is the one we've just imported. And to set this, we've got to go in the details panel.
Down style,
style,
normal. So there's
and
the
then
normal,
notice
hovered,
we have got
press.
a couple of different states.
the last
So
one?
we've got
Descend.
normal, hovered,
Disabled.
and pressed. And all of these are going to
Ah,
be for
okay. So if
different
you
things.
were to not allow
So the
someone to
normal,
use something,
as it says,
you could
is
do like a
the
red
button
X through or
appearance-
something like that.
Is the button appearance when the button is not hovered or pressed. So essentially when you're not doing anything with it.
Yep.
With the hovered, that is the button appearance when you are hovered over that. So if
There's
the mouse
margins
is
in all
over that
these.
button, it's going to show this image, or this state rather. And then pressed is what it's going to look like just for a split second when you do press it. So let's start off with the normal state. So go to normal,
Oh,
and then what we're
excuse
going
me.
to do is find the start button image. So expand the normal bit, and then just type in start. And if you can't find it straight away, just have a little search down. So what we could do is just check the exact name, which is simply start button. So go back into this and just type in start button to find that. And now you can see we've got
Making
our
sure
image
again,
in there.
Your X and Y, you
for
want to
the
match that
normal.
up.
Now what we are going to do is set the exact size
385.
of this button so it's within
91.
proportion to what we exported outside of Photoshop.
Yep.
So we're going to get the image size here, which is 385 by 91, and set it up at the top. So 385
Photoshop will definitely be
5
a really useful
by
program, looks
91.
like.
And the reason why I'm doing this, like I said, is to just make sure that nothing
You
is
can get like an
stretched,
annual
and it
subscription, like
is
20
exactly
something,
how I've
30
set it
bucks
up
a
in
month.
Photoshop.
That's not too bad.
The next thing that you want to do is set your margin to 0 from 0.25. And the margin, for those of you that don't know, is it's basically just like a little gap between sort of the box and the image and the border. Always just try and keep that to 0 if possible. So that is our normal
okay.
state. We
Like
know
an
how
invisible
to
box to go
set
around.
the image size and the look of it.
So if I did like
Next
this, I
up, we've got
bet you.
our hovered, and what
one.
we can do with this one is just type
Oh.
in start game or start button and use the pressed one. And you can see here now it's going to be a little bit more yellow. Notice it looks a little bit odd here at the moment, and that's because the margin is at 0.25, and what you should have is a more filled out image that looks a little bit like this. And then lastly, what we're going to do for the
Okay.
pressed one is we are
Yay.
going to use the start button again, but this time we're going to use the normal image with 0 margin,
Oh, it's
but
the
we're going
hovered.
to add a tint. And the tint, what that's going to do is just change it a
Whoopsie.
slightly different color. So if you press tint, just choose a color on here. You can see in the preview, now the outer ring or the whole image is just
Okay.
having a little bit of a tint on there, and I'm just putting
See, it's
a
annoying.
little bit of yellow on there. So, if I was to go ahead and compile this, save, and press play to open it up in the game, you are going to see
And then he gave it a tint by clicking on it. What is the actual tint in though? Oh, okay. So you just added it like that and then did this. So normal, hovered, margin, zip it out. Pressed, changed to start button, but then did a tint, gave it a yellow tint. Boom.
now the outer ring or the whole image is just having a little bit of a tint on there, and I'm just putting a
I'm
little
getting
bit
full
of yellow
yellow.
on there.
Now I want big
So,
bright yellow.
If I was to go ahead and compile this,
That's
save,
really gonna matter.
and press play to open it up in the game, you are going to see how our buttons look and just how well they have come out. So once again, I have set up the main menu level already to display that widget. So I'm going to open the level for the menu level, saving what I've just done, and press play. And you can see now when we hover over this button here, it is going completely yellow, and
Hover.
it is quite clear that you are hovering
Click.
over that
Yay,
button.
click.
When you click,
Click,
it or when
click.
you hold down
Look
the
at that,
click,
it works.
you can see it goes yellow, and it is definitely quite evident that you are working with that button. Now there is still loads more that we do need to cover
Nice to
on
know.
buttons, such as functionality
Now, I
when
wonder-
you do work with it, and also setting up custom animations for the button and that kind of
I
stuff.
feel like you're
But for
still
now,
hovering
what you
even
guys should
here.
have is a basic
It'd be nice if it
understanding
actually wrapped
of
right
how
to
you
the
can
button,
use
though.
buttons and the different states. Anyway, guys, that is
Because then,
everything
like,
for this video.
even if you had a
Once
circular
again, guys,
object,
thanks
you
for
could get,
watching. Stay awesome,
like,
keep
in the
creating.
corners
Your boy
there.
Vertus, signing out. This video was made possible by my
Oh, this guy
supporters on
would have
Patreon.
probably
If you
changed.
want more videos like this, check out my
Maybe not though.
Hey, what are you doing?
Hey, I'm editing my video with the More Her 9. Listen to this.
To bring out the best sound
Scary.
in your
I
travel
don't want to be
videos,
that close
start
to a
by
bear.
keep-
No way. No, thank you.
Hey there, Dev Squad, Vertus
Don't
here,
own a
and
tree stand,
welcome
that was
back to
not
my
fun.
Unreal Engine 4 user interface development series. In today's video, we're going to be taking a look at how we can set up some basic functionality for when the player clicks your
So,
button.
now we get some
on
events
your
going on
main
here.
menu. So now what you should
on
have
click,
at this
things
point
like
is
that.
a simple little button that you're able to click, and it should have the different states for
Excuse
the normal
me.
state,
Man,
the hovered
I gotta
state,
wake
and
up.
also the press state. What we're going to be doing today is
Yeah,
when you
almost
go
10
ahead
left,
and
11
click on
left.
this, we are
So,
going to get
a little over an hour.
a piece of
A little
code.
under over. I don't know.
And
It's,
inside of
yeah,
Unreal Engine
I don't
4,
know.
this is really easy and really straightforwards. And the reason why that is because Unreal Engine actually has a pre-built event for when the player clicks this button. So if we go ahead and select this button within our design view, what we can do from there is scroll down in the details panel all the way
Boom.
down to the bottom, and you
Menu.
will notice we have some events. We've got events for on clicked, on pressed, on released, on
All of
hovered,
them, as you
and
see.
on unhovered. So essentially, what
Yes.
these can do, and for those of you that know what an event is sort of something which is going to fire off a sequence of code.
Okay.
What we can do with this is when the player clicks on it, we just add the code for that. So if they need to open the level, we'll add the open level code to that.
Okay.
If they want to change a character, then change the character code to that. But what you guys need to know is that you've got these different events. So you can fire off code when the player clicks the button, or when they press the button, or when they release the button, or even just hovering over it. So if you want to add a hover sound, for example, you can do
Ah,
it just
okay.
like
Like,
this.
like
So what we're gonna do?
Okay, I
is
don't know
start
why,
off
but
by
it reminded me of
creating
like
a
Putt-Putt
simple
back in the
little
day.
hovered sound. So on hovered,
You know, like the whoosh
press
when you go over
the
top
little
of things. I don't know.
plus icon to add this, and you'll
Maybe
get
it's the
this
dad
event.
mode in me coming out,
And
thinking the
now,
kid's gonna
what
play
you'll
games like that in
notice
the
is that
future.
we actually have an event
I definitely
graph
get
for you,
Putt-Putt
and
set up
within
for my
here,
little guy.
we are able to use
Like
blueprints,
an old school computer, a little
normal sort of
Putt-Putt, let him
visual
have a little
scripting
fun.
language within Unreal Engine to add some
Or
functionality.
build him a new
to
Putt-Putt.
that
There we
button.
go.
So what I'm going to tell it to do
There's not a lot in that realm right
is
now. Those click and
once
play,
you've hovered
just
over
like you
that
got
button,
King's Quest.
I'm gonna
Those are
drag
fun.
out and tell it to play a sound.
Alright, so
So
on
drag out
hover,
from
he's
the
doing a
execution pin
sound.
from that event, and then we are going to tell it to play a sound. Now we've got play sound 2D and play sound
Why can't
location.
I?
The
Oh,
one that we're going to work with is just 2D, so it just plays anywhere. And then
Play
from here we can
sound.
choose a little sound. Now bear in mind we haven't got much to work with, so what I'm going to do is just have a little clap sound. If I go ahead and compile this, and then just open up my menu level if you haven't got it open already. So what I'm going to do is just go ahead and save that, and what we should have now is when you hover over it, it is going to play a sound. And you should be able to hear that. You might not be able to hear it coming through on my end because of the way my recording setup is, but what I can
Boom.
hear is that it is playing a sound. Now what we can also do, like I showed you before, if we go into a details panel, we can also create an event for when you click it. So I'm going to do that, to just press the little green plus here
unclicked.
to create a event for when the button is clicked. And with this, what I'm going to tell it to do is to simply use a print string to say you have clicked the button. So this print string, all it's going to do is just
Print
put a bit of
string.
text on the screen.
Why
so
did
we
you
have a
click
bit
the
of feedback,
button?
and we know that this button has been clicked. Compile this again.
The button.
Press play. Hovered, I can hear the sound, but when I click it,
Just because I
you
wanted
can
to know
see
what it does.
says in the top left-hand corner, you have clicked the button.
Have you-
Now, if you guys
Why'd
want
you
a
click
better
it?
understanding
Oh,
of some of
no.
the different blueprint nodes that you can use to add that extra functionality within
clicked the button.
your user interface, like I said, I do advise that you go ahead and check out
That's
my
okay.
blueprint series. The link for that is in the description. There is going to be loads and loads of different things you are going to want to need to do inside of your user
Yeah, this
interface,
one's
from
called
loading
Gemini.
levels to
I'm a
changing
Gemini.
characters, changing settings, and that is where that blueprint
I'm a
series
thumbs
is
up just
going to
'cause it
help
says Gemini.
out. So hopefully
not?
you
I
guys
kinda
do
like it
have
too
a
a little
better
bit.
understanding now of how you can use buttons and set up some functionality. That is everything for today's video.
I'm more
Once
curious
again,
of an
guys,
in-depth
thanks for
menu
watching.
system.
Stay
Like
awesome,
if I
keep
click this button
creating.
and
Your
it pulls
boy
up 4 other
Vertus,
options, how do I do
signing out.
that? Because that's I think going to be a little bit on the important side. Am I not?
JT and I started this company with $6,000.
I'm hoping he hits that
With that
soon.
constraint, we had to
Showing
make the most of our money
cursor
since the
input
beginning.
modes.
Through YouTube
So this will
video
be changing up your selection modes and things like that, I'm gonna guess.
Hey there Dev Squad, Vertus here, and welcome back to my Unreal Engine 4 user interface
Wife must
development
be coming home
series.
today for
In
lunch.
today's video, we're going to be taking a look at how we can work with
That's okay.
showing the mouse cursor
Just means I get to stream a
on
little
the
longer today,
player
that's all.
screen within your user
I'll burn through this today
interface.
for sure.
So
Get all
if
these
you've
done
got
and over with.
something like a main menu like you do here, you are going to want your mouse cursor to be shown on the screen at all times. By default, when you do go ahead and click, you are going to notice it's going to take away your mouse cursor, and you are just
This is
gonna
actually
have
something I figured out in the
regular
last one.
inputs.
If you go
So what we're
to,
going to be doing is two things.
Hmm.
First things first, showing you how to
I think it was in here,
first of all, show
advanced
the mouse
setting,
cursor on the screen,
and then
secondly, we are also
game
going
gets
to be
mouse
showing
controls.
you how you can disable the inputs for sort of left, right on the arrow
I think that's
keys. So it
that's
is
how he's gonna do it
literally
right
just
there.
going to be
We'll make sure,
the
but
mouse clicking and all of that good stuff. So first of all, what I want you guys to do is, for your main menu level, you need to make sure you are using the spectator pawn as your default pawn class. Don't forget to get your world settings up. Just go to window and then just check world settings. And the reason why we need to have some kind of pawn class is because we need to access the player controller, which tells the engine you know, some of the default input stuff like showing the mouse cursor. So if your settings for your main menu level aren't set up like this, just make sure that it is.
Alright, so we got first person.
So once we've done
background.
this,
Good,
what
good,
we can
good.
do is within our main menu,
Good, good,
we
good.
can go to our graph and we can set up some basic blueprints
Menu.
which are going to tell the engine
Graph.
to show that mouse cursor. And it is really, really simple. So what I'm going to do
Event
is
construct.
right click and type in get player controller. And what this is going to do is access that blueprint which contains the information for some of the default input stuff and how you should be interacting with the game.
Okay.
And within here you have a variable called you get a variable called show mouse cursor, and it is exactly that. So if we type in show mouse cursor, and it is the set node that we're looking for, and what this is going to allow us to do is to essentially tell the engine with
toggle it on and off.
which is a true or false value, whether or not we should be showing the mouse cursor on the screen. Once again, this is all just blueprint stuff, and if you do want to get a little bit more knowledge about blueprints and how everything
Should
works,
put PJs on today.
make sure you do check out my blueprint tutorial series, and the link for that is, as always, in the description. What we're going to do is hook this up to our event construct node. If you haven't got one of these, just right click, type in event construct, and just create one of these. So what this is doing, essentially, as soon as this widget blueprint is being constructed, so brought onto the screen, it is going to get the player controller and tell it to show the mouse cursor. Now bear in mind, you do need to tick this. If you untick
That's
it,
your activation.
it's going to take away the mouse cursor. If you tick it, it is going to show the mouse cursor. So if you go ahead and compile this, and then
so that'd be like if you
play,
wanted to go into your
you
menu
can see we have now
from a
got
first person.
our mouse cursor on here, and it is
Like a
permanently
up
on
here.
our screen. What you will notice, however, is you're still able to sort of click and drag and look left and right, move left and right with the arrow keys as well. If you need that. And that is where your input modes are going to come in. So what we're going to do is essentially tell the engine within this level, within this blueprint, to only accept the UI inputs. So what I'm going to do is, after I've done show mouse cursor, I'm going to drag it out and type in UI mode, and we're going to set input mode to UI only. And then for the player controller, drag this into our player.
So set input mode UI only. Let's do this in here. Input UI only. And then player controller, was it that you grabbed? Yep. There we go. Bam. Spaghettified. Anti-spaghettier. There we go. That looks a little nicer.
Controller. And then for the widget, we're going to drag this out and get a reference to ourselves. So just type in self. And then in mouse lock mode, don't worry about that too much. But now, if you go ahead and compile,
Soft cell?
press play,
Huh.
you
Oh,
shouldn't be able to.
Thank you
click
for the
and drag
follow. I
anymore.
appreciate it.
You shouldn't be able to move left or right. It should simply just be the more. You shouldn't be able to move left
Hello.
or right.
How are you?
It should simply just be the mouse cursor on the screen, and you can interact with everything. You can still press the
Eva-
buttons and all of
Eva
that good
actress?
stuff. So hopefully
Wait,
you
I think.
guys are starting to see your menu come back to life with this.
Nice to meet you.
Now what you might need to do as part of one of your button functionalities, starting to see your menu come back to life with
Yay.
this.
I always like
Now,
getting
what you
followers.
might
I
need
appreciate
to
that.
do as part of one of your button functionalities,
So,
when you start the game,
my channel, just to kind
you
of give you an
are gonna
idea.
want to take it out of the
I'm
UI
in
mode.
the process.
So what you're going to do is the opposite.
Oh, it has been good,
So
very good.
set
I've been
input
going through a
mode.
little bit of tutorials for the Unreal Engine. I'm still really new. I've only made a couple small games. Eva voice actress. Ah, okay. Thank you. But I'm in the process of trying to eventually build my own game. But being that I'm really new, I figured the easier way would be to learn a bunch of smaller projects. So I'm gonna be streaming all my projects from start to finish, even with the trials and tribulations that come with developing, and kind of helping people see where I started, and hopefully in the future. Awesome. It's exciting. It is. This guy is actually really good at teaching. I've done his Endless Runner one. That was my first one I did. And the Unreal Engine, they actually have a lot of good ones too as well.
Buttons and all of that good stuff. So hopefully,
right now,
you
this
guys
one
are
I'm working
starting
on
to
is
see
just the
what
UI
made me
one.
come back to life with this.
Oh, I love
Now,
Pokemon.
what you might need to do as part of
Definitely
one of your
100%.
buttons now, if you go ahead and compile, press play,
100% Pokemon all the way. I've been
is
playing for
after
years
I've
and
done
years,
show mouse
since the original.
cursor, I'm gonna drag it out and type in
Dragonite's one of my favorites. Lucario's
UI
right up
mode,
there.
and we're gonna set input mode
A couple other
to
ones I like a lot as
UI
well.
only. And then for the player controller,
Snorlax, he's another one of my
drag this
favorites.
into our player controller. And then
Do you like
for
Pokemon?
the widget, we're gonna drag this out and get a reference.
Self. Reference to self. Ah, there we go. That's what I did wrong. Yeah, the newest one, yeah, it is a lot of fun. You know, actually, a lot of people didn't like the catch mechanics. I personally don't mind it myself at all. I find it refreshing. I don't have to battle every single little guy. I kind of hope they added it in with the new core game, like maybe a mode where you can choose between them. I think that's the best answer would be to just give people the option, because I would just definitely catch them all day long. Gotta catch them all, right? Isn't that how it goes? About the Pokemon Articuno. You're making a project involving Articuno? That's pretty cool. I mean, I'm always down to try to help. I can't promise I'll be able to know a lot. I'm still unfortunately learning, but I'm definitely I would like to try to help if I can, for sure. Pikachu Master. Best way to learn is to learn with someone else.
To self, so just type in self. And then in mouse lock mode, don't worry about that too much. But
now,
if you go ahead
did you
and
build a
compile,
project already
press
involving
play,
Pikachu and Pokemon in general, or?
You shouldn't be able to move left or right. It should simply just be the mouse cursor on the screen, and you can interact with everything.
Why
You
it's
can
not
still
showing up
press
over
your
here?
buttons and all of that good stuff. So hopefully you guys are starting to see.
That's
what
actually where I
really
started.
comes back to life with
A
this.
year ago I started
Now,
with
what you might
Unity,
need
so
to do as part of one of your
I
button
did
functionalities, so when you
jump
start
into
the
it for a
game,
little while. I was
you are
trying to
gonna
build a
want to take it out
Pokemon-esque
of
like
UI
style
mode.
game in there.
So what you're gonna do is the opposite.
But I
So
found the
set
difficulties of
input
not a lot of
mode
tutorials
to
for Unity,
game
and when I did
only.
that, it just
And
I started looking at more and more tutorials, and I saw Unreal just kind of popped out a little bit more. That and also I'm doing this streaming idea of gaming with my brother-in-law, who is a game developer as well. And so he was already used in this one. He didn't like Unity himself through his schooling. I mean, like I said, always down, definitely 100% to help, 100%. It just how much I can is based upon how much I gotta learn. Which definitely, the more you learn, the better things will get in the future. See, that'd be a lot of fun. I always thought of the idea of like a Pokemon-less like game for Unreal Engine, because I thought you could always do a little higher end graphics. I'd like a little bit more. Actually, I could show you. Oh, nope, because that was Unreal. But there was one where you could do photorealistic. But then you think about like the photorealistic, it's tougher when you get down that path because you're starting to lose you had to make it so real that your computers have to be so good and things like that. That was the problem I was looking at, like where I wanted to go with the game. When I looked at that, the graphics would have just blown anything current out of the water. Like I have a really good computer, so I'm not too worried about that. But like, say someone on an Xbox wouldn't be able to run these kind of games that I wanted to develop. It's tough, it is. That's the problem, that you gotta look at the game as a whole, like where do you want the platform to go and things like that. That's part of my learning process that I've started to look into is when I build these games. Good example, like my Endless Runner. I mean, I got even working so much as on my phone and everything like that, but I wanna. Luckily with Unreal, you don't have to be that good with coding, which is good. I know enough to code to get around, and I know where to look for if I want to code a little bit more, but I don't know like all the different code strings and things like that. I've been coding myself for, oh god, 31 now, around 14, 13, somewhere around that age I started coding. You know, Android Studio. It doesn't ring a bell. Is it a coding platform for Android? I'm not too familiar with that one. Set input game mode only. Okay, yep. Nah, it doesn't ring a bell yet. Does it use like C# or C#, C++? Or Java or something like that? Set input game mode only. Ah, okay. So it's kind of a similar idea to this, where it kind of has like a blueprint setup that you just plug and play things together to make your apps. I'm guessing, or along that lines. I'm not sure what a create moderator is. There's a possibility I could. I'm new to the whole streaming idea. Actually, if you looked at my YouTube channel, I've only been doing this for... Last week was my first week trying it out. I started watching a guy on Twitch named Ben V. Great moderator. Gotcha. Someone to like watch the chats and everything like that and make sure all that's going right, I guess is what you're saying. Oh, nice. I've always wanted to go to Iceland. I've always heard good things about that. Very pretty landscape out that way. I'm upper northeast in like New York area, North America area. So we get the same kind of seasons as you. I think you guys get a little bit more winter than us though, by a couple of months. Usually our winter's like 4 to 5 months. You're probably closer to like Alaska, I would imagine, where they get like, yep, New York. Upstate New York. Definitely not New York City. Nowhere's even close. New York City's like 3 hours away from where I am. Not today, it isn't. At least it wasn't about 2 hours ago. We do have a storm coming in, though. I think it was Sunday? Saturday or Sunday, we're supposed to get a good foot and a half. Yeah, New York is... it's expensive to live in here. But at the end of the day, you get all 4 seasons. You get, just a lot of awesome things you can see in New York itself. But it is a great place. It really is. Oh, you're home late for lunch. That was my wife that just walked in. She's a vet tech.
And then this way, you can sort of enable that input again, so you can let your player move left.
There's definitely a
right,
lot to
and
do in
so
New York
on
though, and
again,
even like
and all of that good stuff.
it's
There's
my
a
wife,
couple of
Emily.
modes. So type in set input mode, and you have got
Yep.
UI only.
Freshly married
game
actually.
only, game
Only a couple
and
months now we've
UI
been married.
only, and those are pretty much self-explanatory. Anyway guys, that is pretty much everything that I wanted to show you for this video. Once again guys, thanks for watching, stay awesome, keep creating. Your boy Virtus, signing out.
Not a problem at all.
This video was made possible by my
YouTube is great for people that are just starting a new business or small business owners like myself, because we're all on.
Hey there Dev Squad, Virtus here, and
I go
welcome back to
whatever
our
people
Unreal
feel
Engine
comfortable
4
calling me.
user interface development
I'm not too
series.
picky at all.
In today's video,
Hey,
we're gonna
I got
be
more
taking a
viewers.
look
Yay.
at how
Welcome
we can
everyone.
get Unreal Engine to open up a new level.
That's always a good feeling.
When you press the start game button. Now there is quite a few things.
Yeah,
that
no,
we
New
do
York's
need
a great
keep
place
in
to
mind
live, it
when we
really
do
is.
this, and that includes taking away the menu, loading up the level, and making sure.
Especially if you like to
everything is
snowboard or anything like that.
good.
I'm a huge
So
snowboarder. I
without
love that
further
stuff.
ado, let's
There's a
go
lot of
ahead
good
and
mountains
dive
when you go
straight
up
into it.
up like the
So what
northeast
we're gonna be
area.
doing is using the
You got like
OnClicked event,
Mount
just like I
Snow.
showed you in some of the previous
That's
videos. So
is that
select
Pennsylvania?
your start button.
I can't
Scroll
remember.
all
That
the
might not
way
be
down
in New
your
York.
details panel and just
Same
navigate
here.
to your OnClicked event. Now at the
I play it
moment,
every day
you
when
can
I go
see
for my
what I
walks.
taught it to do is to simply print a string. I don't want that anymore. Instead,
Right now, my
we're
most
gonna
powerful
tell it
guy I
to
got is
open a
Dragon
level.
Knight. Just broke
And
3K
doing
with him
that is
finally.
really
That was first time.
inside of Unreal Engine. So what I'm gonna do is grab this execution pin and then just tell it to load.
So on menu on clicked load open level. Oh, that's awesome. I've gotten 2 shinies. Who did I get? One was like a Caterpie or something, or a Metapod, one of the two. And the other one, or was it Rhydon? I would have to look. I don't remember which one. I think it was Rhydon was my second one. Both characters I don't really use all that much, so unfortunate for me it wasn't all that fun. But hey, they're shinies. I mean, come on. I still remember the first shiny I got back in, what was it, Ruby and Sapphire was the first time I ever saw one. Oh man. See, that's cool. There was didn't they have a Pokemon Go event for like the 100 plus different shinies, or it wasn't the shinies, I think it was just the Articunos themselves. I can't remember. I feel like my Pikachu's got the hat on him right now, the one I've been rocking with. Oh, I love my Switch. Yeah, I'm a huge gamer. I've been gaming. I got, let's see, every single game Nintendo's console known to man, plus 60 plus games per console. Then you got the Xbox. I have the one right now. I have a 360. I have a PS4, PS2, PS1 somewhere. I'm actually looking to sell that. But I really don't play my PlayStation all that much, other than like Final Fantasy 14. It's more my RPG console. That's why I tend to play a lot of them on. And then Xbox is first-person shooters games, and then Switch is like household Mario Kart, things like that, Super Smash Brothers. You know, all the good games that you get on the Switch. Zelda. I mean, come on, you can't go wrong without that. Yeah.
Or open level. And then with this, all that you need to do to open the level is simply put in the level name.
I mean, I'm never
Now,
opposed
with this
to
level name,
that.
it is
I'm not sure
case-sensitive and it
if
has
it's
to
needed
be
yet, but for
100%
sure,
correct.
as I
Otherwise,
progress
it
and
is
get bigger,
not going to
I'm
work.
definitely gonna keep
So
that in
what I'm
mind.
gonna do to make sure I get this right is to just make my little widget a little bit smaller there. And
How
then
is
what I'm gonna
Pokemon
do is just
Quest?
get the
I haven't
exact
played that
file
all that
name
much.
of the
I
other
started it
level that I
once or
wanna open.
twice, but
So
I
if
put
I
it
go
back
to
down
open
just because it
level,
just
I'll go to file and
the
open
time
level.
it wasn't something I guess I was ready to do. I'm not sure.
To make sure I get this right is to just make my little widget a little bit smaller there. And then what I'm gonna do is just get the exact file
Do they
name of the other level that I want to
Is it just the original 150
go to open
Pokemon in it,
level,
or can you
I
get
go
like
to
the
file
different
and open
variations?
level, and then otherwise it
So menu on clicked. hover. Did he get rid of that one?
Sensitive, and it has to be simply level execution pin. Doing that is, you can see what I told it to do is to simply print a string. I don't want that anymore. Instead, we are going to tell it to open a
Can you
level.
export from Pokemon Quest to Pokemon Go or anything like that, or probably not yet?
Unreal Engine. So what I'm going to do is grab this execution pin and then just tell it to load or open level. And then with this, all that you need to do to open the level is simply put in the level name. Now with this level name, it is case sensitive and it has to be 100% correct, otherwise it is not going to work.
That was the important part.
To make sure I get this right is to just make my little widget a little bit smaller there. And then what I'm going to do is just get the exact file name of the other level that I want to open. So if I go to open level by going to file and open level, and then if we open up our starter content maps, we've got a couple of different levels in here. So the one that I'm going to take a look at is the starter map. And then with this, I'm just going to open it up, see if it's something that I want to load up, and if it is, then I'm just going to take that file name right there, and I'm just going to put it straight into my main menu widget.
Who's your favorite Pokemon? Is it Articuno?
In the blueprints that I've just been showing you. So I'm just going to give it a couple of seconds. My computer is awfully slow. And this starter level looks okay to load up into. So, what I'm going to do is within
I'd have to say probably Snorlax is my all-time favorite. Dragonite's just close though. The two of them is tough.
So
Articuno, yeah.
Map, just
Articuno is pretty
like
beast.
I said, it is case sensitive, or it's best to be.
Did you get the Pokemon Go Plus adapter for the
So now,
Wyverns?
Okay. And open up our main.
Do you play any of the like Final Fantasy or any MMOs or anything like that with a lot of Wyverns in them?
And make sure it is loading.
Or I'm guessing probably like Skyrim. Yeah.
We've got a mouse cursor, and just go ahead and click start. It's going to sort of stop and pause for a couple of seconds.
I've actually been playing through with
into the game.
Pikachu actually, or not Pikachu, Mew, as I've been playing through the game, just because I never really played with like a legendary in my party. I always kind of just put him in the box, so I thought it was fun just to play with the Mew and level him up.
After a couple of seconds, what it should be
Skyrim, that's good stuff, yeah.
Up that starter map. And you can see it has now done that.
I'm anticipating a good one with the third one coming out soon. I think they delayed it though, didn't they, recently?
Because your sort of input mode isn't right, and that's something that you should check out in the last video. So setting up that input mode, setting up your.
I'm a big Final Fantasy fan myself. But when them all played all, not all the way through, but at least played them. Some of them I get kind of bored with them halfway through. Some of them just aren't as good as the other ones.
Extra little image. It doesn't have to be anything too fancy. Just something.
Dragon Quest is a lot of fun too as well.
While it's loading up that map, as there was a gap there of about 10 seconds. So what you could do is after you open the level, you can remove the widget that's there already. And doing that's really easy. Just type in.
Have you ever played any of the Final Fantasy games?
Parent. And if the target is itself, it's going to close down this blueprint widget. And then what you do is just go ahead and create another widget within your loading screen. But other than that, it is all good.
So you remove this from parent. Remove from parent. Okay, and then all that's going to do is just take this button and not make it active with the level anymore? Or is that like the load screen system setup where you no longer have to worry about the other screen? I think. I'm not really sure how that works. Yeah.
To go. Anyway guys, I hope this has helped.
Can you explain that a little bit better?
This, you just type in. What you could do is after you open the level, you can remove the widget that's there already, and doing that's really easy. Just type in
remove the widget
from parent, and if the target is itself, it's going to close down this blueprint widget. And then what you do
Okay.
is just go ahead and create another widget within your loading screen. But other than that, it is all good to go. Anyway, guys, I hope this has helped you.
Now,
and you now know how
in
to load
Iceland,
up
it's
a
gonna
level
be
with your
what I'm thinking,
buttons
6 hours
inside
ahead of
your
us.
UI.
So you're like
Once
8,
again,
9
thanks for
o'clock at night,
watching.
roughly.
Stay awesome, keep creating. Your boy Virtus,
I think roughly
signing out.
in that ballpark
This
range.
video was made possible by my supporters on Patreon.
Hey, we're over the halfway point.
I am.
That's stupid.
Okay, I'm honored Jake made the mistake
Nice.
of speak at his wedding.
All right.
Hey there Dev Squad, Virtus here and welcome back to my Unreal Engine 4 user interface development series. In today's video we're going to be taking a quick look at how we can use boxes within our user interface to organize our content a little bit better. So for those of you that aren't familiar with the boxes already, if you go down to the panel tab within your palette, you have a variety of different boxes. Now what I'm not going to do is show you how to use each and every single
I
one
mean,
of these.
this is going to be helpful too as well
Instead,
right
I'm gonna
here
let you sort
with
of
their
read
different
through these
boxes.
and experiment with them. I'm going to show you the
You're gonna
vertical
get-
box, which is probably going to be the main one that you use, and go through
Wonder
some
why
of
this
the main
isn't
settings and main
stream
functionality
chat. My
from
chat's not
that,
popping up
which
over
is
here,
gonna
but it pops up
transfer
over there.
to the
That's
other
weird.
types of boxes.
Fresh
So,
chat maybe?
somewhere that you would use a vertical box to organize your
Yeah, I don't
content
know
would
why
be
it's-
somewhere where you have quite a few of very similar objects. For example, in my main menu, we are going to
Vertical
have
box.
4
So,
different buttons. We want
this
to
would be
make
good
sure
for
these are
RPG
all
making.
perfectly aligned and they all stay
He has a real
together.
nice
And
RPG
the
one
best
too
way
as
to do
well.
this
I'm probably
is
going to jump into
use
that.
a vertical box.
I can get
And
rid of the UI
essentially just
resources,
stack
so I don't
them
need
one
that
on
anymore.
top of each other. So within your palette, go ahead and grab a vertical box, just drag and drop and place it into your scene just like that. Now in terms of actually getting
Menu.
your button to stay in there,
Center.
what we're going to do is
Vertical
we are going to go
box.
over to the
Where the heck did
hierarchy
they-
tab in the
Panel. So in panel, he does. Oh, okay, got it. Vertical box. Boom. So you can. Now, in Iceland, is it what, like about 6 hours ahead of us here in New York or Northeast? I think, right? You're fine, no worries. No worries at all. I'm multitasking myself as well. 7 p.m. Okay, oh, that's not too bad. So 5 hours ahead of us.
left hand side here. And
Yeah, that's
what
not bad
we're
at all.
gonna do is parent the button into our vertical box. So essentially,
Now, do you
the
have
button
snow
is
over
become-
in
is gonna
Iceland
become
right
a
now?
child of the vertical box, and it
Or
is
is
going
it
to
summer
sit
for you guys
within
over there?
that.
I'm not sure if
So
the
with your
seasons flop
button,
or
so
how it
just
works.
grab your button, click it, drag it, and just drop it on top of the vertical box. And you'll notice now that the button has gone and placed itself within the vertical box. And
Okay.
if I click the
That's
vertical
useful.
box of the vertical box, and it is going to sit within that. So with your button, so just grab your button, click it,
Boom.
drag it, and just drop it on
Oop.
top of the vertical box. And you'll
That brings
notice
it right to
now
that.
the button has gone
And then if
placed
I
itself
resize
within the
this,
vertical box.
it does change
And
the
if I
button.
click the
There we
vertical
go.
box now,
That'll be handy.
anything that I
You wanna
move
get like a
within
column
this
set up
is
there,
going
anything
to
like
move
that.
with it. Now, by default, with this
Not sure how
vertical
I feel
box, you're
about
gonna
this song.
notice all of the elements, including our button, is going to scale with
Kinda like an
that, and that's not
epic-ish
necessarily what you're gonna want
cinematic
to have.
soundscape
So what we're going
volume
to do
2.
is select our button here, and we're going to show you how to change something, some of the behaviors like that. So if we select our button, you can see over in the top right hand corner within the details panel, we have
where it's
got
gonna be aligned,
horizontal
the
alignment,
location.
and we've got vertical alignment. And these are pretty much
Now if I had
self-explanatory.
more
You've
buttons
got
in there,
left align, you've got center align, you've got right align, and you've also got fill. So the fill is going to stretch it to the size
Gotcha.
of the box, and that's not necessarily what we want. Instead, we just want to center it within
which
our
then,
box just like that, and it's going to keep the size that we put in there before. You've also got vertical, which is up and down, and from here you can align it to the different places, but really you are just going to use and leave that exactly where it is. Now let's go ahead and add in another button to this so you can see just how useful these vertical boxes are. So within my hierarchy tab, on the left hand side, I'm going to click my button, press Ctrl C to copy this, and Ctrl V to paste it. And then you can see this has become parented. I'm just going to grab my new button and just also drop that into the vertical box just like that.
I wasn't sure if
And
you
you
guys
can
are
see
in the
now
part of the
we've
axis
got our
where
two
since the
buttons
world's
here,
tilted technically,
and
you get
essentially
summer
what they're
now
doing
when we have
is
winter.
they are stacking
Isn't that
one
sometimes how
on
it
top-
goes?
one
Probably not. You guys are probably still in the same portion as us. Probably have a fair amount of snow as well. Bam. Stacking buttons. Looking like a UI system already.
one on the other vertically, which is nice. And if you click one of these,
Now, how
you can
far are
also
you in
use
Let's
these
Go
little
Pikachu?
arrows to switch them around so you can change the placement of the items within our vertical box. So hopefully you guys are starting to see just how useful these boxes are and how you can use some of the basic sort of behavior settings such as alignment, fill, and the hierarchy tab. Anyway,
I mean, it
guys,
makes
that
sense
is
to
pretty
make
much
nice
everything for today's
setup
video.
to build to make sure
Once
everything
again,
stacks
thanks
nice
for
and
watching.
together,
Stay awesome, keep
which will be good.
creating. Your boy Virtus,
Alright.
signing.
So we're moving on. We're into the teens now. 10. Oh no, 13 technically is teenage. We haven't hit. We're not a teenager yet. We're close. We're getting there.
Through the mirror of my soul,
What we got here?
I feel
The
love
book trailer
as my
for
shepherd.
Basato
I feel the
Poe.
thunder roaring inside.
Ah. There you go.
Hey there, Dev Squad, Virtus here, and welcome back to
How does
another
the
Unreal
Pokeball
Engine
Plus
4
work when
user
you're
interface
walking around?
development
I
series.
haven't actually done
In
that yet.
today's video, we're going to be
You
taking
just
a
load
look
them
at
in
the
and then go for a walk and
introduction
they
to
load in,
animation
or
within
and
our
they level
user
up.
interface in Unreal Engine 4. So animation inside of UMG is pretty straightforward. You are essentially going to have a timeline and you are going to just create keyframes along that, just
Okay.
like any other sort of animation suite.
I would imagine
Now,
it's
in
for
terms of what
just
we're actually
leveling
gonna
up.
be
Is that correct?
animating, as part of our main menu, we have a little bit of text at the bottom here, which just says
Yeah.
alpha version 0.1. What we're going to be
Is it a
doing
lot of
is just
EXP?
telling
Does it
this to
seem like
fade
it
over
converts
and over
well
again.
when you're
So the
doing it?
transparency is going to go down, then it's going to go up, and so on. And by the end of this video, you guys will have an understanding
I got you, no
of how
worries.
the animation sort of workflow works within Unreal Engine, and we'll be able to create your own stuff using some of the many different types of
Oh,
tools
nice.
inside
I'll
of
have to start
Unreal
using that then.
Engine.
'Cause I go on walks
So,
every day, or at least try
what
to.
we're going to do first
At least
then
during
is
the
get
weekdays.
an object that we can animate. And for us, like I said, it's going to be this text at the bottom. So what I'm going to do is, within my palette, I am just going to drag in
Not bad
a
song.
piece of text. And then I'm also just going to anchor it to the bottom. For the text within the details
Nice.
panel, I'm just going to set the content
Now
to
just go for a walk.
alpha version 0.1,
Oh,
just like
so
this.
he's got text
And
popped
then
in
I'm
there.
going to increase my font size a bit and change
Alpha version. You just grab the normal text box. So, text box, brought it down here. He called it alpha. Alpha what? Alpha version. Version 1.0. That's super small though. Oh, it's because he did the. Wait, did I do the wrong one? I did. Yes, I did. That makes more sense. Because I wasn't able to set the font size. .0. There we go. Now, have you beat the game yet, or still working on it as of right now?
My typeface to
Oh, so that'll be
so
handy.
it looks similar to how I have it in the main menu. And I'm just going to drag this into place just like that. And I think the size I'm going to go for is going to be about 40.
Did I do 40?
Perfect.
I did a little bigger.
So let's go
I
about
like bigger.
actually animating this now. And the way we're going to do this is by selecting the object that you want to animate, and
These
then
got
in the
anchors to the
bottom
bottom
left-hand
right.
corner, we have a list of all the animations. At the moment, there's currently nothing there, so we want to
Right
create
now,
our
I think
own animation.
I just
Press
beat
the big green button that says plus animation.
Koga.
From here, you can give it a
I think
name.
it's the one I
And
just
what I'm gonna
beat.
do is just
So
call
I'm
it
in like
Alpha Fade.
the gamer
And what that means to
the
me
casino
is just
area.
essentially that it's the alpha
Was it
version
Saffron?
that we're trying to fade
I think
in
it is.
and out. So
No,
let's give it a
Saffron's the
name
center city.
that is relevant. So now we've
I
done
can't
this,
remember
we
which
can
one of the
actually
two I'm in
click
right now.
on the
Saffron.
animation and go
I would have to look at my
to
map.
our timeline if it's not open already.
You'd think I'd memorize it by
Within our
now. I've played
timeline,
through that
we
game.
have got
Oh
a
god.
little grid.
So many
And
different
this
times at
grid
this
is
point.
going to show you sort of the maximum amount of time for your animation. So what we're going to do is we are going to and out. So just give it a name that is
Alpha
relevant.
Fade. So we're gonna add a new animation called Alpha Fade. And then with the Alpha Fade,
So now we've done this, we can actually click on the animation and go to
your
our
timelines.
timeline if it's not open already. Within our timeline, we have got a little grid, and this grid is going to show you sort of the maximum amount of time for your
Feel a bit.
animation. So what we're going to do is we are going to create a track within this timeline.
Okay,
So having said
so
that, I'm going to go to plus track, and notice I've got my
Text.
text here. Now, at the moment, it just does say text. If I was to have more than one piece of text, then it's going to be a little bit difficult to know
Why
which
can't
one's
I?
which.
Oh,
And this
there
is
we go.
where you really do need to make sure you give your text a name. So with my text still selected, I'm going to go to the top of my details panel and just give this the name Alpha
Text.
And now if I go back to plus text, you can see all I got to do is just press Alpha Text, and I know it's going to be the one.
Okay, that makes sense. So
So
you're just naming
from
it.
here,
and then
we've got our object
track
within
Alpha
our
Text. Yep.
animation.
That
What
makes
we
sense.
need to do now then is set up an animation track. And an animation track is essentially just properties of that object being
You know,
changed over time.
the only thing I kind of hope with the
And
Pokemon Go
property that I wanna
game is I
change
hope
over
they
time
do
in
just
this
continue
instance
it
is
into like
the
Johto
opacity, which
next.
is our sort of
I hope they don't
transparency.
do it as a brand new
So I'm
game, and I
gonna
hope
go
they
to
actually do it as
plus
DLC.
track,
I really would
and then
think that would
from
help
here, you can see we've got
improve the
whole
gameplay a lot.
list of
If the
different
game
things
just
that we can play
evolved
around with.
as it came out.
Everything from the color and opacity to
Kind of like the
transform,
Master
which
Chief
is gonna
collection you get
be
for
sort of
Xbox. Kind of the same kind of
location,
idea
scale,
with Pokemon.
rotation, that kind of stuff.
I'd be very happy with that.
Visibility, shadow, and all of that good stuff. So all of these are different properties for you guys to experiment with. But the one that I'm going to work with in today's video is just color and opacity.
Color and opacity.
And with all of these properties, everything is going to work in the same way in terms of creating a timeline
So like
and a
you know,
keyframe and all of that
they're
good
talking
stuff.
about
So
what's gonna happen
essentially,
next with Pokemon Go.
anything I do
Not the
within
Go,
this
sorry,
can
Pokemon
transfer over
Let's
to
Go
knowledge
Eevee,
used
Pokemon
for
Let's Go.
creating any other kind of track. The only difference being is that the
Wait,
you are
it is?
changing
No
a
way.
different property, but everything else works.
Sorry, what I meant
So,
was like
with my color and
So the
opacity
Pokemon
track,
Let's
I can
Go
go
Eevee
ahead
and Pikachu.
expand this.
I'd be happy to see
then with
when
this,
they
you can
do go
see
to
I've got my
Johto, which
values
is
for
gonna
red,
happen, I'm
green,
sure of it.
blue, and
When they
opacity.
go to Johto though,
What I'm gonna be
that
doing
we
is
instead of have to
essentially
rebuy
every
a new
second,
game, they do it
gonna
as
go
DLC
from
for the
1
Pokemon
to
Let's Go
0
Pikachu or the
opacity,
Pokemon Let's Go
and then
Eevee.
it's gonna go back up,
Or
and
at
it's
least
gonna tell
if
this
they
to
make
loop.
you rebuy it, which I'm okay with
Now,
rebuying it at
notice
the
at the
retail
start here,
price,
we have
they
got some
include the old one
keyframes
into the
at
new
our
one,
0
so
point,
people can
which is
jump
the
in at
start of
any
the
point and
animation.
just get the most recent
If you want
up-to-date
to
all
create
the
some new
game.
keyframes,
So
it's
you have
really
all the
very
areas kind of in the
straightforward.
game built
So
together.
you've
I
got
think
your
it would be
little
nice to
slider
see.
Here. Drag this to the point where you want to create your new keyframe, And then with it over that, all you've got to do then is a new key. And I'm just going to.
So he backed out. That was something actually I got to figure out how to do because.
Over time. Within our timeline,
Wait,
is telling
how does
you
he not?
Unreal and change.
Oh.
So you need to make sure.
Okay. Yeah.
You
No.
give
Oh, there
your
it
text
is.
a name.
He
So
just
with my
unhighlighted it.
the
Okay.
property that I want you guys to experiment with, anything
Color,
I do within
opacity.
this can transfer over to the knowledge used for create. So, with my color and opacity, so changing color over to the knowledge creating, and with
Why
all
did
of
he
these
do that?
stuff, so all of these are different properties for you guys to
Oh, did it
experiment
automatically
with.
do it?
But
Okay.
the one that I'm going to work with in today's video is just color and opacity. And with all of these properties, everything is going to work in the same way in terms of creating a timeline and your keyframe and all of that.
Yeah, with the
good stuff.
Pokemon
So
games, I'm
essentially,
hoping that's what we see in the
anything I
future.
do
I
within
mean,
this
I
can
personally
transfer
like
over
the
to
catch
knowledge
mechanics
used
in
for
Pokemon Let's
creating
Go
any other
Pikachu
kind
and Eevee.
of track. The only difference
But I
being
think
is
the
that
big thing, the reason I
you
like it
are
is just because
changing a
I
different
get kind of
property, but
impatient
everything
battle,
else
and
works
especially if
exactly
you're
the same way.
like your
So,
EV or IV
with
training,
my
it
color and
just kind
opacity
of gets
track,
repetitive.
I can go ahead
So
and
I do like how
expand
they
this.
kind of got around
And
that
then
with this
with
mode,
this, you can see I've got
with
my
the catching
values
and then
for
having
red,
them
green,
sent to the
blue,
professor.
and opacity. What I'm going to be doing is essentially every second it's going to go from 1 to 0 opacity, and then
1
it's
to
going to
0.
go back up, and I'm just going to tell this to loop. Now notice at the start here we have got some keyframes at our 0 point, which is the start of the animation. If you want to
Ah.
create some new keyframes, it's really straightforward. So you've got your little slider here. Drag this to
Bring
the
it
point
on
where you
all the
want
way
to create
over.
your new keyframe, and then with it
Oh,
over that,
we got some more viewers.
all you've
Welcome,
got to
everyone.
do then is just change the value in here. So our opacity, I want to set this down to 0, and you can see now it's created a new keyframe, and you can see that by the little red dot in
Boom.
that place. If you
So
guys
now
want to add a new keyframe with the current
gonna go
information, you can just
here.
press the little plus icon.
Zip, zip, zip.
So you can do the same for the red, green, and blue. If you
So you
want.
zipped everything out.
So you can also create sort of keyframes that are similar, and you can also create new keyframes by simply moving along and changing the value, and it's going to work just like that. So what I've done now is I've created
There.
a keyframe at
Now
the
we gotta
0
zero it
point
out,
with my
and-
opacity being 1. A
Oh.
keyframe at the 1 second point with the opacity being 0.
Oh, so it's gonna
so it's
boom,
completely
boom,
invisible.
boom. That's what
And
he's trying to
then
do.
over at the 2 second
Back
point,
to
it
1.
has gone all the way back to
Yep.
sort of being
1,
completely
1,
visible.
1, 1.
So that, in its sense,
And
in
that
itself
should
is an animation.
do an
So
animation
if I drag my
on
slider
off.
back to the beginning, I can press the little play button down here to view it. And
Play.
you can see now that it is
Boom.
fading in just the way that I wanted it to.
Yay.
And you've also got
You
a
have a
bunch of other
fading
tools down here to help you view your
to
animation that
end.
you're creating.
So
you've got everything
this
from
is similar
jumping
to
the
like
end,
if you've
to
ever
jump to the
used
next keyframe,
Adobe
or to your previous frame
what was
and
it?
so on.
Not
Just
Photoshop,
hover over
Adobe
these and
Premiere.
you can see all of the
They have a
different
similar
actions,
timed
but
or
essentially
timeline
these are
system,
just to
which is
allow
kind of
you
nice.
to
Adding in
control
different
your
layers,
timeline
sound
and
for
sort of
video,
preview,
audio, things like that.
sort of how
Green
everything
screen
looks.
effects stuff. So
So,
one nice thing is if
that
you
is
kind of
pretty
get a
much
good wrap
everything
around
for a
this, you'll start
basic
to
animation.
understand
You are gonna
the
have
Adobe
absolutely
Premiere in the
everything you
future.
need, from creating a
And the
track
transition
to
wouldn't be
best
too rough.
practices
It's still
about
not easy,
naming
don't
your
get me wrong,
objects,
but it'd be a
and
little
I hope
easier
you
to
guys
do.
have enjoyed it. In the next
You'll probably
video,
end up seeing
we're
that
gonna be showing you how
with
to
that
fire off
stuff.
your
Maybe
animations
not though,
using
because I probably won't
blueprints.
need it if I have
But
it
for
in-game
now,
footage I can just
once
capture
again,
on screen.
guys, thanks for watching.
So I was thinking for like a
Stay
trailer
awesome,
for my
keep
game
creating.
in the future when I end up getting to that point.
These are the old ways.
Ah, cassettes.
So is it
Okay, have a nice dinner.
Hey there, Dev Squad, Virtus here, and welcome back to my Unreal Engine
Alright,
4
so what do we
user
got now?
interface development series.
We are working
In today's
on
video, we're going to be showing you how you can
playing
play your
animations.
using
So-
blueprints within one of your UI widgets. Now, in the last video,
actually,
we
myself, I should take a quick second break here. I just got to transfer a towel or blanket from the washer to the dryer. I'll be right back real quick, okay? Un momento. Alright, so where were we? Now that I got my dryer going, I don't have to worry about that anymore. Get my blanket set up. In for the long haul. Whoa. It's kind of like some death metal going on here or something. I mean, I don't mind death metal, but I don't really like the part where they scream. I like the guitar riffs, though, they do in some of these things. They rip them down. Get myself some water. I don't know if I like this flavor or not. Got the, what is it? The triple berry Canadian dry. It's okay. Nah, not for me. It's just a little too heavy.
We set up a simple
So,
animation
now we're
to
gonna be making
our
some
alpha
animations.
version 0.1 text just fade in and out. What we're going to be doing is showing you how
I mean, I've
to
got
take
the
that
animation set up,
and have it being played
but I
within
want
your
to
event
have it
graph. And it is
set from the
really,
get-go.
really straightforward, and as such, this video is going to be very quick. So what we're going to do
I wonder why
to
that's not
tell
set
the
up with
engine to
that
play
right
this
there.
animation, as it will not play by itself automatically, you need to go to your event graph within your widget blueprint. And then from here, you need to choose an event at which you want it to play. Now, in this case, what I want it to do is to play as soon as it loads in. So what I'm going to do is use the event construct node, which is an event which is going to fire off as soon as this blueprint is constructed. I am simply going to tell it to play the animation. So the way we're going to do this is by using the play animation.
You want to do it at the end of
node.
it?
So right click, type in play
animation.
and it's this one here that you're looking for. The one that says plays an animation in this widget a specified number of times. Now with this node, what I'm going to do is just hook it up to the end of the sequence for my construct. Now, starting off from the top, we're going to go through some of the settings to help you guys understand exactly what they
This
do.
is how long it probably makes it to run.
Is a reference to the user widget, so the widget which actually contains the
would be
animation.
yourself.
Now in this case, because we're trying to play the animation from within this widget blueprint, we can just leave the target reference to itself. Moving on from there, we've also got the in animation, and this is the animation data.
I hate this song though.
Animation you actually want to play. Now the way that you're actually going to access this is by going over to your variables panel on the left hand side. Within here you've got a little tab for animations. If you expand that, you can see we've got the alpha fade animation, which we made earlier on.
Yes, we
With
did.
this, we can click, drag and drop
Get
it,
a reference.
and then just get a reference to
Boom.
that. And with this,
Now we have
can
an
then
animation
hook it up
fade.
to the in animation.
And
now,
set to the correct
this play
spot.
animation node is going to play the alpha fade that we set up in the last video. Moving on from there, we've also got start at time. So this is the time in the animation at which you want it to start playing from. For
Obviously,
me, I
so
want
that
it
would be
to
like
play
if you
from
just
the
wanted to start right
beginning,
from the get-go.
so I'm just
You
gonna
could
leave this
delay
at
it
0.
if, say, the game needed a
Number
minute
of
to
loops
load.
play, this is just basically how many times you want it to play. Now, you can set this to any number, but one thing that you might want to keep in mind is that if you set it to 0, it is going to loop indefinitely. So in this case, where I want it to keep fading in and out
That's
for
kind of cool.
however long, I'm going to set this to 0 so it just plays and
That's good to know
plays
for the
and plays
future.
from there.
I was wondering if you had to do like
And then
a
moving on from
loop
there,
sequence or
you've got your play
something.
mode. And this basically just defines the way that you
Reverse,
want it to play. So you've
ping
got
pong,
forwards,
so it picks like
backwards,
random
and
spots,
then you've also got
plays
the
from the
ping
beginning to
pong
the
mode
end,
as
then
well.
from the end
And
to the
all
beginning.
these are
Oh, so
pretty
it's
straightforward.
whoop
So if you
whoop.
just hover over
Like
each
pong.
of these, you can get a better understanding of what
Ping
they
pong,
do.
okay,
Forwards
that makes sense
is
as well,
just
yeah.
basically forwards, reverse is reverse, and then lastly,
Playback
ping pong,
speed.
an animation that plays
I'd
from
imagine
the
that's how
beginning to the
long
end,
it takes.
and then from the end to the beginning. So it goes to the.
I mean,
so it
yeah, that's what you
reverses
just said too.
itself after it's been
That's
played,
okay. That's
essentially.
what
And then
pardon
lastly,
watching a
you've
video is
also
gonna
got
have
your
here.
playback speed. At the moment, it is at 1, which means it's 100% the normal speed. If you was to set this to 2, it is going to play twice as fast. If you want to slow it down, you can do that. So you can play around with this to give
Kinda set
a
up your
little bit
settings
more
there.
control. So what we're going to do, now that we've hooked this up, we're going to compile this and open up our main menu level and check out to see how it plays.
Save.
And as you can see here, It says alpha
Look at
version
that.
0.1, and it is
Yay.
just looping indefinitely. It's fading in, fading out, fading in, fading out.
So you
and
can
all that
apply it
good
to literally
stuff.
anything, a fade
Anyway,
system
guys,
like that.
hopefully you have
On
a
any
better
widget, anything
understanding
you
of how
have.
you can
So,
play animations
like if
now
you were say playing a
using
first-person shooter and you got
blueprints.
shot, you
There
wanted
is
everything to
loads and
shake,
loads of
you could easily
different
do
sort
that
of
every time
ways
using a
to
system like that.
start off the
And
sequence
then,
of playing an
or
animation.
if
You
you
can
went like
do
a
it with
blood
gameplay
sequence where your
mechanics, you
screen
can
gets
do it,
reddish
you
because
know,
you
at the
just
start
loop
of
that
your
onto a
sort of
camera
widget being created like we
and give
have
it
done
the
here. All you've
the
gotta
red
do
hue,
is just use
something along
that
that
node
lines.
and hook it up to a different event depending on what you're trying to
Yep.
do. But for now, guys, once again, thanks for watching. Stay awesome, keep creating.
Expected valid player
Your boy
control.
Vertus, signing out. This video was
Set
made
up
possible by my
play and
supporters on
error start
Patreon.
time
If
first.
you want more videos like this, check out my
Expects a
Patreon
valid
page,
player
just
controller
link in the
as player
description.
controller
To
target.
stay up to date on new releases,
Set
make
input
sure you
mode.
follow us on social
Set
media.
input mode. Input mode. It's gonna be. Not too worried about it. It's bad. Alright, on to the next one. Text content binding.
Hey there, Dev
So I'm
Squad,
guessing this is
Vertus
going to be
here,
something
and
along the
welcome
lines
back
of
to my
like
Unreal
being able
Engine
to
4
bind
user interface
what you write
development
into
series.
texts
In
if you wanted to
today's
make it
video,
like
we're
an
gonna be
evolve
showing you
in
how you can
kill
set
counter or
up
something along that
text
lines.
on your screen that is going to be linked directly to a variable. So places where this
A
is going
variable
to
that
come
you
in
can
useful
constantly
is
change.
things like
Keep
heads-up
that in mind.
displays. So let's say you need to show an ammo counter, and
Yep.
you want to show the player exactly how much ammo
Ammo
they've
would be a
got.
good one too as
The
well,
way
yeah.
you're going to be doing this is within your blueprint widget for your heads-up display, you are going to have a piece of text. And then with that text, you are going to have something called a content binding.
Yep.
And this content binding is just going to make it dynamically update with a variable that you've set up with your gameplay.
We did do this with the Endless
So
Runner.
what we're going to be doing is
something
opening
similar
up
to
our
this
heads-up
already.
display blueprint widget that we've created already, and we're going to be setting up a simple piece of text on the screen which is going to be directly linked to a health variable. So what we're going to do is, if you haven't got it open already, just open up the HUD widget blueprint that you created already. Within here, we are going to delete the two pieces of two objects that we've got, and we are just going to create a fresh little text box in here. And now with this, what we're going to do is we're just going to anchor it into the bottom left hand corner so that it doesn't move. Now we've got our content for the text,
got anchor
but
down
what
there.
we need to do is create a binding for this, and this binding, like I said, is just going to dynamically link it to the value of a variable.
And
So
those
whenever the
variables you
health
can set
changes,
based upon
this text is also
the
going
kill or death variables you could add to characters. So if a character dies,
to change.
you could then set
So
that
what we
go
need
up and
first
down.
is some kind of
Or if
variable
you
that we
continue
can work with.
running down an endless
So what
runner
I'm
like the
gonna
other one
do
I had
is
set up
open
there,
up my
every time you get to
first-person
the
character
next
blueprint
tile, it would count
within
that variable as an
first-person
ongoing
VP.
tile setup.
And
So
in
you could
here,
display that here.
I'm just going to create a quick little variable
So
with the name
first person
health.
character.
And then if I compile this, I'm going to set the variable type
Blueprints.
to an integer because I want to show the player's health as a value going from 0 to
And
100.
then he's making a
I'm
new
gonna set the default value.
components. So he's making a new variable in the components, which then we're gonna be able to call in the other widget. Yeah, you don't really want to make a new variable there. I'd rather do it in the components. So health. Oop. Gotta love cap locks, right? Health. There we go. And then up here in the upper right, you can do a couple cool things. You can transfer it into an integer, which is just in numbers. Boolean, think of them like the yes and no, on or off. Float can be, it's kind of like a more advanced version of an integer, and then instead it can be letters and things along that lines. I don't know what that one is yet. 8-bit number. Maybe for like a passcode or something system. I don't know. I'm not too worried about that. You also can change it over here on the right to an array. I don't know what these other two are yet. Set, mapping. I don't know what those do yet for me. But an array would be like a list of them. So it is beneficial to have that over there as well, to know that you can make a list if you wanted to. Not sure how I feel about this song yet.
Value to 100.
Like, I like this part.
And then
And then he sets the health. Oh, and now see how he was able to set. He had this selected, but I have nothing here. It won't pop up until you compile. Once you compile, then you can set it. So just something to note for the future. Then recompile after you do it.
I'm going to compile this. So what we need to do
Otherwise,
now
it doesn't
then
take
is
an
show
effect
you
if you don't
guys
save it.
how we can actually access this variable and have it shown on the screen.
So he goes back over to
back in your
the
heads-up
text
display,
block.
your HUD widget. If you go to your content for your text,
Play
go
this
ahead
in.
and create a binding.
Over here on the right.
And then within here,
create
you're
binding.
going to get 2 nodes. So you're going to have
So this is
your
the get in the
execution
text.
node,
This is
your
going to
execution pin coming
find out
from
what
the
it needs to
beginning of the
display.
function. And then at the end, you're going to have a return value.
And that's what
it
goes
is
out to the
asking
actual
for is
text.
a piece of text. So in this case, it is going to be the health, which needs to be displayed on
The
the
health
screen.
+1 or something
Now
like that.
bear in mind, we have got that variable as an integer, as it's a number. So we're going to have to do a bit of conversion, and also, obviously,
It's
we're
not
going to
over
have
here.
to get access
Not sure how
to
they
that
pull it in there.
variable. So the way
Cast
that
a
we're gonna
character,
do
maybe?
this is from getText, drag out from there,
Now, why would you cast
and
it?
we're going to use the cast node to cast to the first person character.
Ah. But why? I mean, I guess yeah, because you got to cast. You got to grab whatever you can from that third person character or first person character. First person. Yeah, I'm not feeling this song. It's like it's got good spots and then spots are just yeah. I mean, I kind of wish I could use my Pandora on this. On the stream. I mean, I can, but then I can't stream sound afterwards. I don't want people to be able to rewatch them later on. Oh well. So cast character.
Or whichever blueprint
Objects
you're trying to get
indicate.
information from, and then as that first person character, you can then directly access that variable.
So
So
you
what we're
would
going to do is
get
type in
health.
get
Okay.
health, and now notice we have got access to the health variable. And now if we actually grab that health variable and drag it into the return value, it is going to automatically generate this toText node for us, which is essentially going to convert our integer into a text value which can be shown on the screen.
Yep.
So
And how do you get to
essentially
count
what we've
though?
done
Oh, I
here
mean,
now then
you have to
is
affect the health
reference the
technically
first-person
in the character.
which is where the variable is actually being stored, and then we're just
And all this is
hooking
going to do
this
is
up
just
into
going
the
to
return
display
node
it.
with a
That's
little bit of
all that's going to do.
conversion. You got a few bits in here, such as always sign, use grouping, and if you hover over those, you can get a better understanding of what
This
we
is
do.
like putting commas and things like that in
But
there.
anyway, what
I
we're
don't know
able
what
to do
grouping
here
does
is
though.
simply just reference a variable and get it dynamically displayed on the screen.
Max digits you can have
One
on the
thing I
screen,
do wanna mention with the
324.
cast to first person
That's a lot of
character or
digits.
any cast node, your object wildcard needs to be the object that it's sort of parented to, or not
So the
parented to, or that it
game
sort of
mode?
relates to. So in this case, for a character, what we're gonna
I'm
do
guessing.
is type in get player character. If it was your game
Oh.
mode, you type in get game mode. And there is loads and loads of different things that you're going to be using for this, and you are going to pick them up as you begin to use blueprints.
player character.
And this is another point at which I do recommend that you check out my blueprint series.
No worries,
if you
man.
want to do more complex stuff with
I
your
definitely want to do
UI.
the
But if I
blueprint
go ahead and
series. I think that'd be a
compile
good one.
this, we
I
should
don't know
have
if I
no
should do that
errors.
next, or
If I
should
go
I
to
jump
my
into a
design
different one?
view,
I kind of
by
want to do the blueprint
default,
one
it
because I do
does
think that'd be a
say
good one.
My text is equal to text
But I'm just
block.
not sure if
But if I
it's
jump into my
worth
game,
checking out.
press play, you can see on the left hand side it says nothing, and that's just because I haven't got my heads up display being displayed, which is not going to be an issue. So what we're going to do, we need to make
So
sure
what was he trying to
that
show there?
our
I'm not sure I understand.
widget for our heads up display is actually being shown on the screen, because at the moment we haven't really told it to do so.
Welcome
So
back.
what I'm going to do, I'm going to open up my first person
Hopefully it was a nice dinner
character.
for you.
And then within here, from my begin play, what I'm going to do is I'm just going to drag this out, make myself some space, and I'm simply going to create a widget before I...
No, this one I don't hate. You actually made me get a little hungry when I heard someone's eating. I'm trying to think what I had. I had like a bowl of soup this morning for breakfast. It was leftovers from the other day. Oh, it was good soup. It was like an Italian sausage, noodles, some spinach, and a couple other things. So it had a good flavor to it. Construct. No. He didn't do a construct, he did a get widget.
I'll make myself some space, and I'm simply going to create
widget. Okay. Create widget. And then this is just going to pull everything in before anything's done. Right off the get-go from the first person character.
a widget before I do any of that other code.
He's in
and
the
then
first
with
person
this,
character.
I'm just going to add it to the viewport so that our heads-up display is going to be shown on the screen.
Boom. Just like that.
Just go ahead and link it
Everything's
up
rocking
just
and
like
rolling.
this before the rest of your code, and set your class for that widget to HUD.
Viewport.
Hit compile, hit play, and then notice in the top left, in the bottom left-hand corner, we have now got our text, and that.
Down there. Okay. So ideally, if I did everything right, oh nope, it didn't like. Oh. HUD. I feel like that's it. Play. Oop, I'm in the wrong one. And I go to. So I got save current, open level, starter maps. Starter map. Save selected. Save everything, and I should be able to go back to starter map. Oh, nope. I mean, nice. I can move. I grabbed the wrong one. File. Open level. Minimal default. Nope. Maps. There we go. Oof, that's still a little bit very nice. This is all default built into it, so I didn't do any of this, unfortunately. But I did get that 100 down there working. Yay!
That text is equal to the variable value, which was 100, which we set earlier on.
Yeah, anything
And
you've
if
seen so
I
far on
open
my
up
screen has been
first-person
all
character,
made by these guys.
set the
I'm
value
just
for
still.
health to something like
I will be going into
56,
modeling eventually down the road.
hit
That is something I do
compile,
want to do with Bender,
and then go back
or
into the
Blender, not
game.
Bender.
Notice it
Bender's
says
from Futurama.
56, and it's gonna keep on updating by itself. So if you take damage, it's gonna update. If you get a bit more health, it's gonna update, and all of that good stuff. So hopefully you guys have a better understanding of how content bindings are gonna work.
Yep.
This is
So,
the most simple form.
what you could use this
a
for,
piece of text. And in the next video, we're
the
gonna be
little
showing
bottom
you
left
how
there,
you
the
can set up
100,
a
you
content binding
can do
for
a damage system with it.
Anyway,
Such as
guys,
an ongoing
once again,
variable
thanks
that you
for
can
watching.
affect.
Stay awesome, keep
You would have to make
creating.
a combat
Your boy
system. Once you have
Vertus,
the combat system,
signing out.
that would, as long as the variable itself is changing in your code, it doesn't matter what it's going to be. It's going to match up with what's on the screen. So it can go negative 200. You're still going to see negative 200 on the screen as well. So it's just good to know that that's a nice way to get variables and things that you'll be able to set up in your code on your screen.
Hey there, Dev Squad, Vertus here, and welcome back.
Oh,
to
see,
my
he's gonna
Unreal
convert
Engine
it. That's
4
pretty
user
cool.
interface development series. In today's video, we're gonna
They're handy to have.
how we can
Your
set up a
yeah, I can
progress
actually
bar.
real quick. I'll show you with the other one. So this is when he does do save all, open project, and then mobile endless runner.
A content binding.
Oop. So this was one of the first ones I did. This was last week, pretty much. I worked on this all last week. If you go to my YouTube channel, you can watch all the videos for that too as well if you wish to. You don't have to. No, not a big deal. So in this one, we have an endless runner. It picks up coins if you hover over top of them. Does a little counter in the upper right. The black spot is the distance, so every time you go over a tile, it's counting that as another spot you've gone. There are power-ups like the jump, which makes you jump super high. And they're all weighted too, so they don't spawn in right away, per se. So like the more common one's going to be your pipes in the bottom there. And everything does have kill features or ragdoll effect to it. So like if I hit this, I'll show you, I'll trip, boom, and then that's the end of the game. I have a menu system in this game. I do have a restart option. For some reason or see like ragdoll effect there. For some reason I can't use my mouse right now. I should be able to. I probably could use the other one to make the mouse work in here. But it does have a main menu system. It should go to a start and then our quit option, and all that's kind of built into it, so you can constantly, like I could hit escape. Oh no, well, there's a button to. It's got the Sonic feel to it a little bit, yeah, definitely. Nope, I don't remember how to pause the game, but there's a pause option too as well. I don't remember if it was, maybe it was P for pause. Nope. But it does have a high score. That high score will continue to keep building up. So this is the game I'm going to be working with first. What I'm going to eventually do is go and change the code to have my own assets in there. Have a couple different things that aren't in this game that I want, like a way to turn left and right, maybe an up and down tool as well to kind of add a little variety to the Endless Runner. And then once I do all that, I do want to bring it to the Epic launcher and launch the game. I might launch it for like 50 cents just for kicks and giggles, or $1 or whatever, just to get it out there. But then what I'll end up doing is I'm actually going to go through and purchase the game. So then once it's purchased, then I can see the whole transaction. So I can see from start to finish. I built the game, I got the game up and running. Now it works on the platforms I wanted to, like mobile phone, things like that. I'm using my own assets. I've changed the code so everything's fluent, works well. And now what's on a platform, I can then upload it, see what the behind the scenes looks for something like that, and then after the behind the scenes gets done, purchase the game on, say, my wife's account or something, and that'll allow me to see, if I go back into my other account, see how that transaction, what ends up working, how financial thing, the aspect of it all works to as well. And that's something I'm curious to know, being a future game developer down the road. I'm not building games to be like a Bill Gates. I just want to build games for fun, but if I can get a little on the side for the hard work you put into something like this, that'd be great, because then I can put more effort into video game development in the future. So that's kind of what I'm looking at in the future. Right now, we're not on that, though. Projects, so UI training. So we're back here. I've got a couple of games I've been working on. I'm working on another one in the background, which is like a MOBA, I guess. I don't have characters built into it yet, though, so that's another work in progress. It'll probably be a while until I get back to actually making, working on those particular projects, until I do a couple of the tutorials and things. Because when you jump in full feet, it's tough to keep yourself moving forward when I keep tripping up on the way, I guess is a good way to put it. It's just because I don't know enough good relevant information.
What we're going to be doing this for is for setting up a health bar within our game. So if you take a look at this image,
if I would say it depends on.
You can see in the bottom left-hand.
Depends on the vampires you're talking about. Like I'm not a huge fan of Breaking Dawn. No. What was that one with Edward? That one, I didn't like that particular type of vampire. But I don't mind the vampires that are more like True Blood. Those are kind of awesome guys there. I like True Blood a lot. Kind of vicious a little bit.
With a number on this. And this bar is going to move up and down with the player's health.
Dracula, the TV series on Netflix, that was pretty good though. The anime there. I'm not sure if you watched that at all.
Inside of Unreal Engine, along with setting up the style and the appearance of this progress bar.
It was a good
as well.
story they had.
So open up
Castlevania.
Unreal
That's what it
Engine,
was. The
go to your
Castlevania
starter
anime.
content folder where we've got everything else, and what I want you to do is download the latest version of the UI resources and then just drag and drop bar empty and bar fill into here.
Alright, so I should already have this unless he didn't update it yet there. Nope, he didn't. That's okay. Show more, UI resources. Not sure why he didn't update that before, but that's okay. And then I can just pull this up over there once I save it. Save. And just pop this right in the right spot. Give me 1 second over here. UI resources. Just gonna grab all these. Go into that folder. Place files and destination. Yes, bam. Okay, awesome. I can come back over here. Have you seen the Castlevania yet on Netflix? Or wait, yeah, you guys have Netflix over there, right? In Iceland? I'm not sure if you have Netflix over there or not, actually. I'd imagine so. Oh, wrong one. So he does the empty and full. Get rid of that. And then goes content, starter content, brings it in there. Empty. Just on YouTube. Is that okay? See it? That's on there. I didn't know they actually had it on the YouTube channel as well. It's pretty good though. I like that story actually. I liked how the animation was done, and it kind of gave Dracula almost a human-ist feel to him as to why he is who he is. I mean, I do know Dracula is one of the smarter vampires, and has the knowledge of a lot of ancient civilizations. That much I'm aware of in the Dracula world, or at least with that information. Actually, I'll find it kind of cool. You may not, I don't know. I'm in the process of, I got a couple small collections of like Buffy the Vampire books and things like that my buddy had that I'm trying to sell for him on eBay. So those are pretty nice. Like the hardcover editions and all that stuff.
Here to import them as we are going to need them. Now, because this is a heads-up display element, something that's going to be displayed when the player is playing the game, we are going to be doing this within our heads-up display widget. So HUD, that little widget blueprint is what you're after. Open this up, give it a couple of seconds.
So over in Iceland, what season do you guys have right now? Are you guys in the midst of winter over there? Or is that spring, summer, fall for you guys right now?
Those in there. Now with this, the way these progress bars work is you essentially have a progress value within here, and moving from left to right you can see it fills it up. And you can do this two ways. You can fill it with
that's
color,
handy.
or you can fill it with an image. I'm going to be showing you how you can set it up with both of those. Now in our case, we already have an image for this. And what you need when you're setting up progress bars for an image, you need two images. The background image, which is when it's empty, and then a fill image for when it's full.
That makes sense. So it's going to go from start to finish and just make it more and more and more and more.
Set your margin to 0 to make sure there's no stretching either.
So
go to fill
doing
image
this in.
And set this one.
Oh, where is he doing this in? Let me think. This would be the HUD. Yes. User interface HUD. So, and then in here, he's setting it as a progress bar. Under progress bar, there it is. That's what he has set there. Then he went over to style, background. So here, this would be called, oh man, bar. And this is the filled background, no, empty version. margin 0, zip it out. And then the filled version, bar, and zip that out. Okay. I think that's where he's going with this.
1 to bar fill. This is the one that's going to determine what it's going to look like when the progress is at 100%. So we've done our styling stuff, so I'm just going to close that up so we don't need that anymore. And now notice our progress, when we move it from 0 to 1, it's moving left to right. This bar, we want it to move from bottom to top. So we're just going to quickly change the bar fill type from
bottom to top. So he goes into the actual setting here, and then down to left to right to bottom to top. So that would be like just filling it up like you fill a glass with water. I guess it'd be similar to that.
From bottom to top. Now what you're going to have to do is stretch your bar sort of upwards just like this, and then with that you can see your progress working a little bit better. Now notice here you can see that we've got our appearance for our fill being a little bit of a strange color. It's making everything green.
Because you have it blue over
We do
here.
not want that. So what we're going to do is just change the R, G and B values all to 1. And what this little section is here for is if you don't have a second image, instead what you can do is just change the color of it. But for now, because we've got 2 images, we're just going to set all the
now
values
you're
to
working
1.
with
So
Unity
just use
for
this
everything right
individual
now.
image
Is
as
there a
rotate
reason you
like
chose
that.
Unity over
Going from 0
Unreal, or does it
to
just
1.
happen to
Now
be the
you
one
can
that you
see
picked
the
up?
bar is going up and down just the way that I want it to. Now, what you will notice is the image is a little bit stretched. So what I'm going to do is just set my size X and Y up here to the original dimensions that I set in Photoshop. So I'm going to go back to my style and going to go to my background image and get the dimensions, which are 80 by 336, and I'm just going to set this up here. So 80 and 336. Just like that, and now everything's all good. So
Okay.
what we can do now then is actually focus on getting that bar moving with a variable which we've set up already. So what we have is within our first person character, we actually already have a health variable, but notice this is an integer which is currently going from 0 to 100. What this is asking for within our heads up display
Is a percentage
is a
from
value
0 to
going from
1.
0 to 1, and it needs a float. So if you can, when you're setting up your gameplay mechanics, try and use a float instead. So what I'm going to do for now is just quickly create a new variable, and we're just going to call this health float.
Okay, he
And
does
then if
this
we compile
under
this, in the top right hand corner, I can set this to a float and compile it again, and I can give it a value. Now this isn't actually attached to any kind of gameplay stuff, nothing is going to be able to damage the player, but I'm just going to set this to 1 for the sake of demonstration.
health float, sets it to 1. So hopefully everyone's having a good day today. So far so good for myself. Got a lot done yesterday actually. Went through a couple bins. Was trying to
So when
set
we do
things
set
up.
up our
Get ready for the
functionality,
baby on the way. A
that
couple
bar should be
months.
completely full.
About 3 months
So I'm
until a
gonna
baby,
compile
and they'll
this,
be a dad.
Go back to my heads up
A
display.
little nervous, a
and
little
then
excited.
Next to my percentage, I'm going to create a binding, make some space, and then within here, we are going to give this the name. We're
So
going
he
to
does
create
this
a node
in
which is going to cast to the character blueprint,
here,
which
here.
actually has that health variable in it. And in that case, it is first person character. So I'm going to break this link by pressing
Where does he build that off of? Sorry.
display, and then next
Progress
to my
on the progress percentage.
I'm going to create a binding.
So percentage
Make some
bind in,
space,
create bind in.
and then within here, we are going to give this the name. We're going to create a node which is going to cast to the character blueprint, which actually has that health variable in it. And in that case, it is first person character.
First
So I'm gonna
person
break this link by
character.
pressing, Alt and then clicking it, and then get %. We are going to type in cast to first-person
character.
The cast node is just letting you communicate to another blueprint, and then the first-person character is where that variable is.
So this
actually
would probably
contained.
reference itself.
As the first-person character,
This will allow me to grab
we're
the
simply
float.
just going to get health float and hook this up into the return node just like that. So essentially what this
Float.
binding is doing is getting the health value from the float and then just dumping that into the progress.
Nice.
So one last thing we do need to do whenever we're casting to another blueprint is set up the object wildcard, which in this case is get player character. And then if I hit compile,
Player character.
So if we go ahead and press play,
There we go.
you are going to notice right now that bar is completely full.
Because I'm
that's
not damaging
I have
myself.
set within my first person character my float value for health to 1. If I was to set this to 0.4, hit compile and then play again,
it should be
you are
high.
going to notice that bar is now at 40% and it is doing its job
Huh.
correctly.
So let's see if mine's working. Well, actually he's gonna finish
So
out here
hopefully you
anyways.
guys have a better
So
understanding
compile,
of
save,
how all this is going to work.
play,
and you're going to be able to set up a
100,
really simple health bar
stop,
for your game. Once
and then I
again,
go
guys,
to
thanks for watching.
HUD,
Stay awesome, keep
go to
creating.
design,
Your boy Vertus,
okay, head over
signing out.
2%, set that to
This video was made possible by my
0.4.
supporters
Oh,
on
wait a
Patreon.
second.
If you want more videos like this, check out my Patreon page using the link in the
Oh,
description.
no, I could do it this
To
way.
stay up to
First
date
person
on new
character,
releases, make
float,
sure you follow us on
0.4
social media.
there, because that's where I want it to be 40%.
Bottom line,
Go
we
here,
wasted 658
save,
vacation days last year.
play.
That's like handing your
40%.
boss $600
Nice.
for the privilege.
Now that didn't change because that's doing what that's actually hitting is the first person character. That's doing the integer version. That's not doing the float. But I bet you if I went in here, let's see here. If I went into HUD, text, graph, alright, float. There's gotta be one. Isn't there not one? Check this one.
You live longer. No excuses.
So
We do all the work.
I do
you have all
this.
the fun.
Get rid of that.
100% human, 100%
Add in.
Are you
Get
ready? It's 100% time to
float.
go. Wonderful.
Return value to that. And then what that'll do for me is actually should
Hey there, Dev Squad,
play,
Vertus here, and welcome back to my
file,
Unreal Engine 4
save,
user interface development series.
play.
In
That should
today's
be
video, we're gonna be
0.4.
taking
So that's,
a
I
look
mean,
at how we can set up
that's what it's gonna
functionality
do.
for
Is it's gonna
pausing
say whatever
our
you
game.
put
And we're
into
gonna
the
be
float
doing all of
integer.
this from within our heads-up
But I could
display.
times that
So
by
essentially, we're going to be
40,
adding
so
a
it needs to
pause
be times
button
by
in the
10.
top left-hand corner, and when you
Oh,
press it,
ooh,
it's going to
that
pause the
scared me.
game. Press it again, and it is going to unpause it. So what I have done is
Times.
within the UI resources, I
Let me
have
pause this
actually
'cause I just want to. I want to fix this myself. I want to do this. See if I can do it. So times that by. So float times float times 10. I think will give me the correct percentage, and that'll be in the new value. Compile, save. No, that's only going to get me to 4. I need to go times 100 because I need to go 2 decimal places over. Duh. There we go. That's smarter. There we go. Compile, save, save. Now we should get both 40 here and 40% there. And then I can stop and I can change this. I can actually get rid of that completely. I don't even need that now. And I change that to, instead of 0.4, we'll do 50%. Save, play, 50%. It moved up. Nice. So we actually have a working up and down system that I can display how much is left. Stop, save.
included a little graphic.
Yeah, we're almost there.
to pause
We
your
got
game with a
15,
button that you can
18.
display on the screen.
So these are all
So
quick
having
and small.
said that, if you haven't already got the latest version of the UI resources, go ahead and download them and grab your pause button. With this, just drop and drag it into your content browser, open up
I
your
feel like I already have
HUD,
this
your heads-up display
set
widget
up, but-
blueprint, and from there we can drop the button in. So within your palette, within the top left-hand corner, grab a button, and then for the style, we are just going to set this to the image that we have just imported called
pause button. So HUD, designer, button. Can't see it because it's black. That's okay. And then he's changing the normal to what I just put in there, the pause button. I'm gonna guess, educated guess here, sizing it up because you want the pixels to match up properly. Oh, and zeroing out the margin too as well. That's important. And then you got a nice setup.
button. Set your margin to 0 and just do the same thing for the hovered as well. So just go ahead and type that in, pause button, margin 0, and then lastly also for the pressed as well.
Pause button.
And from there we are good to go. Just with my hovered, I'm going to give this a slight little tint of red, of white, yeah, of red, just like that. Cool. Anyway, so let's move on to adding the actual functionality. So what I'm going to do is just quickly, first things first, just resize this so you can see it's quite clearly a pause button. And then, with it being a button, I can create an event for when you click the button. So in the details panel, scroll all the way down and create an on-clicked event. And this is essentially an event that is going to be fired off when you click that button, and from there you can add any kind of functionality that you want to. In this case, what we're going to be doing is pausing the game.
Okay, so
and the way that we're going to do this is you're going to on-clicked event.
unclicked
and
event
button.
for the
So
button.
in the details panel, scroll all the way down and create an on-clicked event.
Right here,
and
unclicked
this is
event.
essentially an event that is going to be fired off
When you hit the
click
pause
that
button,
and from there
which
you
would
can
pause
add
the
any
UI,
kind of
pause the game
functionality
mode
that you want
technically.
to. In this case, what
Oh,
we're gonna be
excuse
doing
me.
is
I
pausing the
apologize.
game. And the way that we're going to do this is you're going to click it once, it's going to pause the game, click it again, it's going to unpause it, and you're just going to be able to keep
Hopefully you
on
can hear me
doing
alright.
that. And the
Come
easiest
across
way to
pretty
do that
clear.
is using the flip-flop node.
The flip-flop
And
node.
basically
Never
it's
even
just
heard of
going
this
to
one.
alternate between A and B, so pausing and unpausing. Now, if you guys want to check out some blueprint stuff and you can learn
That's kind of
different
cool.
nodes like the flip-flop, once
So the
again, check out my
first
blueprint tutorial
time,
series,
the
that is in
flip.
the description.
I don't know
Anyway,
which one
so
actually.
for A, so when you first press it, we are going to tell it to set the game paused. And if you just type in set game paused, you'll be able to find that. And then what we're going to do is just copy and paste this by pressing Ctrl C and Ctrl V, and also hook it up to B. So when
Make
you
that
press it
true.
the first time, which is A, we are going to tick paused. And then the second time, we are going to leave this unticked, and that is going to unpause the game. So if we go ahead and compile this now, and then press play, you're going to see that we've got our pause button in the top left hand corner of the screen. Now bear in mind we can't really use our mouse cursor to press it, so we need to release that mouse cursor, so press shift and F1, and then you've got your mouse, you can
Oh, now that's useful. So when you're stuck in game and you want to use your mouse cursor, shift F1, and I can get my mouse back. Shift F1, game's pause, and then now it's unpaused. Oh, that is super useful to know, the shift F1. That's a nice little shortcut right there. There's quite a few shortcuts that you definitely are going to be useful later on for everyone to learn. I have a shortcut cheat sheet that I saved somewhere to my desktop, I think. They'll be used, definitely something you're going to want to look up if you don't know them. I don't know them at all. You'll see me reference them in this one.
no longer move around, the game is entirely paused.
So everything's paused up.
Press shift F1 again to show your mouse cursor. Press it and you can see you are back in the game and you are able to move.
Okay.
around. So hopefully you guys have a better understanding of
I think
how
it'll
you
be.
can set up some basic
I mean,
pause
this is
game
pretty boring. I
functionality.
know. I do
Once
apologize.
again,
We're almost there.
Thanks for watching. Stay awesome. Keep creating. Your boy Vertus. signing in.
Appreciate you sticking around, checking it out. No, I'm not gonna do skip. Actually, I haven't seen anything for any of them. Now,
Hey there, Dev Squad,
YouTube,
Fergus
give me
here,
a
and
penny
welcome
for every
back
time
to
I
my
answer that question, and I'll do it.
User Interface Development Series.
Just a penny.
In today's
I'd hit
video,
the button
we're
for
gonna
you.
be showing you how you can set up functionality for an exit button. Now, on our main menu, you can see at the bottom here we do have an exit button. When you click that, you want it to close
Start, challenge
your
it, option,
game, and that's
exit.
exactly what we're going to be showing you how to do inside of Unreal Engine.
So I'm making a new
Now, if you
button.
haven't got the latest
Exit,
version of
press,
the UI
exit.
resources already,
So he has it
with
over
the
there.
exit button images, make sure
Challenge.
you do go ahead and download these. Once again, the link for
Options.
this is all in the description below.
So he
what
just
you
comes
wanna
over
do is
here,
grab your exit
grabs,
button and
grabs.
exit compressed images,
Boom.
and simply just import it into your
Save.
content browser.
Look at that, we have
From
everything
here,
we
what
need
we're
now.
going to do is go into our menu.
We can build the whole game
and
just from
we're
this.
going to use the second button that we've already got. Now, as you can see in the previous videos, all I did was just duplicate the first button, and then we've got this one up. So what we're going to do with this now
Then you
is
just
quickly
changes
change
this
the
to
normal image. So the normal one is going to
exit.
be our exit button instead, with our normal image being the default image, how it looks normally. Hovered is going to be our pressed button. So what we're going to do with this is just type in exit button pressed, which is the image we've just imported.
And then the
And
last
then
one.
last of all, we have just got our
Exit.
hovered, our pressed, which is
Button.
when you click it. We are just going to use that
Save.
and have it do that good stuff. So you can see we've now got a
Yay,
start button
we got
and
starting
an
then.
exit button.
Then we can
We don't
do
have any
a
functionality
on
for
press
this exit
for
button yet, so
exit.
let's go ahead and set this up.
And click.
Now, what we're going to do with the exit button is create an on-clicked event. If you've got one already, just press view. And then with this, what we can do is fire off a command to close the game. And inside of Unreal Engine, it's really easy and really straightforward. In this case, for closing the game, we are going to execute a console command. A console command is something that you can essentially type in and has various functions built into the engine. So we can do things like exit or load a
Execute
level
console
and
command.
so on. And if you click it, you can see it allows us to put in a command here. And the command for closing the game is pretty much self-explanatory. It's
Exit?
just exit. So if you set your command to exit, hit compile.
It'd be probably useful to get a
play.
list of the
When you press
command
your
console
exit button
commands I
now,
could
you're
use.
gonna see it's going to close down the game, and if it was in a standalone window, it would close every play. When you press your exit button now, you're going to see it's going to close down the game, and if it was in a standalone window, it would close everything.
It
for
won't
you.
because
So that
I'm
is
just not
pretty
gonna
much
bother switching
everything
over.
you need
It'll
for
work.
an exit button. I'm going to keep this tutorial
Save.
short and sweet because that is all we need to do. Just make sure your on-clicked event is hooked up to the exit console
First
command, and we're
person
good to go.
example
Anyway, guys,
map.
once again, thanks for watching. Stay awesome, keep creating.
Just fixing that.
Your boy Virtus.
So if I do this, file, open level, and menu, hit play, exit brings me back out, hit play, start, loads the level, and I'm at 50% life. For some reason it's not working properly. I don't know why I can't. Okay, I'm not super worried about that. Open level. Works here. Yeah, that's all that matters. Probably because I didn't do something with set in the default pawn. No. Okay, we got 2 left. About 15 minutes. I might take a quick break after this for a little food. Get a little lunch to me. Make a sandwich and I'll be back. Probably about 20 minutes or so later on. I want to tackle the blueprint one next, I think, would be a good one. Because then I have a lot of the fundamentals of everything.
If they want to open up the options screen, what we're going to do
See, this is an important
the
one.
menu widget that we've got here, and then open up a second widget.
So you have to make a
for that
widget for
options
every
screen.
single frame.
And what we're also going to have in
And
the
how to go
options screen for
back
now
to the
is
last
just a
widget.
simple little back button in the top right hand corner, which is going to allow you to close that option screen and open the main menu one again. So hopefully by the end of this video you will be comfortable switching between widgets using your
Going forward,
blueprints.
backwards. I
So
mean, that
without
all
further
makes
ado, let's
super
go ahead
important.
and dive into the engine. So what we're going to do first of all is we are going to import the graphics for the options button. Now, like I said in the previous video and all the other ones, if you haven't already got the latest version of the UI resources, just go ahead and download them in the link in the description. So what you want to do is get your options button and your options pressed. Just click, drag, and drop these into your content browser just like
That's
this.
what we're talking about.
Open up your menu, give it a couple of seconds to load up, and then what we're going to be doing is just copying this button that we've got here. So we're going to copy this.
That goes to menu. Copy. Copy. Paste. And then you can reorder them. Nice.
And
That's
then
pretty
we're gonna
useful.
paste it. So we have a second one of these. And so we should have a second one here. If that doesn't work properly, what you can do is just go ahead and drag in another button in there yourself. So we're just going to quickly style this. So the normal image is going to be the options button. So options options button, margin 0, and then we are going to close it down, go to hovered, and we're going to set this to options pressed. So when you hover over it, it has this little
Press.
effect. Once again, set your margin to 0, and then with your pressed image, we're just going to use the options button again.
There we go.
And
We have
are
options.
just going to add a little yellow tint to it,
Yay.
just like that. Now you will notice that with your button here, you can see it's stretching out. Instead of using the stretch, what we're going to do is center it to
Mine
the
isn't because I
middle
just copied
set
and
the
pasted
size
and put
to
it in there
auto,
properly.
and it's going to look just fine the way that you wanted it to. Now, don't
Excuse
worry,
me,
the button
I
above
apologize.
should say exit probably will do for you. I just didn't save it in the last video. So anyway, with our options button, this is going to work now. So what we need to tell it to do is close down the main menu widget and then open up another one. So the way we're going to do this is with our options button, scroll all the way down and create an on-clicked event. And then with this, we are going to use the command remove from parent. And this remove from parent is essentially just going to remove the widget from the parent widget. So it's just going to remove it. You won't be able to see it. And this is how you're going to go about switching between different widgets. So with this, what we're going to do after you've done that is now we need to load up the options widget. And the way we're going to do this is by dragging out from there, from the execution pin, and just typing in create widget. And
we don't have an
return
options.
value, you just want to add this to the viewport.
Oop.
Now for the class, we need to select another widget blueprint. We don't have one for the options screen yet. So what I'm going to do is just right click in here in my content browser, add a new widget blueprint, and just give it the name options screen.
Okay, so it goes here real quick. Compile. Oop. Of course, it's gonna break because it's not. There's nothing there. Blueprints is where you did this. No. Content. First person blueprints. There we go. That's where he did this. Add a new widget. He called it options screen. Save current.
And then with this, what we're going to do is go back into our main menu.
If
and
I go
we're just going to choose
here,
our widget blueprint as options screen. And then give this a little compile. So what you should be able to see that we've done
now
is
it's an
when you
options
press that button
screen.
for options, it closes the current widget and then it opens a new one. And then what we're going to do within the options screen, if we open this up, is we're going to add a little button to go back, and we're just going to do the opposite. So we're going to close the options screen and then open the main menu again.
Button.
And the way we're going to do this is pretty straightforward. So we got this button here in the top right I've just created. Not too worried about the styling for now, but if we create an on-clicked event, what I'm going to do is I've just created
On-clicked event.
Not too worried about the styling for now, but if we create an on-clicked event, what I'm going to do is
what are you gonna do here?
Remove from parent, and then once again create a widget and add it to the viewport. But instead this time, because we're trying to go from options to the main menu, we are going to use the menu widget. So if we go ahead,
that makes sense. Back and forth.
Go ahead and try this out, see how it works. So press options, it should close the main menu, and then you can see the button on our option screen has popped up, and I can go backwards and forwards between the two screens, and it is doing exactly what I wanted it to.
Compile, save.
Okay, guys, that is pretty much everything that I wanted to go over.
So let's see if mine does what it's supposed to do here. Oh wait. File, open level, menu, save all, so play. A little button that brings you back here. Okay. Yep. Nice. Alright. We're on the last one. Graphics scalability settings. That's useful.
Signing out.
Excuse me. I apologize.
If you want more videos like this, check out my Patreon page using the link in the description.
If you write anything on your computer, you need to get Grammarly.
I write pretty much
okay.
all day, every day, and Grammarly.
Still here. Oh. Nice. Still playing Pokemon?
Hey there, Dev Squad, Virtus here, and welcome back to my Unreal Engine 4 user interface development series. In today's video, we're going to be introducing you to the scalability reference and how we can use it within our user interface.
Rocking the Pokemon Pikachu.
Or the player of your game to change their graphics settings. So what we're going to be doing is setting up a couple of simple buttons, which is going to change things like resolution, the quality of the textures, shadows, that kind of stuff. And all of those settings are going to be coming from the scalability reference document set out by Unreal Engine. Within here we've got all sorts of things we can change, such as distance, anti-aliasing, post-processing quality, shadows, and all of that good stuff. And we can change all of these graphic settings using a console command. And with that console command,
I'm actually on the very last one for the UI
interface to allow that player to go and change
which would be nice.
Settings. So if you guys want access to this document, you can find the link for
Is that the Fabies one? Or yeah, Fabies Pokemon?
Unreal Engine, we can start actually implementing some of this.
That was tomorrow, right? Oh no, it's today.
Game.
The 15th.
So what I'm gonna do is
I think it's different depending on where you live.
Opening up our heads-up display. Now, you can put your buttons for this graphic settings anywhere. You can put it on your main menu, you can put it on your options, you can put it on your heads-up display. It's entirely up to you. So if you've got an options screen, like you can see I've got here, let's work with this instead. So open up your options screen, widget blueprint, and what we're going to do is start off by adding in some
text. So it's already started. Oh
text,
no, that means I'm missing it. Uh-oh. Oh no. For some reason I thought that was the other day. Oh boy. That's a bummer. I didn't want to miss that. Give me just one moment here. Just want to pull it up. That's a bummer. I went for a walk, but I think I went for a walk too early today. I like Fabies. Well, I like Melodic. He's one of my favorites. Let's see if I can pull that up. GPS not found. I never understand why this game can never find my GPS properly. Even though I know it's turned on. Yeah, it's turned on. Should be able to find my GPS. I guess let me turn it off and back on. Agreed. Nope, it's not finding it. Oh, there it goes. And then there should be an option. News. News. Okay, so for me, it's not until America, January 19th, from 11 to 2 p.m. That's Pacific. So that'd be like 2 to 5 thereabouts. Middle East, no, Europe. Okay, so I don't have to worry about that. Whew. This is the one that brings in the Sinnoh Pokemon event, I think, right?
Set the content for the text and the details panel to be the first setting that I'm going to change. So the one that I'm going to work with to start with, or for testing purposes rather, is our resolution scale. And what we can do is just change sort of how pixelated it is by using this sort of target resolution stuff. What you want to do to have a better understanding of what each and every one of these is to read through them.
Oh, so that's nice. I'll be able to actually
sit here and explain each and every one. You're better off just reading them from here. But the good thing to do is sort of go through and add each and every
post
one of the
processing.
settings as they do
So you'd be able to
different
really
things. But for now,
take the resolutions up and down based upon what people need for computers.
in your game.
I guess you could do
So
real
this
in-depth
text,
if you want to do like per
we can set
items.
this to resolution scale, and then with a pair of semicolons. And then with this,
Text.
what I'm going to do is add a couple of
Resolution.
buttons next to this.
Scale. Boom.
One button for low and one button for high. So if we add this here, so the low button, the high button, and then for each of these, I'm just going to have a piece of text on top. So this first one on the left is going to be low. Now you guys...
Okay, so he's doing it like this. Another text here. Calling it low. Boom, 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 boom. Low, and then this one's high. Pokemon Go is a lot of fun though. You know, it was one of those things that, depending on where you lived, I found that Pokemon Go was better or worse. I used to live in like the real big country, down back roads, no Pokestops or anything near me. So once you ran out of Pokeballs, then that was it. You know, it's either spend money on the game or drive somewhere that has Pokestops. And that kind of bummed me out. I kind of wish there was like a daily log on kind of thing. That would have been nice to see. Like even if it was, here, you logged on, here's 2 free Pokeballs or 3 free Pokeballs. That way, say if you didn't want to log on or didn't want to go Pokemon hunting all week long, but you want to save those Pokeballs because you're a kid and you burn through them real quick or something. At least there you have something kind of end of the week. Let's go for a walk. I want to go burn through 20 Pokeballs I saved up this week. You know, but that was just one thing. That was one of the few things I didn't like about the game at first. I have moved to a place since then when the game came out where I'm more of I'm in a town now, so I have a lot more. I have what 1, 2, 3, 4 Pokestops and a gym down in my town, which is nice. Not a lot, but enough.
These graphic settings with 2 options, low and high. What you also want to do,
anchor everything to the center.
You're centering all of your buttons to the center of your screen, or anchoring them to your center.
Center.
That should be good to go. So all we need to do now is add the functionality for these 2 buttons. So what I'm going to do is start off by adding in the functionality for the low button. Scroll down in the bottom of the details panel, create an unclicked event, and then the way that these scalability references are going to work is you are essentially going to be changing the graphic settings with a console command. And what we can do with this button is if we drag out, and we can create a console command node. So execute console command, and you can put something in here.
Oh, whoops.
Now generally, with the scalability reference stuff, you will have a little command to type in and then a value afterwards. So for example, with view distance, you've got r.viewDistance scale, and then the value starting from 0 all the way up to 1. And generally this document will tell you some of the values that you can work with for this, the minimum and the maximum, so just keep that in mind. But what I'm going to be doing for the
Performance
resolution
scalability, scalability reference.
it goes from a value of 10 to from 10 to 100. So what I'm going to do
Oh, excuse me.
type in that console command, which is r.screen%. What you could even do is just copy this and then
R dot.
add a little space and set this to 10. That is going to be our low. What I'm going to do is quickly test this console command beforehand by
And then 10 screen percentage 10
by copying it,
lowercase
hitting
r.
L, and going into our game. Press the tilde key on your keyboard to open up the console command, paste that in, r.screen% space and then 10, and you can see
Whoa.
it's gone fuzzy and my FPS has gone up. If I set this to r.screen percentage, if I can spell it right, percentage and then 100, it's gonna go.
That's kind of nifty. So if I do this, file, save, play, and then he went and hit that button, or screen percentage. Oop. R screen percentage 10. And then, okay, so that's the resolution for the actual images in the background, not the images there. Oop. Not those images, but the background, like the tiling and stuff like that. Okay.
Back to normal, so that's our low and our high. So we know that works. All we need to do is just put that functionality into this console command, and you can see I've done that with the low button. All I'm doing from there is going over to the high button,
Same.
which is going to be
Doing
set
on
to the
click.
maximum value, which is
So
going to be
menu,
100.
nope.
I'm
Option
just going
screen.
to copy this execute console command, and
Copy.
with this, I'm then just going to set the value for the high button up to 100 so that we
Clicked.
can work with this.
Console
So now, we shouldn't have
command
any errors, that's all good. And if we was to go in and open up our menu level,
100.
making sure we save what we've done,
Compile,
and then
save,
just give it a couple of seconds to load up,
and then
we
do
should be able to
this.
get those buttons working.
Options.
Go
Hi.
to options,
Low.
and
Hi.
our button.
Yeah, hey, look at that.
Press low, you can see it becomes fuzzy, the resolution has gone down. Press
And back.
high, and it goes back to
Yay.
higher
It works.
quality. So hopefully you guys can see how we can start to use the scalability reference.
Oh
to
no.
change the
Oh wait, no,
graphical
he has one more, right?
settings in our
No, that was
game,
18.
and you should be able to do exactly what you're after now. There is lots and lots of graphic settings in here for you guys to work with. All you've got to
UI.
do is just read through this whole document.
There,
figure
that's
out
what I
which
want.
ones are which, and then you can start
So
implementing
this
them
would
into
be
your game
handy to
in the
have
exact same
as
way
the
that you
UI
using
scalability reference
console
code
commands
system.
and then just linking
The high
those
low.
to your
I'm gonna
button,
save this
load,
right to
high,
my
medium,
game development.
or whatever it is that you're trying
Done.
to do. Anyway, guys, that is pretty much
All right,
everything
so
for
we've
this
hit the end.
video. Once again, guys,
Again, this guy's done. Oh, nice. Is that gonna be tonight for the Blood Moon? So this one's a little bit more in depth. The Blueprints tutorial series, oof, 29 of them, but I think this would be a super helpful one to On January 21st. Ah, okay. I remember one of the first times I ever saw that when I was a child. I remember running outside and there was a blood moon, and it was freaky because like you could see really super far, but you couldn't see anything. It just you could see shadows almost. It was kind of creepy, actually. Almost felt like I was, being like watched in the shadows, but I couldn't do nothing about it because I could see it, but I couldn't see it, the objects of what they were. Really, just kind of creepy. So we've completed the one for now the UI. That was actually real helpful. That's going to help me when it comes to when I'm developing, say, scalable displays for people who with different computers and things like that. So that's going to be nice to have that in the back as a reference for future building. He does have a blueprint one. I'm really tempted to go hit this one next and just run into it and go with it. I have about probably 2 hours, maybe 3, somewhere in that range, 2, maybe an hour. I'm not sure exactly. Probably about 2 hours. I'd be able to get a good chunk of this done. I might be able to get the whole thing. But I did want to make a quick sandwich and just chow down real quick. So I'm going to go AFK for about 5-10 minutes. I'll keep the music going. And when I get back, we will jump into the blueprints one. And hopefully get ourselves a little bit moving along here. Man, I'd love to go to a place like this. Oh. He shouldn't be too big. Alright, so I'll be AFK for about 5-10 minutes. Hopefully I'll see you guys when I come back. If not, thank you for joining up with the stream, and if not, come back in the future. We should definitely be cooking with gas in the future when it comes to video game development. And then hopefully I can start to make this look more like a game and show the design element of it all, more or less than learning. That's one of the goals down the road. But for now, I'll be back in about 5-10 minutes, okay? I'm going to take an intermission break real quick. Awesome. Okay. Alright. And I am back. Okay, so awesome, you stayed too. I appreciate that. Thank you. Let's get working now. The next tutorial that I wanted to head and jumping into was the blueprint tutorial that he does. I think this would be a real good one because blueprints are kind of what drives the whole Unreal Engine. So I think this would be the next logical step for me to go. Once I build this one, I might jump into his RPG one. That would be an interesting one to build next. Kind of see how he builds an RPG as he goes through it and all the different variables, setting things up for all that.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, your boy Virtus here, and welcome to my new Blueprints tutorial series. We'll be showing you how you can program your very own game, complete with advanced mechanics and features using Unreal Engine 4. You'll be working with the engine's robust visual scripting interface.
That's what we're looking at down the road.
In a way that you would with any other programming language. Now, we'll cover all of the important elements of learning the programming language, of which I've broken down into 5 easy topics to allow you to follow along a little bit easier.
There's 20, 29.
Object-oriented programming,
a little more than
variables
5.
and data types, functions and events, a variety of different blueprint nodes, and lastly, some programming best practices.
Yep.
Now, learning all of this will get you on your way to becoming a game programmer. However, this is just one piece of the puzzle in terms of making a complete video game. Having said that, I advise you check out my other tutorial series.
Interactive user face. That'd be useful. Materials would be useful. Particle effects. I mean, all those are useful. Cinema, you name it. Animation, artificial. Jeez. He hits all the main things I'm gonna need to know.
FPS, RPG, survival horror, and so many more. Anyway, if you are excited about this and want to get started, make sure you subscribe if you haven't already and move on to the next video to get started.
I feel like just building this guy's stuff would actually help so much, it wouldn't be funny.
Your boy Virtus, signing out. This video was made possible by my supporters on Patreon. If you want more videos like this, check out my Patreon page using the link.
Where's my mouse? There it is.
To stay up to date.
Regarding item 1356A.
Yep, I'm following you.
Hey, Walter, can you go on mute when you're not talking? It's hard to hear while you're driving.
Yeah, okay. Hold on. One sec. Oh my god!
Walter, are you okay?
Oh my god, I can see the boat!
Hey, Walter?
Sticking through another boat! No!
That's not good.
Thanks. Drama. Always drama with that guy. Drama queen.
Oh, Jesus. Some commercials are funny.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen.
Okay, so he's in a third person. We finish this one. Save all.
Video, we are going to be
We're gonna get
familiarizing
new project.
with the blueprint interface inside of Unreal Engine 4,
He went into third
getting us
person.
ready to start working with scripts inside of Unreal
Everything's all
Engine
good
4.
there.
Now, once we've done this, we are going to be ready to follow through the series.
I'm gonna guess it's
but what
all.
I'm not going to be doing in today's video is teaching you the language and everything as far as how it works. That is
Well, I hope
something
not.
that is
I
going
mean,
to
it's
take
pretty,
an
advanced
entire
stuff to do.
series rather than just one video, as there is lots to it. It is a programming language, just like other languages like C++ and C#. It is object-oriented, and you have got lots of terminology, lots of techniques, and a lot to learn, and you will learn that over the next series, or this series rather. So, like I said, it's a language just like any other, besides it being, visual scripting. So, having said that,
So hopefully you had a nice day today.
Interface that we can work with. We need a development environment, and with Unreal Engine 4, that is all included straight out of the box. So, with this, what we can do is we can make these blueprints inside of either our level blueprint or inside of a blueprint class. Now, I'm going to quickly take a moment to explain the difference between the two of these, and then from there we're going to be going over the interface, getting us ready to write some blueprints. Now, blueprint classes and a level blueprint are both going to be using blueprints. The code is going to be the exact same thing. Now, the only difference is you have a slight different purpose for both of these.
I definitely
Now,
actually
to
want to
get
look
into
into
them,
setting
go
up
to
like a
blueprints,
Discord
and then from
channel,
there you can
a couple
either
other things, so
open a blueprint
people have
class
better
you've
ways
got
to keep in
already,
touch and
or
stuff like
open
that
the
than
level
just through the
blueprint.
Twitch stream
So I'm going to
chat.
start off with the level blueprint. So if we open this up, it's going to take you to something that looks a bit like this.
Third person example maps, the level blueprint. Boom. So third person in my project, so this would be blueprints. Training? Sure, why not? We'll call it blueprints training. Blueprints. That's not capital P. There we go. So blueprints training, desktop, maximum quality, everything. The best you can have. And then he went into the level blueprint. So pull that on up there and bam, there we go. He had something in there, but I think that's something he put in there prior to it.
You have got your event graph, and inside of here you can write your code. However, with this being the level blueprint, it is only going to allow you to reference and work with objects which are within your level, and anything you put in this level blueprint will not go over to any other levels that you create. And that's where the blueprint classes
Level
come
specific,
in.
so
The blueprint
let's say you could do
classes, like the one that I've already created here.
You could do a first person shooter,
if I open
and then
Full
every level
Editor,
have their own
it's
little
something that I
kind
can
of
place into any
special
level that I
stuff, you know.
want. Something that you're going to be reusing quite a lot. So that would be things like characters, weapons, pickups, and all of that kind of stuff. Things that you want to go into more than one level. Now, like I said earlier,
where did he put that in?
programming in both of these is going to be exactly the same.
Let's,
so hopefully you guys understand this a little bit better.
Oh, the character. Okay, so right into the kit. That'll allow whatever the character is to carry over. But then there's the per level area.
Blueprint.
Okay.
And I'm just going to quickly explain the interface, and you will notice the similarities between the blueprint class interface and the level blueprint interface. They are pretty much exactly the same.
Could be identical. Should be.
So the main thing that we have is our event graph. Our event graph is essentially our window into the blueprint code inside of Unreal Engine 4. Inside of here, you are going to be able to add all of the different blueprint nodes, and that's going to be everything ranging from functions, events, variables, and all of your objects and that good stuff. And all of this will be done inside of here. Now, inside of here, I can right click
Discord
and
too
type
as well.
in all kinds of different things. It's entirely up to you. Now, we have got thousands and thousands of different nodes, and these are all going to be used for different things, and you're going to learn the main ones as we go on through the series. Now, I'm not going to bother showing you how to use those just yet, just because it's not quite
Sorry,
important.
it keeps popping that up there.
Moving on, above the event graph, we have sort of some of our main functions that we're going to be working with. Compiling is going to be compiling our code, save, browse, find, class defaults, class settings, and play. This is just going to be some of the stuff we do quite regularly. Every time you make a change to your code, you're going to want to compile it. If it works, you're going to want to save it. And then you can also browse to different assets and stuff, but you will find yourself using those as you go on into writing your first blueprint scripts. Now, moving on from here, we have got the details panel. Now, by default, this might be completely blank until you choose class settings or class defaults, and from there, you can just change some of the different settings within that. So the details panel is going to have a slightly different purpose for blueprint classes, but we'll show you that in just a moment. Moving on from here, on the left hand side, we have our events, which are going to be part of our graph. We have our functions, and from here you can add a new function by pressing the little plus icon. Same goes for macros, variables, and event dispatchers. Now, these two here are probably going to be the main ones that you're going to be using, and that is functions and variables. Variables are data, and functions is essentially your code, but we'll be going into that in a little bit more detail later on. So moving on from here, what I'm going to do now is close this, and instead I am going to open up a blueprint class. Now, for creating a blueprint class, if you haven't got one already, you just go into your content browser at the bottom, right click, and then just hit blueprint class. And then from here, it's going to give you a list of common classes. Now, an actor is probably going to be the most common type that we're going to use, so I'm just going to press this, and I'm going to give this the name test class. And if I open this up, it's going to take you into the viewport. And this is the difference between a level blueprint and a blueprint class. You can add different components into this blueprint. So if I wanted to, I could add,
because you can do like your static mesh, you can do box collisions, you can do that kind of stuff. Yep, that makes sense.
Stairs or whatever you need to do. And then from there, I can go into my event graph and then use this static mesh, get a reference to it, and start writing some code that is going to change it. But you'll see us do that in a little bit more detail. As
that makes a lot more sense.
Series. On the left hand side, all of the stuff down here is going to be the same. We still have our graphs, functions, macros, variables, and event dispatches. But at the top here, we have a components panel. And in this components panel, we can select the different objects within our blueprint class, so we don't actually have to go into
so you put a cube static mesh
that way. Anyway guys, what I want you to do
looks
is
like
just have a quick look
almost
around
a little bit.
these two interfaces for both the level blueprint and also for the blueprint classes, and in the next video we will get into working with some of the programming terminology, getting us ready to write some scripts. Anyway guys, thanks for watching, stay awesome, keep creating, your boy Virtus, signing out.
Easy enough, just giving us a brief introduction to everything.
Money make your life easier. Who would you help? I want to do what I told my mom I would do.
Good afternoon ladies and gentlemen, your boy Virtus here, and welcome back to my Unreal Engine 4 Advanced Blueprint series.
Nice, booleans, branches and conditions, loops,
and how we can use them
is valid checks.
to our learning for blueprints. Now, blueprints is a programming language just like any other, and it's going to work in a similar way. What I mean by that, if you take a look at this little diagram that I've made here, it's going to help you understand blueprints and also how you can understand programs because they work together.
Oh, excuse me.
So essentially, starting off from the beginning, you are going to have three main parts of your programming. This is the standard
gameplay,
normal
target visibility, destroy actor, actions,
inside
objects.
Of there, you are going to have your events, and then you're going to have your actions, and you're going to have your objects.
But the action's gonna
So the way that this works
affect.
is it's an object-oriented programming language. So you have your objects. An example of an object is like a point light, a static mesh, a matinee actor, and other components within your level or within your game. Going on from there, you are going to have your actions. These are essentially things that you can apply to your object to make a change or to add the functionality.
Hopefully this sounds all coming across pretty good
so
here.
For example,
I don't know if it
let's
is or not.
say you're working with a point light as your object, you could then change the visibility of that using an action. And those two objects, or sorry, the object and the action, are then going to be linked by a target pin, which is sort of just what links it up. So the object is the point light, and then from there, you are applying an action which can be toggle visibility or anything else that you decide. And you can see underneath these, we've got a couple of examples. So you might want to toggle the visibility of the light. You might want to destroy the light so it disappears completely.
Yep, that makes sense.
You might even want to change the scale. It's entirely up to you. But for these things to apply and to actually change the object, you need an event.
What
And now
actually
these
makes it
events
happen?
are going to be something that's going to fire off a sequence of code, and there's all kinds of different events inside of Unreal Engine 4,
Like
all
on
of which you're
tick,
going to get to know as you go
event
through
begin,
everything.
custom events.
So an example of that would be begin play, which
play.
is when the player first loads the level. What it's going to do is, if you have your begin play hooked up to one of your actions and your objects, as soon as begin play fires off, which is the beginning of the level, it's going to apply the action, which then feeds onto the objects. And you've got all kinds of different examples, and we are going to go over those as we get into the series. So what I'm going to do is try and replicate this inside of Unreal Engine 4 using a point light, so you understand how all of this works. And what we're going to do is use a begin play event to toggle the visibility of a point light. So jumping into Unreal Engine 4, what I'm going to do then is I'm going to drag a point light into my scene, and I am just going to place it in here inside of my example map. And just so that we can see this a little bit better, I'm going to go into my details panel with this point light selected and just make it a nice little red and turn the intensity up just like that. Now, if you guys want to learn how point lights or the engine works in general, I definitely advise you check out my other series, such as my level design series. You can find the link for that in the description of this video. So anyway, moving on, let's go ahead and bring this into our level blueprint. Hopefully from the last video you do have a solid understanding of the difference between a blueprint class and a level blueprint. The level blueprint allows you to change the code specifically for the current level. So I'm going to open this up because
there was a way he changed the color of it just a little bit. Light color, under light. Light color is not over here. Dismiss. That's fine. Wonder why it's not over here. No. Did I pick the wrong one? Should be a point light, I think is what he brought in, right? Yeah.
I'm going to drag a point light into my scene, and I am just going to place it in here inside of my example map.
We're underneath the transform, intensity, and then that. So, oh, it's because I'm in the world settings. Okay. Light color. There we go. That does make a difference.
And just so that we can see this a little bit better, I'm going to go into my details panel with this point light selected and just make it a nice little red and turn the intensity up just like that. Now, if you guys want to learn how point lights or the engine works in general, I definitely advise you check out my other series, such as my level design series. You can find the link for that in the description of this video. So anyway, moving on, let's go ahead and bring this into our level blueprint. Hopefully from the last video you do have a solid understanding of the difference between a blueprint class and a level blueprint. The level blueprint allows you to change the code specifically for the current level. So I'm going to open this up because the point light is in here. So we've got our main interface here, and in my event graph, what I need to do then to try and replicate what I've mentioned here, which is turning on the visibility or off the visibility of the point light, I need to, first things first, get the event. And the event that I'm after is called begin play. So all I've got to do to get that is just right click and type in begin play, and you're going to notice we get to that. Or alternatively, another way that we can get to this is just right click, and then if we scroll down, we've got our events inside of here, and you can find them in the little various folders, but that's entirely up to you. Personally, I like to just type them in, it's the quickest way to do it. So with this now then, what I'm going to do is drag out from the execution pin, and with this I'm going to click and drag to place it where I need to, and then release it, and from there I can apply an action from this event, and the action I'm after is called toggle visibility. So if I type in visibility, I should be able to find that. If not, I can just right click, type in visibility. So if I type in visibility, I should be able to find this. At the moment, I can't find it, and the reason why is because I haven't got the object. So I need to select the object, right click, and then what we need to do is type in toggle visibility. If it's still not there, that's fine. We need to then create a reference to the point light. So this is going to become your object. And
so if I do this, that there, reference, that's my object, and cast to game mode.
And then with my point lights, I can then toggle the visibility of the light component, which is the one that I've got here, which is point light component. With this, if I just move this and move this down, what it's going to do then, if I hook up the execution pin to the action, just like this, what it's going to do is toggle the visibility of this point light component just like that. So let's just go ahead and test this. And before I can do anything, I actually need to compile this. So just press compile in the top left hand corner here so that it just runs our code and makes sure it's all good. With this, I'm going to close my level blueprint, and you can see by default the visibility of this light is currently set to true, so you should be able to see it. So having said that, if I press play, it should automatically, as soon as I press begin play, disappear. So what I'm going to do is quickly make a change to my level blueprint so you can actually see this. And what I'm going to do is open up my level blueprint, and after begin play, I am going to drag out and I'm going to add a delay node. So instead of going straight away on begin play, it's going to wait a little bit of time and then change the visibility. Just make sure your execution pin is hooked up to this, and from this to this, and it's still going to apply the action to the object. So the duration, the delay, I'm going to make it wait 3 seconds. So now if we compile,
it did that.
Press play, you can see that we've got it on. After 3 seconds, it's going to switch us off. So hopefully you guys are getting a better understanding of blueprints, and I'm actually going to wrap up the video here. If you do have any questions or anything like that, feel free to either join our Discord,
not sure how I feel about
the comment section below. Once again, guys, thanks for watching. Stay awesome, keep creating.
I feel about
your boy Vertus, signing out.
I mean, it's not really that important. The song is funny. It's okay. We got How to Train Your Dragon. Yep. Never saw the first one.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Your boy Vertus here, and welcome back to my Unreal Engine
Maybe with my little guy.
Advanced
When he
tutorial
comes out, we'll
video,
start watching those kind of movies.
We're going to be showing you how you can work with blueprint classes inside of Unreal Engine 4 to create some basic blueprints. Now, previously in the series, I gave you a brief understanding as to the difference between a level blueprint and a class blueprint, and in today's video, I just want to put that into a practical use.
Okay.
Now, what we did in the last video is we set up this little point light system as part of the level blueprint that turns itself off. However, if we want to have multiple of these, it's going to be a lot of work, and I'm going to have to create that blueprint script for every single item if it's part of a level blueprint. What I can do instead is add it to a blueprint class, and then I can just drag and drop that blueprint class into the scene, and it's going to allow you to reuse that code. So what I'm going to do then is I am going
make like buttons
to create a new blueprint class. So right click in my content browser, and then I'm just going to create a
This is in the third person blueprint.
basic asset, which is a blueprint class. Now,
Is it gonna make
within
an
this,
actor?
when I try and create a blueprint class, there's
Yeah.
a whole bunch of templates or types that I can use. Now, don't worry if you don't understand what each and every one of these are at the moment. That's nothing to worry about. The most simple and the most common type you're going to be working with is a blueprint actor. So I'm just going to create one of these, and then in
Actor.
the content browser, I'm just going to give this the name Light Setup. And then if I double click this to
Light.
open it up, we can start working with this. Now, when you get into this, it's
That's
going
what
to
I'm
take
gonna
you
call it.
to this view with the
Yeah.
3D panel instead
It's all
of
one
your
word.
event graph. And the reason why it's doing that is because inside of the blueprint classes, they are completely self-contained. So you're going to add the components inside of the blueprint, inside of this blueprint actor, and then reference any of your code sort of internally as part of the event graph up here.
Your
which is
power-ups.
really cool. So what I'm
Health.
going to do is I'm actually going to create a system similar to the one
Attack,
that we
I guess.
had before with a light, but this time
Excuse me
when
on that.
you walk near the light, it's going to turn itself on. So for that, obviously, I'm going to need a lighting
sphere.
component. So up
A
in
what?
the top left-hand corner, I am going to add a point light
Oh, okay.
component. And notice that is going to go into our viewport just here. And then from here, on the right-hand side in the details panel, I can change any one of the settings for this light. So if I wanted to, I could change things like the color, the intensity, and all of that good stuff. What I can also do is inside of here is I can add some additional components as well. So this time,
Particle
instead of just a
system.
floating light, I'm going to add a static mesh. And with this static mesh, in the details panel, I am going to use the starter lamp, so SM_lamp wall, and I'm going to use
So you
this.
make a
And the
wall
reason
point.
why I'm using this is so you can start to see how we can use a
Static.
variety of components
Static
and
mesh.
pieces inside of a blueprint actor to create something a little
Lamp
bit more
wall.
advanced. So I'm going to move this down and try and keep the light slightly just, the point light slightly just above the actor. Now what I'm going to
So we did attach that there, point light. Bring it up just a little bit. Hey, there we go. Compile, save. Oh, this is going to originate down there. I don't want it to originate down there. I want it to originate where the actual light source should be.
going to do so I can see this better in the game, or is just drag it into the game like this so I can see it better. And if I wanted to, I can have more than one of these, and any code that I'm going to attach to these in a moment is going to persist over to each one, which is pretty cool. So what I'm going to do is just rotate this so it fits onto the wall, and I'm going to do that just rotating it 90 degrees, just like
doing it
that.
in... Nope.
Same goes for the other one. And what we've got is a cool looking light that goes onto the wall. And then I'm also just going to make sure it's fully attached, just like that, and we are good. Now I could sit around and I could play around with the lighting position just to make it look really nice, but that is entirely up to you. Now what I'm going to do then is I'm going to open this up, and I'm going to add in a box collision, which is something that we are going to use to set off a trigger to create an event that when the player actually collides with this, it's going to toggle the visibility of the light. So I've added this box collision, and right now it covers the whole of the light here. So once the player gets in this area, it is going to create an event which is going to fire off our code. So we've got all of these components, so let's show you how you can use that as part of the
So you
event
go to
graph.
event.
So what I'm going to
You
do,
can do it a couple different ways.
is with
Having
my
it selected
box
up
collision
here.
selected in the components panel, I am going to click, drag and drop it in
and then we get a reference to our box. With this box selected, we are going to be able to create a variety of events. So we've got hit, begin overlap, end overlap, wake, sleep, and as you go through the series or start to experiment with Unreal Engine 4 blueprints, you will get to understand what each one of these are. The one that I'm after is on component begin overlap, and I'm going to press plus next to that to create this. And if you read the description of this, you can start to see exactly what it does. Event called when something starts to overlap this component. For example, a player walking into a trigger, and that's exactly what I want to do. So with this then, what I'm going to do is I'm going to work with our character, and the way that we're going to do this is for the other actor, we need to reference our character. Now, what I'm going to do to do this is I'm going to cast to my character, which is a separate blueprint class. And the way that I'm going to do this is by casting it to, you can see we've got this third person character. So what I'm going to do for the other actor, I am going to
cast a third person character.
Third person
Definitely.
character. And notice how you've now got an execution pin coming out of that. So what it's going to do is if the other actor, which is the third person character, if it begins to overlap, any code we now add to this is going to be fired off. So what I'm going to do then is grab my point light, drag it into here, get a reference, and then from this I am just going to toggle the visibility. And now if we hook this up to the execution after cast to third person character, because it's essentially mocking a line of code, so it's going to go from here to here to here. If we go ahead and run over this, if I compile it and press play and then walk into one of these, you can see it's going to turn it off, and it's the same for each and every single one of these, and it's going to keep doing it each time I go into one of these. But hopefully with this you can start to see your play and then walk the. And now
so on event box, third person, target visibility, the point light. So wait, toggle visibility, turns that, boom boom, file save, play. Easy enough. Yep, easy enough. Cool. To build lights, if you really want to go further with it, I'll let it build light and only. I'll do that for a minute while I continue watching this, because I know I'm pretty sure this is the end of this video.
The execution after cast to third person character, because it's essentially mocking a line of code, so it's going to go from here to here to here. If we go ahead and run over this,
it should just keep going
and press play and then walk into one of these, you can see it's going to turn it off, and it's the same for each and every single one of these, and it's going to keep doing it
on
each
and off,
time
on and off,
I
on
go
and off.
into one of these. But hopefully with this you can start to see your blueprint classes
welcome to the stream.
Shape, and hopefully you can see the difference between a blueprint class and a level blueprint. With blueprint classes, you can easily replicate the same bit of code and
over and
reuse
over
it
and over
from level to level, or even just have a couple of these placed around the scene.
It'd be good
don't
for like
worry
if you
you
went to
don't
like
understand
a
fully
light
what
switch
all the
system.
code does, you will get a hang of that. You just need
You
to
would just
stay
put
with
the light
me.
source
But for
way
now,
up there,
I'm gonna end the
make the
video
button
here.
interactable
Once
upon
again,
click,
guys,
turns your
thanks
light
for
switch on and
watching.
off over
Stay
somewhere else.
awesome, keep creating. Your boy Virtus, signing out.
And we're moving along. Number 5 out of 29. Ugh. I still got a long ways to go. That's okay though. It's all good information to learn. Gotta learn somewheres. Oh no, it
Good
is 5.
afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, your boy Virtus here, and welcome back to my Unreal Engine 4 Advanced
There's a little louder in
Blueprint
this
tutorial
one.
series. In today's video, we are going to be giving you a quick introduction to data types inside of Unreal Engine 4. Now, over
I'm
the
guessing
last
this
few
is like
videos,
your
we've been
arrays and
going
things along
over
that
some
lines.
basic blueprint concepts, and we have created some very basic looking scripts where we play around with some lights. And it's time to get things a little bit more complex, a little bit more advanced.
That's like the
And
most
the way
complex
that
thing you
we're
could
going
ever
to be
do,
doing
though.
This is by using data types, stored information on our computer, which we can use to help control the the way that our blueprints behave inside of Unreal Engine 4. So these data types are known as variables, and there is loads and loads of different types of them. And what I'm going to do is give you a brief introduction to each of those in today's video, and then over the next few videos we'll be diving deeper into those one by one, explaining exactly how you can use each of those. So moving on, let's just go ahead and open up our level blueprint, and we're going to take a look at some of the variables that we have available to us. So just go to blueprints and open level blueprint. Now these variables are going to be available to us as part of a blueprint class or a level blueprint. It is a common thing sort of built around all programming languages.
Okay.
On the left hand side you should have a variables tab.
These would be
If you go ahead
variables.
and press plus
That'll be
variable,
level
it is going
specific.
to create you a new variable, and from here you can give it a name. Now what I'm
What
going to
should we
do
call it?
is give this one the name test variable, and then with it selected, just click on it to select it, and in the details panel on the right hand side you are going to
Boom.
get a bit of variable information you can play around with. Now what I'm not going to do is explain every setting. That's
Well, that's
something
good.
that you will learn for each of the different variable types as we go out throughout the series. Now the most important thing is your
It's chilly in my house
variable
today.
types. So if you go over
I
to
think it's only
variable
like
type
20
in the top
degrees
right
outside
corner
right now today.
and just click on the drop
I don't
down
know about
list.
you guys, but that's
At
a
the
little
moment,
chilly.
it is red because it is currently
I should have put
blue.
PJs on.
That is the default variable type
okay.
inside of Unreal Engine 4. And all of these are going to have different functions and different uses for each of these. I'm going to quickly try
Depends
and
on what
explain some of
your-
these do. So I'm going to go over the common
Is my
ones.
chat
So the
working?
first one is our boolean. That is essentially a true or false value, something that you can change using our script. So for example, you have a door. If the player has the key, you'd set that to true and it'd let you in. If they don't, it'd be set to false and you wouldn't be able to go in, and you can do some conditioning with that. We'll dive a little bit deeper into that later on. Moving on, we've got a byte, which is an 8-bit number. Don't worry about that too much, as you won't really use it too much, but we will go into it. Moving on, we have an integer. An integer is essentially a number value. So if I go ahead and compile this, with integer selected, it is going to allow me to put a number value in here. However, what you can't do is use decimal places. This is a solid whole number with the integers. So if you want something quick and easy and really efficient, and you don't need a sort of decimal value, just use an integer. Moving down, we've got a floating point
I hope
number,
this
a
chat's
float.
working.
And the difference between this and an integer is that you can use decimal places. So if you want to, you
I think
go
it
and add
is.
sort of 65
It's just not
point,
working
you know,
over here in
whatever.
Streamlabs for some
It gives
reason.
you a bit more control, and you're going to have different uses for this within your code. Moving on down from there, you have got your name. It's essentially just a text name. So if you compile this, it is going to allow you to put in a text value.
Oh wait,
And
he
very
did the
quick
bytes.
saying,
I want to know what bytes were.
you know, it's between this really efficiently to put a number. Integer is that later on. Moving on, we've got a byte, which is an 8-bit number. Don't worry about that too much. We won't really use it too much, but
I wanted to know what it was.
Moving on, we have an integer. An integer is essentially a number value. So if I go ahead and compile this,
0 or whatever you want it to be,
selected, it is going to allow me to put a number value in here. However, what you can't do is use decimal places. This is a solid whole number with the integers.
Ah,
so if you
that's
want
good to
something
know.
quick and easy and really efficient, and you don't need a sort of decimal value, just use an integer. Moving down, we have got a floating point number, a float, and the difference between this and an integer is that you can use decimal places. So if you want to, you could go.
That's the only
ahead
real
to
difference. Okay.
65 point, whatever, and it gives you a bit more control, and you're going to have different uses for this within your code. Moving on down from there, you have got your name. It's essentially just a text name. So if you compile this, it is going to allow you to put in a text value. And very similar to that, you have your strings, which instead of a name is essentially just text. So if you compile this, you will have a piece of text, and it's not really going to have much information other than that. And you can use this to convert, sort of, print this onto the screen. So let's say you have a heads-up display, you have a player's name, and that name would essentially just be a string. That's what you would store as a string. Moving on, we have got text, very similar thing. We'll sort of go into the uses of that later on. Vector is a 3D vector. So essentially with this, you are going to get 3 different values. One for your X, one for your Y, and one for your
location
Z.
based.
So this could be sort of 3D scale, it could be RGB, it could be anything. You will sort of get used to that as you go along with that inside of the engine later on. Moving on, you have got your rotators, which is very similar. It's just basically
gives it forward rotation, backward rotation, left, right.
It's a variable which contains rotation information. And then lastly, beneath this, we have our transform information. So this is 3D transformation data, including translation, rotation, and scale. So this is going to be a bit of a mix of both. So if I compile this, move down, and you're going to see we have location information in there, rotation information in there, and scale information. So it's going to be a mix of the rotator, and you're also going to be able to add other bits of information, but you will get used to this as you go on. Now, as far as our variables are concerned, using them is really easy. So just for the sake of things, I'm going to convert this to an integer, press compile so I can change the default value, and I'm going to set this to 15. What I'm going to do with this is show you how to bring it into your Blueprint codes. Now bear in mind, as we go through the series, we are going to be taking this usage a little bit further. So with this variable, we have 2 main functions. If we click and drag and drop, it is going to allow us to get or set our variable. So our set variable looks like this, and our get variable looks like this. So
that's the set, that's the get.
With this. So if you remember in the last video, I explained to you sort of what an object is, an action is, an event is.
So you can do this times whatever plus divide, and then you set it into there, and that'll be the new variable for that.
To something else. So if I wanted to, after I toggle the visibility of this light system that I made earlier on, what I could do is I could set test variable from the 15 value that it is at the moment to something else. And it's as simple as that. But anyway guys, I'm going to end the video here. Just have a little bit of research on the different variable types, and as we go into the next few videos, you will start to understand those a little bit better, and we'll start putting them into practical use. Once again guys, thanks for watching, stay awesome, keep creating. Your boy Virtus, signing out. This video was made possible by my supporters on Patreon. If you want more videos like this, check out my page.
Meet the Landers, the revolutionary new standing desk from iMovie.
Oh, excuse me.
Featuring the latest in high-tech advancements,
that looks
the
like a
Landers
nice desk.
set up in just minutes and come with a free smartphone app.
The Lander is entirely made in the USA from the highest quality components, featuring ergo-contoured 3D laminated surfaces, as well as dual precision Bosch motors that can silently lift up to 360 pounds, while still having the safety of anti-collision technology. We offer the industry's best warranty and a 100-day satisfaction guarantee. For more information,
nice
visit
desk.
landerdesk.com.
Landerdesk.com. I wonder how much a desk like that costs. Shop now. I'm curious. How much do you think a desk like that costs? Buy it now.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Your boy Virtus here.
So this isn't even the fancy one with the thing that's built in. Oh, there's probably a more fancier one, isn't there? I mean, it's a cool looking desk, don't get me wrong. Power management options. Monitor arms. Bulk orders? Jesus. I guess it may. I mean, that's nice. But I don't like sitting that far away because then your hands are just kind of dangling over top. I don't know. I like my arms kind of resting. Shop desk. A treadmill desk. Whoa. That's a little intense. I mean, I guess I could understand how it would work. You just walk while you work. Whew. I wonder how much something like that costs. I bet you that's probably 1,500. Oh, nope, way more than I thought it was gonna be. That'd be awesome if I had the money for it, sure, down the road one day. Do a little exercise while you're working, right? I'll save this as a future dream. Okay, back to what I was doing. Sorry about the distraction there.
And welcome back to my Unreal Engine 4 Blueprint tutorial series. In today's video, we are going to be introducing you to integers inside of Unreal Engine 4, having a deeper look at how we can use it inside of the engine. So what we're going to be doing over the next few videos is we are going to be looking at the various types of data inside of Unreal Engine 4. And that's going to be everything from integers, booleans, floats, and so on. And in today's video, we are going to be taking a deeper look at integers and how we can use them. So what we're going to do then is we are going to start off by creating our very
go for a walk and play a little Pokemon there. Pokemon Go.
Integer. So inside of my level blueprint, what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a variable by pressing the plus variable icon, and then I'm just going to give this the name test_int. Now notice what I have done here is the first letter of each word is capitalized so that it comes out with a space as part of the blueprint.
There you go.
If you put a space in there, it's just not going to compile. So with this then, in the details panel on the right hand side, I am going to change the type to integer.
Oh, welcome back.
And an integer value, if we compile this, is essentially just a
So I'm working through his blueprint one now.
Hoping
to learn a little bit more about the difference in the blueprints. I figure this would be a nice next step after the last one. And then I could probably jump into like the RPG one and start to build that next.
So what I
might do the animation, I don't know yet. Debating on animation or the Blender tutorial series, that'd be nice to know too.
I am going to use the print string node.
We'll see on those two, I'm not sure which one I'm going to do.
Print.
So here's an event graph for the third person example map. Event graph. You just got rid of those? I think you did.
Cannot have decimal places. Now what I'm going to do is take a moment to show you how you could use a integer value.
Oh yeah, you just got rid of
So what I'm actually going to do is quickly delete the script that I've got here already for my light, and then with my begin play I am going to use the print string node
to print the value of my integer. Now with this integer selected at the moment, you can see it's currently set to 0.
Okay.
What I'm going to do is click
and just pop it up
drag
into
and
there,
drop
transforms
to
it
get
to a
reference
text.
to that integer, so it's going to allow me to get the information from that value. And if I hook this up into my print string, it's
Boom.
going to convert this to a string, which is essentially a piece of text. But what this is going to do essentially is take the value of my integer, a number value, and print it to a string. Now bear in mind, what you could do with this is link it up into a gameplay system of yours that you're coding. For example, an integer would be used for the number of a certain amount
I like
of
this
items
song.
the player has, or the health, or anything like that. So if we compile this now, press play, in the
not
top
gonna do anything,
left hand
is it?
corner, you will notice it said 0 for 2 seconds, and that was in this bright
Oh.
blue color.
'Cause
Now,
the-
in terms of working with integers, you can easily manipulate this value. So what I'm going to do is I am going to grab my test integer, and then what I'm also going to do is if I type in integer, just by right clicking and typing it in, you will notice down here I've got loads of mathematical functions.
So how's the weather
that
out
I
by
can
your
use with
area?
the integer.
A little cold?
So I could do integer minus integer, integer multiplied by
I think
integer,
we're
divided
22
by,
degrees right
plus,
now.
and then I can also do less than and all of that good stuff. You will get to use those as you get deeper into blueprints. Now the one that I'm going to do is multiplication. I am going to do this, which is essentially going to take the first value and multiply it by the second value. Now as of right now, our integer is currently equal to 0. So I'm going to select this, and you can do that by either clicking on it in the variables tab or just by clicking on one of your get reference values. And I'm going to change this to 2. And then if I go and multiply my test integer by 2, it should do 2 by 2. And the way we're going to check this is by simply moving our print string along.
So I'll do that. That goes there. And now pile saved should get 4. Yay. Okay, this is pretty basic.
Long and hooking this up
But I get it,
of the
I
one
mean,
that we've got over here.
if you hadn't seen
now,
known
if
any
we
of this,
compile this,
you
instead
definitely
of
would
saying
want to be
2
looking for
or
all
0,
this stuff.
it should
This is
display
important
the end
information.
result of this function
Right
that
up
we've
there
just
in the
created.
upper left.
So press play, and you can see it now says 4 in the top left, and that is our 2 by 2. Now, if you guys did not see that well enough, inside of the print string,
Oh, I didn't know
what
you could do
can
that.
is if you press the little down arrow,
How long it
you
stays
can,
for,
do a couple of things.
the
You can
text
make
color.
it last longer on the screen, and the print string is a great way for you to check your work. But I'm going to set this to
I
go
use
on
it
the
all
screen
the
for
time.
5 seconds. What I can also do is change the text color to maybe something you might notice more, like a bright green or a bright red. It's entirely up to you, but I'm going to press OK, hit compile, and then press play just like that, and you can see it is now 4. One other thing that you might want to do with your value, with your integer values, is you might want to set it. So after I've done this, what I'm actually going to do is set and then type in test integer, and it's going to allow us to define a new value. So what I'm going to
then
do
you would
with
just
this
connect
now
this to
then
that, right?
is with my test integer, I'm going to change this to something completely different. So at the moment it will be equal to 4 there. And what I'm going to do is just set this to 10. And by setting this variable to 10, that is what it's going to be saved at. So if I then go ahead and print another string and then hook up my test integer into here, it is going to say 10. Now another way we could do this is just by hooking up the end result into here as well. It's entirely up to you. But what you do need to bear in mind is this multiplication I've done here and put into the print string is not going to be saved because we haven't used the set test integer. What we could do
is hook up our output into the test integer set node here, and then that would save it to 4.
Showing you how to do all the different
So what I'm
math
gonna do
elements
is
of it
test what
all.
we've got here now.
It's
So it
important
should
to kind of
go
know.
to 4 and then 10, and you can see that. And now if we
Oh,
open up
excuse me.
our level blueprints, let's just go ahead and make sure this little line of code that we've got here is being saved. So what I'm going to do is delete the print string, delete this conversion, and 2 times 2, or test integer times 2, I'm going to hook this up into our test integer. And note, it is no longer asking for a variable or piece of information because we are getting it from the return node inside of this multiplication. Let's hook this up to begin play and then print the string. And just for double measures, I'm going to run a delay of 2 seconds, and then I'm going to print another string.
So delay 2 seconds. Print string. So sets print strings. After your sets, things can delay 2 seconds.
And get test integer again. And the way I just got that then was just by copying, pasting
Didn't that just
the one that
display
I've
the same
selected here.
test
I'm gonna
twice?
Hook it up, compile, and press play. So what
So
it
that
should
doesn't
do
really
this time
change
is 4,
anything.
wait a couple of seconds, and then it displayed 4 again. And
Ah,
that
okay,
is
it's just
working. So hopefully you guys are getting a
just
better understanding
redisplaying.
of how we can work with integers inside of Unreal Engine 4, and some of the commands that we can use to change that number up.
That's all I
whether
did was
that's
just redo
multiplication,
this
division,
over
addition,
here.
and all of that
Delete
kind of
it.
good stuff. Anyway, hope you've enjoyed the video,
Did
and
that.
I hope you move on to the
Waited
next
2
video
seconds.
where we're going to be covering
And
floats.
then
Thanks for watching. Stay awesome.
technically
keep
he brought
creating.
the same
Your
thing
boy
again.
Ventus, signing out.
And did this, could
video
it
was made
copy,
possible by my supporters on Patreon. If you want more videos like this, check out my
And
Patreon
then,
page using the
boom.
link in the description. To stay up to date on new releases, make sure
Actually.
you follow us on social.
technically this would
With
work
Night
better.
Sight on Pixel 3, you can defy darkness.
Boom. That's all he did. I did it a little bit
Who's the
differently than how he did it, but it still did the same effect. You're grabbing whatever it's set as, displaying it once, displaying it twice. So on the upper left you should get boom, and then 2 seconds later,
Hey there guys,
I
Ventus
guess
here,
I
and welcome back to
technically
my
wouldn't
Unreal
because
Engine 4 Blueprint
I didn't
tutorial
change the
series.
time frame.
In today's video, we are going to be taking a look
that
at how we
4.
can use floats inside of Unreal Engine 4. So in
Play.
the last video, we
That should
did
be
take
another
a
one.
look at
There it goes.
integers,
Yep.
and integers are very
both disappear.
similar to floats.
Because I
and
said
why
4.
I'm saying that is
Yeah.
because floats and integers are both numerical values. However, with an integer, it has got to be a whole number, whereas a float is going to allow decimal places. So let me show you exactly what I'm talking about. So what I'm going to do is delete all of my integer code here, and then I'm going to go to the variables tab in the top left
That
here.
was different, but
and
it did the
add
same
a
thing.
new variable.
There's a couple different
I'm
ways you
gonna
can
give
always
this a
tackle
name,
the same kind of
test
problems.
Float, and then on the details tab, I'm just going to change this to a float value, and then compile this. And then with this, you'll notice in the details panel, it is going to allow me to use a decimal point.
Yay.
So essentially at the moment you can see here it says 0.0. So if I wanted to, I could set this value to something like 0.5, 2.4, and you can have as many decimal points in there as you want. So it can allow you to be
Oh
a
no,
little
you
bit
can't have
more
multiple
accurate
decimal
with your
points. You can only have
information.
one,
So
and then
where
the numbers
you
that
need
follow
to
it, right?
use where you need to use, you know, deep information like that, where you have percentages and so on, then you might want to use a float instead of an integer. Whereas with the integers, if you type in something like 2.5, it's just going to round it up or round it down, essentially. So moving on, let's go ahead and show you how you can use this.
So
float.
working with
So the first
Unity
thing that
there,
you can do
Viva,
is you can get a reference to your float.
have you
So
built
that's
a
gonna
couple
take the information,
projects
and then if
yet,
you wanted
or
to,
not?
you
Are you
could
just completely
chuck this
100%
into a
fresh?
print string and have this displayed on the screen. So with my test float selected, I can see the value is 2.3. With this hooked up into my begin play inside of my level blueprint, when the level loads up, it should show me the value of my test float. So let's just check this. If we compile, press play,
Yep.
and in the top left, it's not
Yep.
doing anything.
it's just saying hello, and that's because I.
Are you
put
deciding
float
between Unity
into the
and
definition
Unreal?
to just
At
be
the, or
careful
so
with
yeah,
that.
on
So
Unity
add
and
the
Unreal.
print string, and then
Seeing which one
put
kind
it
of works
into
better for
the
you.
in string, which is going to convert the float to a string, and just like this. And now, if we press play, it's going to say 2.32 and all of the rest of the information.
So he's just doing the same thing.
Now what we can also do
Get.
with this float information, we can use mathematical functions to change this number in the same way that we did.
From my understanding, between the two, the better one for the two when it comes
is
to
what
like
I could
2D
do
side scrollers
is
is
I
Unity.
could
For some
right
reason,
click
that's a
and
better
type
platform
in
for 2Ds.
float plus float, and I could
And
just
Unreal would be more
add
of your heavy
the float
lifter.
value
If you're
onto
looking for
something
real
else,
high-end
so I could get the
graphics,
original
Unity can
value
do it.
and then add,
It
say,
just
3.5,
tends to be easier, I
and
guess,
then I could
for
print this
Unreal
into a
to
string and display
produce
that
what they're
number.
looking for. I
So
think they
if
have a
I
little
do
bit
that,
more streamlined on their
convert the end result, which is always to pin on the return value here,
backbone
and then
working
put this
system.
into the in string and hook this up to begin play. This should now show me 2.32 plus 3.5. So let's test this. Press play.
So this is all stuff I kind of already know how to do. So I'm not really. I'm listening with them, but I'm not really gonna do most of it. So, but
and once again, just like any other integer, any other
you can add any
variable,
integer you want. That's your
use
new one.
Set test float to store that value after you've done that mathematical function. So I could take this from the return value over here, and then just use it to set and keep that value to what it's just been set to using this mathematical
Whatever the new
function.
one is, bam.
So now, if I go ahead
and just
and
like
add
that,
a delay, and then do print string again,
bam, just like that.
getting a reference to test float, what it should
Looking
do
good.
is give you the stored number, ignoring this from earlier on. So let's just set the duration to 3 on the delay, so you can see that. So if we press play, it says 5.8, it stores the information, and then it's going to see what is stored in the variable and display it on the screen. And hopefully you guys are beginning to see just how you can work with floats. It's a numerical value, and because of that you can do all of your stuff. So you can do division, addition, multiplication, and all of that good stuff. Anyway, I'm going to keep the video
I
short
know how
and
to do
just end it
most of
here.
that, which is nice.
But once again, thanks for watching.
But it's
Stay
good
awesome.
again.
Your boy Veritas.
Oh, excuse me. Hey, I don't know.
This
I
video
even had coffee today. I actually got a new coffee maker.
cost you a lot. Grammarly Business focuses on
Probably not gonna get too much more into this. Let's see, where would we be halfway? Let me
Hello
think.
guys, Vertus here, and
30 is
welcome
about
back to my
15.
Unreal Engine 4 Blueprint tutorial
It's about halfway,
series.
so right
In
here.
today's video, we are going to be
We'll put
introducing
character.
you to vector freeze inside of Unreal Engine. Now, in the past few videos, we've been going over some numerical values.
Not sure
some
exactly.
numerical
Maybe I'll hit
data
like
types, and the one that I want to work
teens,
with in today's
13-ish.
video is
Probably take a break for a little while.
vector. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to quickly create a vector and just change the variable type in the details panel to a vector and
Try to get up every
and then you'll
hour,
notice
hour and a
it's
half,
gonna
2
ask for a
hours.
couple
That way
bits
I'm
of
not
information.
sitting still for too
So
long in
with
a chair.
this, essentially
It's just not
what a
healthy to sit
vector
that long in a chair for a long
is
period of
it's
time.
a variable that can store 3D information.
Gotta go work in the baby
or
room a little bit.
pieces
Make
of
the wife a little happy when she comes home.
So with this vector, you'll notice
So I got
underneath
one
the
more
information
tub I
it's
think to
asking
go
for
through.
in the default value,
I think, and then
it
I
is
gotta move a
currently
dresser
asking for an
around.
X, a
Soon I
Y,
gotta put a
and a
crib
Z.
together too.
And that X and the Y and the Z can be used for all sorts of things. So inside of the game, a practical use for a vector would be something like the location. If I click on an item here like this light, for example, you can see the location is minus 80, minus 80, 90 and 180. It's asking for 3 different float values. Same
Says
goes for
forward, back,
rotation, it needs
forward, backwards, left,
3
right, up,
values,
down.
and the scale too, because it's a 3D world, and that
So
is
it'd be your
why
forward,
you
backwards,
would use
X,
a vector.
depending on which way
So
you're looking
if we
at it.
open up our level
Yeah.
blueprint again, we can begin
does make a
to
difference.
work with this. So what I'm going to do to show you how you can use a vector is I'm going to show you how to get the information from an
Just
actual
delete it all
scene,
again?
store it
Probably
inside
will.
of a vector, and then change it nice and easily. So with this variable that I created here, I'm just going to right click on this and then rename it, and I'm going to give it the name test vector, just like this. And then if I go ahead and drag this into my scene, I can either get a reference to it or I can set it. So if I was to get the reference to it at the moment, it would just give us the default value.
Like so.
Now what I'm going to do is I am actually going to, on begin play, I'm going to delete all of this old code from the last episode.
So
I am
Eva,
actually
I
going
wanted to
to
ask real quick,
select my
when you
light
were
point here,
looking for
and
channels,
then I am going to use
oh, hey,
get
Pumpkin.
actor location.
Did it pop up
and
under
then
the Unreal
because I've
4
got the light
category for me?
selected, it's going to get a reference to that, and you're going to notice it's going to give
hope
me
it did.
a return value, and this return value is the vector information for the location of
What's up,
the
buddy?
light. What I could then do with this is set test.
It did awesome. I thought I fixed that the other day, but I wasn't sure. That's what I was hoping it definitely did. Because now that means that people actually looking in that category will be able to find me in the future. Now, are you going to stream your game development, or do you stream, actually? That's a better question. Or are you just more of a watcher than a streamer? Okay, actor location. Oh! Well, in that case, I'll give you a follow so I can watch once in a while. I just can't remember how to do that. Hold on, I think I remember how to do that. Twitch. I'm really new to the whole...
Reached it.
Holy cow.
So have you ever gotten a tattoo before?
No, I haven't. I'm blown away. I thought that was a really huge number. And I was like, yes, I don't have to worry about this. But I'm not the biggest fan of needles.
And then give you a follow. There you go. I'll be able to watch in the future for you.
Vector equal to that, and then hook up my begin play to this, and if I print string.
Now, do you
with
plan
this
to
vector information
stream
hooked
your
up,
game development?
You are going to notice it is going
Or
to
do you
show
stream
me
just playing
the
games?
3D information for that. It's going to show up in the log in the top left. So press play, give it a couple of seconds to compile and load the game, and you can see it's going to show the location of that light, which is really great. And whenever I move this light, so if I move it this way, press play, notice the
new
value
location,
has
nice.
changed. The first value is changed to minus 80.
So you can actually stream that? That's pretty cool.
Sorry, 580.
I didn't know you
hopefully
actually could
guys
stream
started
Pokemon
to
Go.
see just how vector information can be used. You can also use it to change the location of an actor. So for example, we've got the scene in here, we've got the light in here. In my level blueprint, what I could do is, after I've done this,
That's fine.
with my light selected,
Now, does it
I
stream
could
your
proceed to
Android or
set
iPhone
actor location.
screen?
And then with this, if I go ahead and hook this up, what I can do is I could pretty much just get rid of this because we don't want to move it anymore. We don't want to get the location anymore. Is I could set the actor location and I could set it equal to test vector. Now what I'm going to do, so you see this change, is after we begin playing, I'm going to run a delay of 2 seconds.
Alright, maybe I should start following just a little bit. So far he hadn't lost me yet. Delay. Delay. Set actor location. Set actor. Set location? Oh wait, from this one, set actor. Yeah, no problem at all. Oh, there's the active location. And I complete after 2 seconds. Delete that.
And then after that, we are going to set the target to set actor location.
I'd be curious to see how you actually stream Pokemon Go. Actually, I don't think I've ever watched anyone try to stream that.
Select this light, and then right click and just create a reference to the point light. Hook this up to the target, and then it's asking for some vector information, the new location. So what I'm going to do is just drag and get a reference to test actor and hook it up. And now what I'm going to do with my test vector is I'm actually just going to adjust this. So at the moment it's set to -590, 90 and 180. So I'm going to put this information in. So -590, 90 and 180. And then what I'm going to do, so you notice a change, is I'm going to move it on the y-axis. So what I'm going to do is just move the y to 180, just like that. And now if I compile, it's going to have a 2-second delay, and then it's going to set the location of my point light to the new location defined.
Okay, so what he did was went here, pulled it out, grabbed the point light over here. Is it on the screen? Yeah, he grabbed this point light, and then since I have it right here, this would be the location of it. Then he went over here to the. See if I can make it just a little bit better. There we go. So you did -10, 100, 240. And then all he did was change it on the y-axis to, we'll say, 45. Why not? Compile, save. And then when you go back into the game, it should move the light after 2 seconds. Did it? I don't know if it did or not.
And within my vector variable. So if I go ahead and press play, look at the light, give it.
So I should have done that. Why didn't I do mine do that? Why? Oh, probably because I didn't make it drastic enough. Let's try that now. After 2 seconds. No? That should take a difference there. Huh. Oh wait, am I not saving this? I might not have saved it. 1, 2. No? Oh wait, oh, I'm doing it way too quick. 0.2. I want 2 seconds. File save, again play. It should teleport over there. Why is mine not doing it?
2 seconds, like that. And now, if I compile, it's going to have a 2-second delay, and then it's going to set the location of my point light to the new location defined within my vector.
So I mean, I have that all set up right. Should be go here. I don't need this big. So point light, which is what I wanted from the level. After 2 seconds, I wanted to have a new location, and this be the new location. So, because it should be, that should be the current location. This is the new location I wanted to go to. Yeah, that's alright. Save. play. Not doing it. Nope, maybe there's something to do with my... Oh, light component is not movable. So light component on this one maybe. It's gonna be set to movable. Hidden in game. Somewhere's over here, I'm able to make it set to move. Mobility static, movable. Ah, okay. Save, play, 1, 2. There we go. Now it's working. That makes a little bit better sense. I don't know if you saw my cat. His name's Pumpkin. He's a good cat. Old cat, but a good cat. I think right now he's just using me to keep warm.
Variable. So if I go ahead and press play, look at the light, give it 2
Yay.
seconds, and what it should do is move. Now, if it's not moving, that's perfectly fine, and the reason for that is because you're going to want to change this to movable. Press play, give it a couple of seconds.
If I just
and you'll
watched an
notice
extra couple
then
seconds longer,
it
I could have
just
figured all that
jumped
out.
its location. So 1, 2, and it moves further away. So hopefully you guys can see the uses of vector data types inside of Unreal Engine 4. I hope you guys have enjoyed the video.
You ever
and I will
used
leave it here. Once
RPG
again,
Maker for
thanks
anything?
watching. Stay awesome, keep creating. Your boy Virtus, signing out.
Because a lot of things that remind me of like the triggers and things like that, how you used to use those in that
Crap,
particular program.
I forgot Jen's birthday present. I'm like the worst sister ever.
No.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen.
They were
Your boy
newer
Virtus here,
one.
and welcome back to
I
my
know the
Unreal
feeling.
Engine 4 Advanced Blueprint tutorial series.
Definitely know the feeling.
In today's video, we are going to be taking a quick look at
All too well.
using booleans inside of Unreal Engine 4. Now, booleans are probably going to be the most common, yet most simple type of data or variable.
Yeah,
inside
booleans are
of
just
the
on and
engine.
off.
A boolean
Pretty
variable
sure.
is pretty straightforward, but it's going to
It's
be
either
used
yes
for
or
the
no.
majority of all the functionality that you're going to have in your game. So if I go ahead and press plus variable and then set the variable type to boolean and then just give this the name test bool, hit compile, and straight away you'll see what this is. It's essentially a true or false variable. It's essentially asking us to tick it or untick it. So the way that this is going to work is with many things like a door, for example, in your game, you are going to run a check to see whether or not the player has the key for that door. And that's going to return as a true or false variable, a true or a false response rather, and that information is going to be contained within a Boolean data type. So hopefully that does make sense for you guys, but it's
Yep.
just a true or false value.
That's easy
and
enough.
It's just going to be used in all sorts of games.
Yeah, the RPG Maker though, it's it was fun for a little while. I had it way back when it was like RPG Maker XP or something like that. It's been around for a long time. If you've been using computers for a while, you may have heard of it in the past. But they're coming out with a new one for the Switch actually, in the future, Switch / PS4 Xbox version.
Within here,
I thought that'd
what
be
we
kind of
can
cool
do
to play around with that a
is
little
if
bit
we
when it
just
comes
quickly
out.
delete this, is we can change the value of the bool by just using this set test bool node, and then from here to change that, all we've got to do is tick it or untick it. So if it's ticked, it's going to be true. If it's unticked, it is going to be false. And then what we can do from here, so if you just wanted to find out what this variable is, or what it's equal to at the moment, you can simply convert the result or the value of that after changing it into a print string, and you will be able to see it on the screen. So what I'm going to show you what you can do to change this is, what I'm going to do is start off by doing a print string to start with, And then what I'm going to do is run a little delay. And
Yeah,
then with
I could
this,
understand
we're
that. They
gonna
did make a
drag out the
3D one,
then set
RPG
this
Maker
to a different
3D
value.
on
So
the
if I click the very
PS2, I
button
think
at
it
the bottom,
was.
sorry, in the left here, at the
It
moment
was
it's untrue.
okay.
After a delay of about
It
2
required a lot of knowledge to just realize how to get the simple things done, though, unfortunately. It wasn't bad, it just took a while.
We're gonna set it to
Once I got the
true.
hang of it, it
And
was
then, once
fun-ish.
again, we are just going to run a print string, and all I've done there is just pasted this in. Now, as of right now, it's just a string value, so what we're gonna do is we are just gonna get a reference to the test ball. So once again, to get that, you can either right-click and type in get test boolean, and we can get it from there, or we can just drag it out and press get in there, and then we convert that to a string. It's as simple as that. So what this should be doing now, this code that we've got here, this should that. So what this should be doing now, this code that we've got,
Telling you it's not active, then active. That's what it should be doing. Technically, I can get rid of that. Plug that bad baby in there and plug that up. Activate it. Bring it down just one. De-spaghettify myself a little bit. And we are rocking and rolling and cooking with gas. Boom. True false. That's right, because I'm not telling it. I gotta give it a delay here in order to do that last part, but not that it really matters too much. Delay. And I'll give it like a 2-second delay. Compile, save. And now I'll show you how to turn it on. False. Now it's true. I won't tell you what the actual Boolean stands for. I'll just tell you if it's on or off. Because right now it's just printing the Boolean itself. What you could do is you could dump that and say change, instead of having to print the actual off or on, you could have it say test Boolean on, test Boolean off. That would work too as well. That way, if you're trying to test multiple things, so like say you have 3 Booleans plugged into the same spot, you want to know if all 3 of them are working properly, you would do a print string for all 3 of them, and then have to make sure instead of just true and false, because you would have no way of knowing if true and false actually is being working up there, you could have print the string to say that Boolean foghorn is on. Yes, yeah. That's just one thing that you could do there.
here is it should print the string, the original value. After 2 seconds, it should change.
My first real 3D game I ever got into when it came to game development, it was called Sapphire. I think is the actual name of it.
Now change to true, and you can see just how quickly.
You probably never heard of it. It was way back when.
Information. Now what I'm also going to do,
and it wasn't super big either. It was tough to use, really. It came down, you had to know a lot of, I think it was AutoCAD or like AutoCAD-like things.
In a branch node, you'd hook up a variable into there for a boolean or any kind of condition, and you can use that to sort of chuck out like a response if it's equal to true, equal to false, and so on. But we're going to be going more into the branch node and conditioning in the next video. Anyway guys, I'm going to end the video here. Once again, thanks for watching, stay awesome, keep creating, I look forward.
Okay.
You've gotta be around here somewhere.
On to the next one.
How did that happen? I really...
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, your boy Virtus here, and welcome back to my Unreal Engine 4 Advanced.
I appreciate you sticking around there, Eva.
In today's video,
it's nice to have actually an extra viewer watching as I'm working now. Hopefully when I get into some more interesting stuff, the stream will pick up and they'll get more people in here too that will actually start wanting to watch what's going on.
And show you exactly what we're talking about. So a branch node is essentially going to be a piece of script which you can use to tell the engine to do 2 different actions depending on whether or not something is true and false. So a little example of this would be, does the player have
Yeah,
the
we're
key?
getting there though.
If it
10
does,
out of...
which is going to be true,
So about a third
then
of the
you
way
want
there.
to tell it to open the door. If it's false and they don't have that key, you might want to tell the player
An inventory
that they
system.
need
Yep.
to go and find that. And just simple little decisions or sort of nodes like this within your code is going to power literally everything. It's an if statement, which is very, very common within programming. If it's true, do this. If it's false, do that. So let's go ahead and show you exactly how this works. Now, the easiest way to make this work is with a boolean. So if you hook up a boolean, which is already a true or false value into that, it's then, if that boolean is true, it's going to tell it to do one thing, and if it's false, it's going to tell it to do another thing. So let me show you exactly what I'm talking about.
So going back to over here real quick. I just want to make sure I remember this properly. This is false and this is true when it's on. Right, because it should say false first and then true second. Okay. So that's... Okay, Eva. I may not be on. I do gotta get going a little bit. So if I don't see you, hopefully I'll see you in the next day or two. I try to be on every day. I'll be on from probably around the same time frame, up until around the same time frame. So hopefully I'll see you another day if I don't see you later on, okay? You have a good rest of your day. Thanks for stopping in. False, true. So if it plugs in and there's nothing there, that'd be a false read. See you later, Eva. Ah, yeah, it's getting a little late. Usually I'm on my time frame, so let's see here, I'm 5 hours. 5 hours behind you, 10 o'clock, so right around probably 3 p.m. average time frame is when I usually get on your time, for your time. 3 to up to about now. I try to get on for at least 4 or 5 hours at a time, sometimes a little bit more. But it was a pleasure talking with you, Eva, and you have a good rest of your day, okay?
Talking about. So with true, I'm going to tell this to print a string. And then with this, I'm going to set this to true.
True,
For
false.
I'm just going to select it, press Ctrl C and Ctrl V to paste that. And then I'm just going to change the string to false. Now with this test boolean, at the moment it's set to untrue. So it should, when I begin play here, it should go ahead and make the decision to print the string false. So let's compile this and give this a go. Notice in the top left hand corner there, it says false, which is exactly what I wanted it to do.
Print string.
If I bring this back up and change the default value for that test boolean, hit compile,
true,
and hit play, you're going to notice it's going to say true, which is
false.
perfect. Now instead of a boolean, you can also use a condition. And a condition is going to be sort of working with things like is something equal to another, is it less than,
true in the
is it
upper
more
left,
than, and so on.
no, false in the
So
upper
let me
left.
show you exactly what I'm talking about.
And then
with that. So what I'm going to do
stop,
is grab my test integer
go in
that
here,
we made before,
make that
just
true
drag it in
now,
and get a reference to that.
true,
Now with this,
true,
what
awesome,
I could
perfect.
do is type
That
in
does work.
integer, and then some of the ones we can work with are the ones which say return true.
So he's
or
grabbing the
return
test
false. So
integer.
Like, integer less than, integer less than or equal to, integer more than or more than equal to. So what this
And
is
a couple
doing
different
is essentially running a
variations
check to see
of the test
whether or not
integers.
the first integer is more than the second integer, and you can use this. So for example, let's say
Hello everyone
you
that's
wanted
joining.
to reload
Nice
your
to
game,
see you guys come and check me out.
you needed to know whether or not they've got
I'm a
full
beginner
ammo. If you would
developer
wanna
and
check
I'm
to
trying to
see
hopefully
if
work
their
on
current
developing a
ammo
game
or
over time.
remaining
But
ammo
first
rather
I gotta learn some of the
is more
basics.
than the amount that they
So the next
that's
week
just
or
one
so will
example,
probably be a
but
lot
you
of
guys
this, and then
are
jumping into the
completely
real stuff.
free to experiment with that. So what
Hopefully
I'm gonna
hitting
do
my
is just
game
work with the
development
simplest of ones
cycle
at the
soon.
moment, which is equal. So it's going to return true if A is equal to B. So let's just go ahead and click
If
that.
A is equal to
So,
B.
like I said, if A is equal to B, whatever B might be, it's going to return true. And you'll notice you have this little return value. Hook this up into your condition, and that is going to be the answer to this question. So test integer at the moment is equal to 2, and the second input is set to 0. So what it should do,
So
because
if
they're not
it's
equal
2
values,
equals
it's going
0,
to return false. So if I press play, it's returned false.
false up
If I
there,
set this to 2,
because it's not equal in
compile
the
it
same
again,
amount as the
and then
integer.
press play, you're
And
going
then
to
it's true.
notice
Yep,
it
that makes
will
sense.
return true.
So
Now,
because this is
something that
test
you are
value,
going
the
to
2 over
sort of
here,
find you'll have a little bit more
you have to set
ease of
this
use
to
with once
this
start
if
to
you
figure
want
out the
that to go
logic
to the
behind
true
it.
branch,
But other than
or
that, it's pretty
anything else other
straightforward.
than that
And on
is
that
going to go
note,
to the
I am actually
false
going to end
branch.
off the video there. Once
So
again,
your
guys,
integers
thanks
can
for
match up your
watching.
booleans.
Stay
You can
awesome,
set
keep
them as well.
creating.
I would
Your boy
imagine
Vertus,
float would work
signing
as
out.
well. Let me just
This video was
check.
made possible by my
But I'm
supporters
pretty
on
sure you can do
Patreon.
float
If you want
equal
more
float.
videos
Yep.
like this,
Yep.
check out my Patreon
So you can do the
page,
same
there's a
thing
link
there,
in the description.
and then
To
that'd
stay
be
up to
a
date
branch
on new
condition as
releases,
well.
Make sure you follow us on social.
We've all run out of contacts. But now you can renew your prescription online.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, your boy Vertus here, and welcome back to my Unreal Engine 4 Advanced Blueprint tutorial.
Probably only got a couple more left
In
to me,
today's
and then I'm
video,
probably gonna
we
be
are
taking
going to be
off.
introducing you to
Working
loops
at this for a little while.
inside
Hopefully,
of Unreal
if I
Engine
don't finish this up today,
Now, a
I
loop
definitely
is
want to
a
finish this one
very
up tomorrow
common
because it's
piece of
only
code
29. So
which you are going to use in your game
good to get to the end of all
repeat
this
a
because it's all really
process
useful
over
stuff.
and
You
over
know,
again,
arrays,
as opposed to
axis
sort of rewriting
movements,
your code. Now, there is a variety of different loops,
gates. Oh,
such
that's
as for
super.
loops, while loops, and we're going to be breaking these down one by one and making them really nice and easy to understand.
Where are we at? We're
So
at
we're going to
11.
put a focus on the for loop in today's video. So open up your level blueprint and
While
just
loop.
create a for loop. And you can do this by right clicking and just typing in for loop, and under flow control just use for loop. Now what this is going to do is the for loop is essentially going to repeat a process of code or a sequence of code a certain amount of times.
Okay.
And that number of times is going to be defined by the index. And essentially, with this for loop, you've got two values, the first index and the last index. If we set the first index to 1 and the last index to 15, what this is going to do is it's essentially going to run that sequence of code 15 times. The index is essentially a integer value, and each time that it runs this code, it's going to add 1 to that index value. And once that index gets equal to the last index, which is 15, it's going to stop. So whatever I put in here now, with the first index being 1 and 15 being the last, it is going to repeat that process 15 times. So if I go ahead and put a print string into this index and just hook up the index to the value for that string so we can see exactly where we are, you are going to notice on our screen it's going to
prints
print
out
this
15
times. Now I'm going to set the duration for that print string to 15 seconds just so we can see this nice and easily. But if I compile this, press play, you're going to see it's going from 1.
Yeah, mine didn't do that.
Compile this, press 15 seconds just so we can see this nice and easy.
Duration. Maybe that's where I went wrong. Play. Huh. Why is it not pulling something up over there? Oh. Well, it would help if I on event play started it. Otherwise, it ain't gonna do nothing. Boom. And technically, you could even slow it down so it counts That's all things you could do.
easily. But if I compile
But
it,
there's hope if you do that.
you're going to see it's going from 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6,
all the way to
7, 8,
15.
9, 10, and all the way up to 15. And it's running that code 15 times. Now, something like this you might want to use if you're trying to spawn enemies or any kind of
Wave
gameplay
spawners.
where you are going to be
What else
trying
could you use
to,
this
or,
for?
you know, running the same code over and over.
I think
and
wave
over
spawners
again,
would be the easiest
a
thing to use this
set
for
number of times.
enemies.
Now, what you can do with this for loop is instead of using a value here,
Endless Runner
you
is
can
useful.
actually hook up your own integer value. So we've got test integer at the moment. If we drag this in and get a reference to it and hook it up to our first index, that is going to be the starting point. Now, test integer, at the moment for me, I've got that equal to 12. So if I set test integer to 12 and last integer, or last index rather, to 15, it's only going to run it 3 times, or it should do anyway. So press play.
Why would it
and you
only
can
do it 3
see
times?
It's running a couple of times. So it starts
Oh,
because
he's changed that to 12. Okay.
13, 14,
Welcome everyone to the stream.
15.
I
So it's
see a
gonna
couple
run
extras
it
have joined in
until it gets
in the last couple
to
minutes. Hi
15.
everyone.
And you can see you
Hope
can
everyone's
start to
having a
use
good day.
your own variables for this. So let's say you have got a wave-based system where you want to spawn, you know, enemies in waves, and you want to spawn different numbers of enemies depending on the wave. You could hook up your wave number into here, for example, and do that. There is plenty of stuff that you can do with this, and it is all just a matter of experimentation.
Oh yeah.
Now your
I
loot
do have
copy
an
in here is not
AI
limited to just a
system-based
string.
game
If you wanted
that
to,
I have
like I
messed around
said,
with a little
you
bit,
could create
where
a
we
widget, you could
spawn minions to
a
attack each
sound,
other.
You can do whatever you want. It is entirely up
It'd be fun to go back into that one a little
but
bit
you
later
can
on
put
too.
whatever you want in here. For example, if I wanted to, I could set my test float in here to a different value, so I could add 1 to this each time if I wanted to. So what I could do is set
the test float,
and we could do float plus float. Hook up test float into the first value and add 1 to it each time, and then if we print that to a
add
string,
block.
we can see it's making that change.
I'm not even sure how to do that. I'm sorry. No ad block. You mean like no ad blocking in here? On YouTube? And thank you for the follow, by the way. Was that you that followed? Yeah, yes. It was Necro System? I'm thinking? Did I get that right? Get plus float, add 1, print string. Set, then print string. Set. Bam, grab that off there, print that. Ah, nice. Yeah, no, I don't mind one bit, honestly. You know, this guy's been great. I've been following his stuff from the beginning, and you know, he's definitely helped a lot with just a little bit that I've watched. I've done his Endless Runner so far, which has definitely helped a lot. Just kind of get the idea of how to switch lanes and things like that. And I eventually want to actually jump into actually making my own game. Ideally, what this channel is going to be about is one, learning, because I'm really new to all of this. But eventually, I want to kind of go from start to finish with video games. So, like, I want to start a game where you see the very beginning, you see how much it takes to get the game up to a beta stage, say something like that. Once you get into the beta stage, then I want to eventually jump into being able to put it on Unreal Engine, Steam, Nintendo, any of those kind of platforms down the road, and then show the process of not only having the game packaged, but then sent off to the companies for review, time frames, things like that might take for that kind of stuff. Once that happens and say now I have the game on those platforms, I'm hoping Unreal Engine's the easiest platform to work with first, because that's the one I want to try to work with very first off the bat. But I want to try to sell the games for like 50 cents, $1, whatever it is. You know, if they're really not much at all, just that way I can show once it's on there, I want to then go purchase the game and show everyone kind of the aftermath of it. So like the behind the scenes, where a lot of developer people looking at this stuff might wonder, okay, you know, oh, I made this game, I'm selling it for $1, but really you're not going to get the full $1, because you got to take into consideration of what, say, Steam would take out of that equation, sales tax, things like that. So I want to show people kind of the finished product as well, and then show how over time you can watch the history of these games and how they progress and become whatever monetary value they may be, and show you how you can go back in and then re-edit it, do future iterations of them, patch games and things like that. So I have like a grand scheme for this channel, but I'm building my way into the program right now. I do have my brother-in-law who's an actual video game developer as well, and he is going to be co-streaming with me eventually down the road. He's working on some other projects right now, but then he's going to jump in with me, and the two of us are going to be co-streaming as we develop these games to hopefully have one big, awesome idea that we do have in the back of our head. We're kind of keeping that secret right now while we build all the smaller little projects leading up to that one. So hopefully the people that come and check out the channel a lot see a lot of progress. And then once I start getting off the tutorials and onto the self-design element of it all, they'll be able to help not only build the game up, but also help me be a better coder. You know, be able to maybe see something that I didn't notice in the code that messes everything up, and then this person knows, oh, I know all about the AI. So oh, you messed up. You made that AI attack when it should have been defended. Things like that. So we do have a lot of really cool ideas. We have about 4 or 5 main games we want to work on, but it's gonna take a while to get there. That's okay. I'll be on here streaming myself every day. I try to get on here on Eastern Standard, and I try to get on right around 10 a.m. thereabouts. Whenever I get my coffee in me, 10:15. And I stream right up until about now, with like a couple of breaks here and there, just for getting up, moving around, things like that. So
as it goes through those index. So
but yeah, no, I appreciate the follow. Thank you very much. And I always give credit where credit's due. It's the best way to do it, you know. Someone works hard on something, you should let them
by default, the test flow
enjoy it.
So what we should see,
yeah, that's why I kind of keep his name down
it should go up by
down
4.
here in the
So
bottom here.
12,
So that way you always know it's him.
14 and 15. So 4 iterations on that index. So compile this, press play, and you can see my float is
yes. I've definitely, well, I appreciate it, thank you. I've put a lot of thought into the channel. I've been thinking about streaming for quite a long time. I did do a lot of game streaming for a while there, but it wasn't really something I wanted to do. It's fun, like I play Counter-Strike and things like that. But I've always wanted to be a game developer, and I thought it would be easy. I did pick it up, doing it, and just go with it from there. I've done a lot of code and things like that in the past. I've done like C++, Java, HTML, C. Ooh, what else have I done? Java. That's the gist of the ones I know for, but I don't even know them that great anymore, unfortunately anymore. So a lot of it, like thinking off the past, like, oh yeah, I've done RPG Maker, I can do this, no problem. Nah, not so easy. But it's fun, it is, because you're learning projects that you got going on here. I'll show you like one of the things I've done so far. Open projects. And we go to mobile endless fronter. So I've got this game up and running just last week. This was pretty much what my game was. And if you ever miss one of my streams and you want to watch them, I do upload every single stream to YouTube as well. So that way people can sit down and watch and learn. Because like one thing with Unreal is you'll get the different iterations of it. So you'll get Unreal, I think right now it's 2 or 4.21, I think is what we're on right now. But if you were to jump to 4.22, a lot of times when you watch the tutorials on like YouTube and things like that, you do the conversion from one to the other. it gets lost in translation how to update the code to the newer one. So by having all my streams always on YouTube, someone could technically go back, and I'm going to find a better way to upload them so people can go back and kind of file it out. But I want them to be able to say, oh, so this is where that game got updated to the 4.22 patch. How did he fix those problems in his game code to help better fix problems from the past and keep them streamlined going forward for people? But for this particular game right here, like I've got an endless runner. I can go. Oop, I broke it already. I can go left, right, up, down. I have a magnet system that allows me to pick up items if I get close. It has a very small spawn. I think it's like only 5%. I have a boot that you can pick up that gives you a super jump height. And it does, if I could show you, F8. Nope, it's not gonna let me do it. It should let me do it. But if I hit one of the buttons, that was F8. Nope, guess not. Oop, whoa, that's psychedelic. But it should run it in, or maybe it was launch. No, launch does it. Oh, that's why. Selected viewport, so I was launching it in F8. So this one actually is an endless runner though, and it spawns, keeps pushing forward and forward and forward. The only thing it doesn't do right now is it doesn't delete the old object as you go further along. I do have a menu system where you can go back to exit the game, start, and it'll just kind of follow the game through until you die. Everything has ragdoll effects, but you can restart, you can pause. Let me think. Yeah, pause the game, go back to the main menu, start the game back up, pause it again, continue the game. Blur system, high score, all that stuff's kind of built into this game. And this game's kind of going to be the fundamentals of what my idea is in the future for one of our games. But first I have to build not only the UIs, which I just got done with the UI earlier today. That was what I worked on probably the first 4 hours of my stream thereabouts. But now I'm working on the blueprints one that he has, and I'm trying to push my way through that one. I don't think I got much more left of me today. I've been going for about 5.5 hours, give or take a little bit here or there. But by tomorrow I'll be done with the blueprints, moving on. I'm not sure if I'm jumping into animation next, which is kind of something as well I want to know a lot about. If not animation, then Blender. That's another big one I need to know. Once I hit those last two right there, next is the RPG. I want to make an RPG with his strategy that he goes through, because I think that's going to really help give you a lot of the trigger events, a lot of the design elements when it comes to being able to do attacks and things like that. So just kind of all thoughts process in the back of my head, kind of a timeline, but we're looking probably a good couple weeks till I get to the end of the RPG cycle. Maybe not, maybe it'll go quicker. Hard to say. Yeah, I've even got one like that, twin stick shooters, but so sorry. I get sidetracked sometimes. When I start to explain, I get excited. I do. I mean, it's exciting stuff because you get to have fun. You get to create and show people your brain on how you want them to perceive something. So that to me is a lot of fun. So yeah, definitely stick around, check it out, stop in from time to time. You'll see some good content over time. The first couple weeks is just going to be me learning, which it has to happen, and I want people to see that what it's like, what the learning element of it all. What I should do is get the chat over here at some point, or even up here in the layers. That's something I should do eventually. Because then when people watch the YouTubes, they'll be able to see the questions that people ask. And that's another thing I want to do as well. Because I have a feeling down the road, as I get better with this, people are going to come with questions. I've already had a couple of people asking me to do like animation and stuff like that, so I'm kind of already leaning towards it anyways. But it'd be nice to be able to answer up here in the upper right as people are kind of asking their questions. That's actually what I'm using right now is Streamlabs. I just set it up for the first time in my life a week ago. I was using OBS for a long time. That's where I did all my game streaming. So the Streamlabs, I'm liking what I'm seeing. I just haven't figured everything out yet. Like, I'm sure there's a way to get the chat to pop up here. If I were to do like a plus scene. Yeah, I don't know which one would give me the chat. Chat box, maybe? Add source. Let's see if this works, because if this works, it's perfect. Chat box. Add. Recommended. And then put the chat box. Nope, that's not the chat box. Where's the chat box? Here's the chat box. So I bring that over there. And then size that to fit. And it's not going to pop up. Yeah, I was going to say it's not going to pop up yet, but for the next time I stream, though, I'll have it in there. So for the future. There'll be probably this week, to be honest with you, though. I'll probably be spending a day not even in Unreal, but going through setting up things like a Discord channel, showing people how to go about setting that up good for a good stream. Doing a YouTube channel, which I do have that already set up, and showing how you just transfer from Twitch to YouTube. I mean, it's super easy to do, but it's things that people might not know how to do, and I want to try to help people that want to try something like this. Maybe gets the inspiration to try it. That I could help them. It's all good, no worries. We're all new in some way or form when it comes to different things. It's fun though, it is. It's a learning process. Yeah, I've always been about helping people. Unfortunately, that's a plus and a minus. But it's a good thing when you can help people to help people, and that's something I've just taken pride in myself in being able to do as well as I can.
Type of loop that you are going to see in most programming languages, and it is also something that you can use inside of blueprints.
Not sure how I
So
feel
just to
about this song yet.
refresh, a loop is essentially a node
now are you a streamer as well there,
which is
Necrosystem?
going to repeat a sequence of code. Now there's different types of loops which are going to do different types of things. If you look at the last,
Because I was going to recommend if you don't have
which is
music for yours, one thing I found so far that has worked well and I haven't gotten in trouble for it, and I don't think I will because of the right credits are set up in there, is this
which is what we're going to be
the heck's it called?
today's video,
Prizzle?
is essentially going to
Prizzle, I think is what it's called.
That sequence of
For some reason it's not
yours
popping up though.
while the condition is true. So you'll notice with this while loop, we've got the loop body, which is essentially the
Nice,
code
there you
that
go.
it's gonna do.
I'll
It's
give you a
after
follow
the
and I'll definitely
condition,
I'll check you out in the future.
And as long as this condition is true, it's going to keep looping that code.
Now, are you working on your
So
own
you can see here
game at the moment?
The condition is that test integer is less
Nope.
than 10. So it's going to keep on doing this loop.
Is it case
while
sensitive? It
test
probably
integer
is, isn't
less
it?
than 10. And then within my loop body, essentially what I'm doing is just adding 1 to it each time and printing
Huh.
that string. Now, there is a lot of stuff that you got to be careful
That
with
should work.
loops, otherwise it can break things quite easily, especially with while loops. You need to make sure that that condition is going to change.
Not
at
sure I
some
can't
point,
see you.
otherwise
Oh
it's
wait,
gonna
there's more.
become what's known as an infinite loop.
Yeah,
And
like I said,
just
I'm new to all this stuff.
We'll see that a little bit later on in the episode. But anyway, what I'm going to do for now
Yeah, I
is
know the
just
feeling.
take a moment to show you how to set up a while loop.
It's fun though.
So
Even when you're learning, there's so much you can learn from different people helping you out. I watched no problem at all. I watched the Ben V. He's actually the one that got me inspired to try it out as of like last week. I saw him doing. I was like, you know what? I'm just gonna do it.
What you need to do is put in a condition. So
I had all
like I said
the
earlier,
stuff to do. I have a
this loop
great
is going to
webcam, good
continue
computer,
while
good
this
internet
condition
speed, so why
is
not?
true. Now, for us, what I'm going to do is grab my test integer, and with this, I'm going to drag out from the condition, and I can type anything in. Now, I could work with Boolean, I could work with float, a vector, it's entirely up to you, but for making this simple, an integer is probably going to be the easiest way to do this. So what I'm going to do is type in integer.
So
now, at the bottom,
he goes to
we've got a
here.
couple of things that we can use
Nope,
as
wrong one.
conditions. So we've got equal,
Game mode?
in
No.
range, integer, less than,
Oh, where is
equal
he?
to,
He is in 3-person sample map. Oh, the blueprint for the map. That's right. Open level blueprint. There we go. So that's just my quick counter. I don't need that anymore though. And then he goes through test int while loop, so we're working on that now.
Now for us, what I'm going to do is grab my test integer, and with this I'm going to drag out from the condition, and I can type anything in. Now I could work with a boolean, I could work with float, a vector, it's entirely up to you, but for making this simple, an integer is probably going to be the easiest way to do this.
It's fun
So what
though.
I'm gonna do
Definitely
is type in
there's a lot of
integer.
good tutorials out there for the
Now, at the
Unreal.
bottom,
I was just talking
we've
to
got a couple of
another
things that we
fellow
can
streamer
use
actually. She
as
does
conditions. So we've got
Unity.
equal, range,
And I
integer,
started with
less
Unity,
than,
but I
less
found
than,
that the
equal to,
tutorials weren't
more than equal to, and
there,
not equal to.
or at
So all
least
of
well
these
described.
are
I
gonna
thought. I
return
think that's
a
what it
true
was
or
for me.
false variable,
So I wasn't able to
which we can
grasp
put
what I
into
wanted to
this
do in
condition
that
here.
project.
Now, most of these are pretty straightforward, less than, more than, and equal to.
Yeah,
It's all pretty
I appreciate it.
straightforward
Thank
to
you.
play around with.
Yes,
What I'm
definitely
gonna
check it
do
out. Stop in time. I'll
is
do the
just
same for
use
you.
the less than.
Hopefully things
So-
work out well
so
for you.
long as
And if you ever have any questions or you want
the
some help,
test
stop on anything and
integer
ask away.
is less than 10,
I might not
it's
know the
going to
answer, but I love to
return
find things
true,
out. So if
and
it's a
it's gonna
project,
keep
a
doing
little
it.
thing I could
Now,
think
in
up,
my loop
I'll definitely
body,
try to, even something
if
simple as
I
opening a
set
door. Not that's
my
hard to do,
test
but
int,
you get the
or
idea.
what I can do, I can do
So,
increment int.
you have a good rest of your
What
day,
this
and
is gonna
thanks
do
for the
is
follow. I
basically
appreciate it.
add 1
Peace
to
out.
the value and then set it. What I can do.
Much appreciated. Thanks. Alright, less than. As long as the condition is less than 10, we're good.
Add 1 to the value and then set it. A test int, or what I can do, I can do increment int.
Increment will add to the. Is you don't have to complete. Oh, the root body. Increment. Oop. Increment. And then they'll add to. If I can actually, I think I can break this down. Maybe not. I thought I could. Break links. No. Go to definition. Find reference. Collapse node. Expand node. So, yep, that's what it's doing. So it's grabbing the old and adding 1 and then outputting it as a new result. So I can do collapse the node. Oh, whoops. I didn't want to do that. Edit, undo. Oh, I expanded it twice. Yeah, I don't want to do that.
What this is going to do is basically add 1 to the value and then set it. What I can do with this is just add 1 to it each time. And at the moment, if I select my test int on the left, you can see I've got it set to 0. So by doing this, what it's going to do is essentially run this piece of code 10 times. So whatever I add after this is going to be run. So if I want to print a string or spawn something in the game or play a sound, you can do that. It's entirely up to you. But what this is going to do is check to see if it's less than 10, and once it reaches 10, it's going to stop and it's going to finish, and whatever you hook up to completed, it is going to run that code.
Okay.
Now what I'm going to do with this, just
oh yeah, I mean that kind of makes sense.
is I'm
Yeah.
gonna hook up the result of
So you want
that
it just to
increment
print it up.
into the print string. So what you should see is in the top left hand corner you should have a print string that goes 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, and it should stop there and go no further. So if we compile this and press play, top left hand corner you can see that it goes 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8,
That
9,
happens
10,
so fast.
and goes all the way.
So just to show you what he's talking about at a little bit slower speed. I want to delay each loop just by 5 seconds, or the print. So I want it to print, but I'm going to delay it. And we're going to delay it just by 5 seconds. Otherwise, it's just going to do it so fast here, or 2 seconds. Compile, save, play, and it should count right here. 10. Oh, shouldn't have done that. Huh, why did I do that? I should have only done it once. Test int. Let's see if he got it to work properly, and I just can't. I'm doing something wrong here.
So if we compile this and press play, top left hand corner,
Bam.
You can see that it goes 1. And press play, and it should stop there.
Test int. Okay, so I mean, let's take that out just to make sure I didn't actually do something wrong. I don't think I did. It should have still done it. Maybe I can't do delay, or maybe I'm delaying in the wrong spot. Yep, that's probably what it is. Stop. I bet you if I do it here, because I can't, and maybe that's because I'm trying to pull that information at the wrong time. Whoa. While playing the air, show message, sequence call stack show. What? Infinite loop detected. Well, we don't want an infinite loop. How would that be an infinite loop, but this is not an infinite loop? And that works perfectly. Okay, whatever. I don't know why the other one's an infinite loop and this one's not, but there's a reason for it. Somehow you gotta be able to delay it.
So if we compile this and press play,
I wonder if it's... I mean, now it's just gonna bug me. I should be able to complete save. See, it just does it instantly. I don't want to do that, but stop.
top left hand corner you can see that it goes 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 and goes all the way up, and it's only going to increment that integer while that condition is true, and that condition once again was just that test integer is less than 10. If I was to set this to something like 5, it would only do it
1, 2, 5
a few times. So it'd go 1, 2, 3, 4 and 5, and you can see that just there, which is perfect. So hopefully you guys are starting to understand just how a while loop works. Now, one thing that I did mention earlier is something called an infinite loop. Now, if we was to get rid of the increment integer and just do print string with nothing to change that condition, so the condition's always going to return true, what it's going to do if I
it's going to fail.
Press play, you're going to notice it's going to freeze. Give it a couple of seconds, and what you should get is an error whereby it just sort of infinitely just tried to say hello on the left hand side, as you saw there, and it sort of just broke things and you cannot play. So what you do need to make sure you do is that you set up within your loop body a way for your condition to change.
Okay, I think this is a good spot to end for the night.
Pretty much everything that I wanted to take a look at.
I got to number 12, so I'm 13. When I come back tomorrow, we'll be hitting up his valid check.
Once again, guys, thanks for watching.
Hopefully things can get better, and we can start to hit some of the other topics, and then really jump into some other stuff.
If you want more videos like this,
so
check out my Patreon page.
definitely worth checking out this video if you haven't. Highly recommend it, everyone. But for now, this is Slick Ace checking out. Peace out, guys.